Yo, what's up everyone? It's Soul Fiction, and today we're checking out, what if Harry Potter was adopted by Lucifer Morningstar and ruled the Underworld? Drop a like if you're hyped. Subscribe for daily content. Let's get this story started. Chapter 1, The Devil's Doorstep. The crack came at midnight. Not a sound, exactly. More like the universe flinching. A hairline fracture running through the membrane between what mortals called the living world and everything else, every layer of existence they'd built religions around and still didn't understand. Lucifer Morningstar felt it the way you'd feel a spider walking across the back of your hand. Subtle. Unwelcome. Interesting. He was sitting on his throne in the ninth circle, not the ice-crusted wasteland Dante had imagined, but a vast obsidian hall that shifted its geometry depending on his mood. Tonight the ceiling was cathedral high, ribbed with black stone that pulsed faintly with veins of molten gold. He'd been listening to a dispute between two lesser demon lords over territorial boundaries in the fourth circle, and he'd been bored absolutely out of his immortal mind. And the western quadrant has been under House Varagotha's dominion since the Second Age, my lord, as the treaties clearly. Stop talking, Lucifer said. The demon, a hulking thing with too many joints and skin like cracked leather, stopped mid-syllable. Lucifer tilted his head. He pressed his fingers against the arm of his throne, feeling the vibration. The crack. It sang to him, high and sweet and wrong, like a violin string about to snap. Something had happened in the mortal world. Something big enough to send a shockwave through the walls between realms. We're done here, he said, standing. He was tall, lean, dressed in a suit so black it seemed to drink the light around it. His face was beautiful in the way a blade was beautiful, precise, intentional, and just a little bit dangerous to look at for too long. His eyes, depending on his mood, were either a warm amber or a burning, endless red. Right now they were somewhere in between. But my lord, the territorial, sort it out yourselves or I'll dissolve both your territories and give the land to Mazikeen for target practice. He straightened his cuffs. She's been complaining about a lack of moving targets. He walked out of the throne room and the great doors, 20 feet of forged hellsteel, swung open before him without being touched. The corridor beyond was long and lit by floating orbs of pale fire that drifted like lazy jellyfish near the ceiling. His footsteps echoed. Mazikeen fell into step beside him. She'd been leaning against the wall outside, cleaning one of her curved knives with a cloth that was already stained with something dark. She was compact, muscular, with half her face bearing the true visage of her Lillim nature, raw, exposed, beautiful in its own terrible way. She'd stopped hiding it centuries ago. You felt that, she said. Not a question. I felt that. What was it? I don't know yet. That's the interesting part. They walked in silence for a moment. Maze sheathed her knife. You're going up there, she said. I'm going up there. I'm coming with you. No, you're not. Lucifer, someone needs to make sure Varagoth and his idiot rival don't start another war while I'm gone. You're in charge until I return. He stopped walking and looked at her. Maze. I'll be an hour. She held his gaze. Mazikeen had been at his side since before the fall, since before hell existed in its current form. She'd been the first to follow him, the last to question him, and the only one who could stare him down without flinching. 1 hour, she said. Then I come find you and I start cutting things. Wouldn't expect anything less. He snapped his fingers and reality folded around him like a paper crane. The mortal world hit him like a wall of cold water. It was England. November 1st, technically, just barely past midnight. The air was frigid and wet, the sky choked with clouds that blocked out the stars. He stood on a street called Privet Drive, which was exactly as dreary as it sounded. Rows of identical houses with identical gardens and identical cars in identical driveways. The kind of place that made Lucifer genuinely question whether his father had a sense of humor after all. But the crack was here. He could feel it, a residual vibration humming in the air like the aftermath of a struck bell. Something had happened, something involving magic of the mortal variety, but amplified far beyond anything most wizards were capable of. A death curse, he realized, tasting the energy. A killing curse that had rebounded. Rebounded off what? Those curses didn't rebound. They hit and they killed, and that was the end of the transaction. Unless they hit something that wasn't supposed to exist. He followed the resonance down the street, his shoes clicking softly on the pavement. He passed a cat sitting rigidly on a garden wall, not a real cat, he noted, a witch in animal form, and a powerful one, though she didn't notice him. He'd chosen not to be noticed. Mortals, even magical ones, only saw Lucifer Morningstar when he wanted them to. And there, on the doorstep of number 4, was a bundle of blankets. Lucifer stopped. He stared at the bundle for a long moment. Then he crouched down, his $1,000 shoes pressing against the cold concrete, and pulled back the edge of the blanket. A baby. Maybe 15 months old, fast asleep despite the cold. Dark hair. A fresh scar on his forehead, still angry and red, shaped like a lightning bolt. And his soul, Lucifer had seen billions of souls. He'd seen the brightest saints and the darkest sinners. He'd seen souls that burned like bonfires and souls that were barely a flicker. He was, whether he liked the job or not, the being most intimately familiar with the nature of human souls in all of creation. This child's soul was a sun. Not metaphorically. It blazed. It poured light in spectrums that shouldn't have existed, mortal magic braided with something else, something raw and unformed and staggering in its potential. And there, nestled against it like a leech, was something dark. A fragment. A piece of someone else's soul, latched onto this infant like a parasite. Well, Lucifer murmured. That's new. He picked up the letter tucked into the blankets and read it. His expression didn't change, but something behind his eyes went very cold. The letter was from someone named Albus Dumbledore. It explained, in gentle but presumptuous terms, that the baby's parents had been murdered. That the child was to be left here, with his mother's sister, for protection. That blood wards would keep him safe as long as he called this place home. Lucifer looked at the house. Through the walls, because walls were suggestions, not obstacles, he saw the family inside. A large man snoring in bed. A thin, horse-faced woman sleeping fitfully beside him. A toddler in the next room, enormous for his age, surrounded by more toys than he could ever use. He looked back at the baby on the doorstep. They'd left a child, an orphan, a target, a baby who had just survived something that should have been impossible, on a doorstep. In November. With a letter. Lucifer Morningstar had done many things in his long existence that others considered evil. He'd rebelled against his father. He'd been cast out of heaven. He'd ruled hell for eons. He'd been called the root of all sin, the father of lies, the adversary of everything good and light in creation. But he had never left a child on a doorstep in the cold. Come on then, he said quietly, and picked up the baby. The child stirred. His eyes opened, green, shockingly green, the kind of green that made you think of deep forests and ancient growing things, and looked up at Lucifer's face. He didn't cry. Most mortals, even infants, had some instinctive reaction to the presence of the devil. A shiver. A whimper. Something primal and ancient in their souls that recognized what stood before them. This baby looked at Lucifer Morningstar, the fallen angel, the king of hell, and smiled. Oh, Lucifer said softly. Oh, you are going to be trouble. He folded reality again and was gone. The doorstep was empty. When Petunia Dursley opened her front door the next morning to put out the milk bottles, there was nothing there. No baby. No letter. No sign that anything had happened at all. The wizarding world would spend the next 14 years looking for Harry Potter. They would not find him. 14 years later, the ninth circle was in an uproar. Harrison Morningstar was 15 years old and he was having an absolutely spectacular morning. "You're stalling, Kale." He sat in his father's throne, or rather, his throne, the secondary one that Lucifer had commissioned for him when he turned 12, carved from a single piece of obsidian and inlaid with silver that moved like liquid when Harry touched it. He sat with one leg thrown over the arm of the chair, utterly relaxed, wearing a black jacket cut in the infernal style, high collar, asymmetric closure, the fabric woven from something that existed in hell and absolutely nowhere else. His dark hair was messy in a way that looked deliberate but wasn't. The lightning scar on his forehead was visible, a thin white line now, and if you watched carefully, it sometimes flickered with a light that had nothing to do with electricity. His eyes were green. Killing curse green. But when his power stirred, rings of gold fire bloomed around his irises. "I am not stalling, young prince," said the demon standing before him. Kale was 7 feet tall and built like someone had crossed a bull with a nightmare. His skin was deep crimson, and his horns curved back from his temples in thick, ridged arcs. He wore armor made of bone and blackened iron, and he had the look of someone who was used to getting what he wanted through sheer physical intimidation. It wasn't working. "You are absolutely stalling," Harry said. "You've been talking for 20 minutes and you haven't actually stated your challenge formally. Which means either you don't know the proper forms, unlikely, since you've been alive for 6,000 years, or you're hoping I'll get bored and dismiss you, which would let you claim I refuse to hear your grievance. Which would give you standing to take your complaint to the Circle of Lords." He tilted his head. "Am I warm?" Kale's jaw tightened. The throne room was full. Not packed, hell's politics weren't a spectator sport for just anyone, but the important players were here. A dozen demon lords and ladies of varying rank lined the walls, watching with the careful attention of predators at a watering hole. Maze stood to Harry's left, arms crossed, radiating menace like a space heater radiated warmth. To his right, leaning against a pillar with studied nonchalance, was a tall, pale demon named Astaroth who served as Harry's chief advisor on matters of infernal law. Astaroth looked like a beautiful man in his mid-30s if you ignored the fact that his shadow didn't match his body and his eyes were solid black. "Speak your challenge or leave, Kale," Harry said. His voice was calm, almost friendly. "I have things to do today." "Very well." Kale drew himself up. "I, Kale of the Fourth House of War, challenge the right of Harrison Morningstar to hold authority over the circles of hell. He is mortal. Human. A child of flesh and limited years. The throne of the Underworld was not built for his kind, and I invoke the ancient right of Kethvaran, trial by dominance, to prove my claim." The room went very quiet. Harry didn't move. Didn't react. He let the silence stretch for 3 seconds, then 5, then 8. He'd learned that from his father. Silence was a weapon, and most people couldn't stand it. They'd fill it, and in filling it, they'd weaken. Kale held his tongue, to his credit. "Kethvaran," Harry said finally. "You sure about that?" "I am. Because Kethvaran isn't just a duel, Kale. It's total. Winner takes the loser's rank, territories, and sworn vassals. You lose, I get everything you have. And you've spent 4,000 years building your domain in the fourth circle." He leaned forward slightly. "You're willing to bet all of that on the assumption that a mortal child can't beat you?" "I am willing to bet all of that on 6,000 years of combat experience and the fire of hell in my veins." Kale's voice was a low rumble, like boulders grinding together. "You are strong for a human, Prince. Everyone knows this. But you are still human, and there are limits to what human flesh can do." Harry looked at Maze. She was grinning, the kind of grin that showed too many teeth and promised violence. She gave him the tiniest nod. He looked at Astaroth, who raised one elegant eyebrow and shrugged, as if to say, "Your call, but you know what I think." Harry stood. The throne's silver inlay rippled and went still. "All right, Kale. I accept your challenge." He rolled his shoulders and cracked his neck, one side then the other. Standard Kethvaran rules. No outside weapons, no allies, no retreat. First to yield or die loses. The circle of lords bears witness. He walked down the 3 steps from the throne's dais, and the watching demons shifted, pressing back against the walls to give space. The center of the throne room was a vast expanse of black stone, easily 100 feet across. Plenty of room. Kale smiled for the first time. It was the smile of a predator who believed, genuinely and with 6 millennia of evidence, that he was the most dangerous thing in the room. He was wrong. Whenever you're ready, Harry said. Kale didn't waste time. He lunged forward with a speed that belied his massive frame, covering the distance between them in 2 strides. His fist came down like a sledgehammer, wreathed in dark fire, the deep, poisonous red of demonic flame. The stone floor cracked under the impact. Harry wasn't there. He'd moved at the last instant, a half-step to the left that looked effortless but had been drilled into his muscle memory by 10 years of Mazakine's combat training. Maze didn't believe in going easy on students. She'd put a knife to his throat when he was 5 years old and told him to get out of it. He'd cried. Then he'd gotten out of it. Then he'd never cried during training again. Quick, Kale acknowledged, pulling his fist from the crater it had made. You're not. Harry raised one hand and fire bloomed from his palm. Not demonic fire, not the dark red that Kale wielded. Harry's fire was something else entirely. It burned gold and white and, at its core, a searing, impossible green. Hellfire filtered through a mortal wizard's soul, transformed into something that had no name because nothing like it had ever existed before. He threw it. The bolt caught Kale in the chest and sent the demon staggering back 3 steps. Kale looked down at the scorched crater in his armor, then back up at Harry, and for the first time, something other than confidence flickered in his ancient eyes. That hurt, Kale said. It was supposed to. Kale charged again, faster this time, smarter, a feint left, then a sweeping kick that would have taken Harry's legs out from under him if he'd been standing on the ground. But Harry was already in the air, propelled by a burst of force that had nothing to do with wings or demonic flight. Raw telekinetic power, wandless and instinctive, the wizard in him bending the world to his will. He hung in the air 10 feet above Kale and looked down. I'm going to give you one chance, Harry said. Yield now, and you walk out of here with everything you came in with. Your territories, your vassals, your pride. We'll call it a misunderstanding. I do not yield to children. I was hoping you'd say that. More fun this way. Harry dropped. Not fell, dropped, accelerating far beyond what gravity would account for, wreathed in that golden-green fire. He hit Kale like a meteor. The impact shattered the stone floor in a 20-foot radius. Cracks spiderwebbed out from the point of collision, and several of the watching demons stumbled as the shockwave rolled through the room. When the dust cleared, Harry was standing with one foot on Kale's chest. The demon was on his back, dazed, his armor cracked and smoking. Harry's fire licked along his arms and shoulders like a living thing, casting strange dancing shadows across the walls. He leaned down. Here's what's going to happen, Kale. You're going to yield. Then you're going to go back to your domain in the 4th circle and continue running it competently, because by all accounts you do a fine job of it. And the next time someone whispers in your ear that the mortal prince is soft, that he's vulnerable, that he can be tested, you're going to remember this moment and you're going to tell them exactly how it went. He paused. Or I can accept your death here as the terms of Kethvaran require. Your territories become mine. Your vassals swear to me. Your name is forgotten within a century. Your choice. The room was silent. Every demon in attendance was watching with the fixed intensity of beings who understood that this moment would reshape the political landscape of hell for the next several decades. Kale stared up at the boy standing on his chest. The boy whose fire burned in colors that shouldn't exist. The boy who had just put a 6,000-year-old war demon on his back in under a minute. I yield, Cale rasped. Harry stepped off him and extended a hand. Cale stared at it. Demons didn't help each other up after challenges. It wasn't done. The victor walked away, and the loser crawled. Harry kept his hand extended. Patient. Steady. After a long moment, Cale took it. Harry pulled him to his feet, and the room seemed to exhale. Get your armor fixed, Harry said. And tell whoever put you up to this that I said hello. Cale's eyes widened fractionally. He hadn't expected Harry to know there was someone behind the challenge. But he bowed, deep and genuine, and left the throne room. His footsteps faded down the corridor. Harry turned to face the remaining demons. The fire around him faded, sinking back into his skin like water into sand. Anyone else? He asked pleasantly. No one moved. Wonderful. Court is dismissed. The demons filed out, murmuring among themselves. Harry caught snippets, impressed, skeptical, frightened, calculating. The usual spectrum. Ruling hell wasn't about being liked, it was about being respected and, when necessary, being feared. His father had taught him that. When the room was empty except for Maze and Astaroth, Harry let out a long breath and dropped back into his throne. You could have ended that faster, Maze said. I know. He was testing you. You should have broken something. I made my point. A broken bone is a point. A very effective one. Maze. She threw up her hands. Fine. Your way. The merciful prince. One day that mercy is going to bite you. Probably. He grinned at her. But not today. Astaroth cleared his throat. He had a way of doing it that conveyed entire paragraphs of commentary. That's the third challenge this year, Astaroth said. His voice was silk over gravel, smooth but with an edge underneath. And the timing is suggestive. 3 challenges in 3 months, each from a different circle, each from a lord with no obvious connection to the others. Someone is orchestrating. I know, Harry said. Lilith. Astaroth's black eyes glittered. You're certain? She's been consolidating influence in the second and third circles for the last 2 years. She's careful, she never acts directly, never leaves fingerprints. But the lords she's been courting are all old guard, all from factions that resented Dad putting a human on a throne. Cale's house has trade agreements with 3 of Lilith's closest allies. Harry shrugged. It's not proof. But it's a pattern. Your father should be informed. My father knows. He's known longer than I have. He's watching to see what I do about it. Astaroth smiled. It was thin and sharp. And what will you do? Right now? Nothing. Lilith hasn't committed to anything overt yet. Moving against her without proof would make me look paranoid and give her the moral high ground. I'll let her keep pushing pawns and I'll keep knocking them down. Eventually she'll have to step out from behind the curtain, and when she does, he let the sentence hang. Maze was nodding. Smart. I hate it, but smart. High praise from you. A sound echoed through the throne room. High, clear, and completely out of place, the sharp tap of a beak against stone. All 3 of them turned. An owl was sitting on the windowsill. This was remarkable for several reasons, the first being that the 9th circle of hell did not have windows. The throne room's walls were solid obsidian, unbroken by any opening. Yet there was the owl, perched on a sill that hadn't existed 5 seconds ago, looking ruffled and deeply unhappy about its surroundings. It was a tawny thing, brown and speckled, and it held a thick envelope in its beak. Maze had a knife in her hand before Harry even registered the motion. What the hell is that? An owl, Maze. I can see it's an owl. Why is there an owl in the 9th circle? Harry stood and walked to the window that shouldn't exist. The owl watched him approach with the offended dignity of a creature that had been forced to fly through multiple layers of metaphysical reality to deliver a piece of mail and was not happy about the experience. Harry took the envelope gently from its beak. The owl hooted once, a sound that conveyed deep personal grievance, and then vanished. The window vanished with it. Harry looked at the envelope. Heavy parchment. Green ink. No stamp. Addressed to, Mr. H. Morningstar, the secondary throne, the ninth circle, the Underworld. He turned it over. A wax seal on the back, a coat of arms featuring a lion, a serpent, a badger, and an eagle around a large letter H, Hogwarts, he said. Maze frowned. The Wizard School. The Wizard School. He broke the seal and pulled out the letter. Read it once, quickly, then again more slowly. A strange expression crossed his face, amusement layered over something more complex. Something almost like curiosity. What does it say? Astaroth asked. Harry read aloud. Dear Mr. Morningstar, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. We understand that your education to date has been non-traditional. He snorted. That's one word for it. We believe that you would benefit from formal instruction in the magical arts among peers of your own age. Term is currently in progress. A place has been reserved for you in the 5th year. Please find enclosed a list of required books and equipment. We await your owl. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. He paused. There's a handwritten note at the bottom. Different handwriting. It says, Harry, it is time we spoke. Albus Dumbledore. The name fell into the room like a stone into still water. Dumbledore, Maze said flatly. She said it the way someone might say, cockroach. The old wizard has spent 14 years trying to find you, Astaroth said. This letter suggests he's finally stopped looking and started inviting. Harry folded the letter carefully and slipped it into his jacket. He hasn't stopped looking. He's changed tactics. There's a difference. You're not considering going. Maze stepped toward him. Harry. Tell me you're not considering going to a mortal wizard school. I'm absolutely considering it. It's a trap. Obviously it's a trap. Dumbledore wants something from me, he's wanted something from me since the night Dad took me off that doorstep. Probably something to do with the prophecy. He held up a hand before she could interrupt. Which is exactly why I should go. That logic is insane. That logic is flawless. Dumbledore knows about the prophecy. Voldemort knows about the prophecy. I know about the prophecy. The difference is that Dumbledore's been building his strategy around it for 15 years and I've been ignoring it. That was fine when Voldemort was a ghost haunting Albanian forests. But he's not a ghost anymore. The room went quiet. They all knew. The ripples had reached even hell, the resurrection of the dark wizard called Voldemort, performed through dark rituals 6 months ago. A mortal matter, technically. But the thing that lived in Harry's scar, the soul fragment, the Horcrux, had stirred when it happened. Harry had felt it. A pulse of something cold and alien and hungry, pressing against the wards his father had helped him build around it. He's back, Harry said. And he's going to come looking for me eventually. The prophecy says so, neither can live while the other survives. I can sit here and wait for him to figure out where I am and come to me, or I can go into his world and deal with it on my terms. Your father will agree with me. You know he will. Maze opened her mouth, closed it, and let out a sharp breath through her nose. I hate it when you're right. I know. It's very inconvenient for you. He looked at Astaroth. Keep the court running. Any challenges in my absence get deferred to my return. And keep an eye on Lilith's people. If she makes a move while I'm gone, Maze handles it. Astaroth bowed. As you say, my prince. Harry walked out of the throne room and headed for his father's wing of the palace. The palace, if you could call it that, occupied the center of the ninth circle, a structure that had been growing and reshaping itself for eons, reflecting the will of whoever sat on the primary throne. Under Lucifer, it was elegant in a severe way, all clean lines and dark stone and the occasional flash of impossible luxury. The hallways were wide and high and lit by that same pale fire, and the air smelled faintly of something that was either sulfur or very expensive cologne, depending on who you asked. He found his father in the study. Lucifer's study was the one room in all of hell that looked like it could have existed on earth. Bookshelves lined the walls, filled with texts in every language that had ever existed and several that hadn't. A grand piano stood in one corner. Lucifer played when he was thinking, and he was always thinking. The furniture was dark leather and polished wood, and there was a bar cart stocked with bottles that contained things far more interesting than alcohol. Lucifer was at the piano, playing something that sounded like Chopin if Chopin had been having a much worse day than usual. He didn't look up when Harry walked in. "Cale?" he asked, his fingers still moving over the keys. "Handled. Casualties?" "None." His pride, maybe. Pity. A small amount of bloodshed does wonders for deterrence. A chord change, minor to major, unexpectedly light. "I heard an owl." "You heard an owl." "In hell." "Remarkable birds, magical owls." "Tenacious." "Stupid, but tenacious." He finished the piece with a soft, lingering note and turned on the bench to face his son. "Hogwarts." Harry pulled out the letter and tossed it to him. Lucifer caught it without looking, read it in a glance, and set it on the piano. "Dumbledore," he said. Same tone Maze had used. Lucifer and Maze agreed on very little, but their mutual disdain for Albus Dumbledore was a rare point of harmony. "He wants to talk. He wants to use you. There's a difference, though he'd never admit it. The old man genuinely believes he's acting in your best interest. That's what makes him dangerous. He's not lying when he says he cares. He simply defines caring as arranging other people's lives according to his master plan." Lucifer crossed one leg over the other. "Rather like my father, actually. Must be something about excessive beard length and godlike power." Harry sat down in the leather armchair across from the piano. This room was where they'd had every important conversation of his life. Where Lucifer had told him, at age 6, who his birth parents were and how they'd died. Where Harry had cried, one of the very few times, and Lucifer had held him and said nothing, because sometimes nothing was the only honest thing to say. Where they discussed the prophecy when Harry was 12 and old enough to understand it. Where Lucifer had explained the Horcrux in his scar, what it was, what it meant, and what they were going to do about it. Where Harry had asked, at age 8, "Why did you take me?" and Lucifer had looked at him with those amber eyes and said, "Because someone left you in the cold, and I was angry about it. And then I held you and you smiled at me and I realized I was done being the kind of being who walks away." That was the thing about Lucifer that the stories never got right. He didn't lie. He was, in fact, constitutionally incapable of it. He could omit, misdirect, and frame things in creatively misleading ways, but he could not speak a direct untruth. So when he said he loved his son, it was the most reliable statement in all of creation. "I want to go," Harry said. "I know. Not because of Dumbledore. Because of Voldemort. And because," he hesitated, which was rare for him. "I've never been around other people my age. Mortal people. I want to know what that's like." Lucifer studied him. That gaze could peel back layers of reality, it could see the truth hiding behind any lie, the desire lurking beneath any denial. He'd never turned that power on Harry without permission, but Harry could still feel the weight of it, held in check. "You are the Prince of Hell," Lucifer said. "You don't need my permission." "I'm not asking for permission. I'm asking for your opinion." A slow smile. Lucifer looked, in that moment, almost human. Almost like a father whose kid had said something that made him proud. "My opinion is that you've outgrown this place. Not permanently, hell will always be your home, and these throne rooms will always be your domain. But you're 15, Harry. You're mortal, at least partly, and mortality is meant to be lived in the mortal world, not down here among the dead. He stood and walked to the bar cart. Poured 2 glasses of something that glowed faintly amber. Handed one to Harry. You've been ready for this for years. I've been selfish, keeping you here. You haven't been selfish. I'm the devil, darling. Selfishness is rather on brand. He clinked his glass against Harry's. Go to Hogwarts. Learn what the wizards have to teach, though I suspect you'll find it rather elementary. Deal with Dumbledore. Deal with Voldemort. And when you're done, come home and tell me all about it. Harry drank. The liquid was warm and tasted like smoke and honey and something electric. And if Voldemort becomes a genuine problem, if he escalates beyond what you can handle, which I doubt, then I will handle it personally. And there won't be enough of him left to fill a thimble. Lucifer's eyes flickered red for just an instant. No one touches my son, Harry. Not a Dark Lord. Not a headmaster. Not anyone. I can fight my own battles. I know. You just proved that rather decisively with poor Kale. I'm simply reminding you that you don't have to. He set down his glass. Now. Practicalities. You'll need supplies, wizard supplies. Wand, books, robes, all the quaint medieval paraphernalia they insist on. You'll want to visit Diagon Alley. I've read about it. Reading about it and experiencing it are different things. The wizarding world is, charmingly backward. They still use quills and parchment. They send mail by owl. Their government is run by people who are terrified of a single dark wizard despite having an entire society of magic users at their disposal. You'll find it equal parts fascinating and infuriating. Sounds like the demon courts. Without the intelligence, darling. At least demons know they're being political. Wizards somehow manage to be both Machiavellian and oblivious simultaneously. He was smiling again, the sharp, warm smile that was just for Harry. One more thing. The Horcrux. Harry's hand went involuntarily to his scar. What about it? Voldemort will sense you when you enter his world. The connection works both ways, and your wards will muffle it but not eliminate it. He'll know you're there. He'll come for you, eventually, and when he reaches through that connection, he's going to find something he doesn't expect. Hellfire. Hellfire. And 14 years of exposure to the most potent metaphysical energies in creation. That fragment of his soul has been stewing in hell since you were an infant. It's not what it was. He won't know what to make of it, and that will make him afraid. Lucifer's smile turned into something fiercer. And Tom Riddle, when he's afraid, makes mistakes. Harry nodded. He finished his drink and stood. I'll leave tomorrow. Diagon Alley first, then Hogwarts. I'll open a permanent portal anchor for you. You can come and go as you please, hell to Hogwarts, Hogwarts to hell. Maze will want to check in. Frequently. Possibly violently. I'll handle Maze. You're braver than I am. Harry headed for the door, then stopped. Turned back. Dad. Lucifer looked at him. Thanks. For all of it. For the doorstep. For everything after. Something crossed Lucifer's face, something ancient and vast and, just for a moment, vulnerable. The devil, who had stood against heaven itself, who had endured eons of exile and punishment, who had never bent or broken or apologized for what he was, that being looked at his son and his eyes were very bright. You smiled at me, Lucifer said simply. Everything else followed from that. Harry left the study. He walked through the palace halls toward his own chambers, his mind already racing ahead, Diagon Alley, Hogwarts, Dumbledore, Voldemort, the prophecy, the war that was coming. He felt the familiar hum of hell around him, the deep vibration of a realm that had been his home for as long as he could remember. The heat that wasn't uncomfortable because it was part of him. The darkness that wasn't frightening because he was part of it. He'd miss it. Even knowing he could come back anytime, he'd miss it. His chambers were in the East Wing, a suite of rooms he'd decorated himself, or rather, Hell had decorated according to his nature, because Hell was responsive to the souls within it, and Harry's soul was a complicated thing. The rooms were a mix of infernal architecture and something warmer, more human. Dark stone walls but with actual windows that looked out onto a sky that Harry had willed into existence, not the burning void of Hell's natural ceiling, but something that looked like a night sky, stars and all. Bookshelves overflowing with texts on both mortal magic and infernal sorcery. A workbench covered in projects, experimental spell combinations, modified ward schemes, a half-finished translation of a Sumerian demonology text that Harry had been working through with Astaroth. On the wall above his bed, a photograph. Not a wizard photograph, those moved. This was still, a Muggle picture, old and slightly faded. A man with messy dark hair and glasses, a woman with red hair and brilliant green eyes, both smiling at the camera with the kind of joy that was almost painful to look at. His parents. James and Lily Potter. Lucifer had gotten it for him. Had walked into the mortal world, found it in the ruins of a cottage in a village called Godric's Hollow, and brought it back. He'd never tried to replace them. Never asked Harry to forget them or choose. He'd simply said, "They loved you enough to die for you. I love you enough to let you remember that." Harry looked at the photograph for a long moment. His mother's eyes, his eyes. His father's hair, his hair. "I'm going to finish what you started," he said quietly. "And I'm going to make him regret what he did to you." The photograph didn't answer, obviously. But the green of his mother's eyes seemed very vivid in the low light. He packed light. He was the Prince of Hell, he could conjure or summon almost anything he needed. But there were some things he wanted to carry physically. The photograph. A knife Maze had given him for his 10th birthday, infernal steel, spelled to cut through magical protections. A small leather journal that contained his personal notes on the Horcrux, the prophecy, and everything he'd been able to learn about Voldemort from 14 years of research. And a ring, simple silver band set with a black stone that pulsed faintly with warmth, that served as his anchor to Hell's power. He could draw on the Underworld's energy from anywhere in creation as long as he wore it, a gift from Lucifer that had taken 3 years to craft. He slept for a few hours. Even the Prince of Hell needed sleep, one of the indignities of his half-mortal nature that Maze never let him forget. He dreamed of a green light and a woman screaming and then of fire, not green, not red, but gold, spreading out in all directions from a boy standing in the ruins of a great hall. He woke before what passed for dawn in the 9th circle and found Maze waiting outside his chambers. She was leaning against the wall, armed to the teeth. 2 curved blades at her hips, throwing knives strapped to her thighs, and something that looked like a small crossbow slung across her back. "You're not coming with me," Harry said. "I'm walking you to the portal." "Armed like that?" "I'm always armed like this. You just don't usually notice because you're used to it." "Fair point." They walked together through the palace, through the outer courts where lesser demons scurried about the daily business of Hell, processing souls, maintaining the circles, carrying out the vast and complex bureaucracy that most mortals didn't realize the afterlife required. Several of them stopped and bowed as Harry passed. He acknowledged each one by name. He'd made it a point to learn every name, every face, every role. His father ruled through charisma and power. Harry ruled through that and through the simple, devastating strategy of giving a damn about the people he ruled. They reached the portal chamber, a circular room at the heart of the palace where the walls were covered in shifting sigils and the air tasted of ozone and possibility. Lucifer was already there, standing before an active portal, a vertical disk of swirling silver light that hummed with contained energy. "Diagon Alley, London," Lucifer said, gesturing at the portal. "It'll deposit you in a side street near the Leaky Cauldron. The anchor is set, when you want to come home, you simply push your will into the ring and a portal will open wherever you are. Harry nodded. He looked at Maze. If you die, she said, I will drag your soul back from whatever afterlife you end up in and kill you again myself. I love you too, Maze. She grabbed him in a hug that was roughly the force of an industrial press. He hugged back. When she let go, her eyes were bright and she turned away quickly, which was as close to openly emotional as Mazikeen ever got. Harry turned to his father. Lucifer put a hand on his shoulder. Remember who you are. Harrison Morningstar. Prince of Hell. Son of Lucifer. Son of Lily and James. All of it. All of it. Lucifer squeezed his shoulder once, then let go. Go show them what the devil's boy can do. Harry stepped through the portal. The silver light swallowed him, cool and electric. For a heartbeat he was nowhere, suspended in the space between worlds, between hell and earth, between who he had been and who he was about to become. Then the light spat him out and he was standing in a narrow, rain-slicked alley in London. The mortal world hit him in a rush of sensation. Cold air. The smell of rain on pavement. Traffic noise, distant and constant. The grey sky of an English January, low and heavy with clouds. Everything was so loud, not in volume, but in texture. Hell was ancient and deep and resonant, but it was familiar. This was new. This was overwhelming and chaotic and alive in a way that hell, for all its power, simply wasn't. Harry stood in the alley for a moment and breathed. The cold air stung his lungs. He could feel the mortal world pressing against him, its magic, thin and diffuse compared to hell's concentrated power, but everywhere. In the earth under the pavement. In the rain. In the distant hum of ley lines that the wizards built their world along. And he could feel something else. The Horcrux in his scar stirred, restless, pressing against its wards like a dog straining at a leash. It could feel its creator's presence in this world, distant, faint, but real. Voldemort was out there somewhere, alive and scheming, connected to Harry by a thread of damaged soul. Harry pressed his thumb against the scar and pushed back. The Horcrux settled, whimpering silently behind its barriers. Behave, he muttered. He straightened his jacket, ran a hand through his hair, pointless, it did what it wanted, and walked out of the alley onto Charing Cross Road. People streamed past in both directions, umbrellas up, faces down, lost in the unique misery of a London winter commute. None of them looked at him twice. He was just a teenager in a dark jacket, slightly too composed for his age, walking with the kind of confidence that most 15-year-olds hadn't yet earned. The leaky cauldron was right where it was supposed to be, wedged between a bookshop and a record store, invisible to Muggle eyes. Harry could see it clearly. He could see a lot of things clearly. Growing up in hell had a way of stripping away illusions. After spending your childhood in a realm where reality was negotiable and appearance was never substance, mortal concealment charms were almost quaint. He pushed open the door and walked in. The pub was dim and shabby and smelled of pipe smoke and butterbeer and something frying. A handful of witches and wizards were scattered around the tables, an old woman nursing a drink, a young couple huddled over a copy of the Daily Prophet, a wizard with a spectacular purple top hat who appeared to be asleep. The bartender, a stooped bald man, looked up as Harry entered. "Morning," the bartender said. "What can I get you?" "Just passing through. I need access to Diagon Alley." "Right, through the back." "Know the way?" "I'll figure it out." He crossed the pub. The young couple glanced at him and then did a double take at something, his eyes, maybe, or the way the air around him seemed slightly too warm. He didn't slow down. Through the back door, into a small courtyard, and there was the brick wall. Harry knew the combination, 3 up, 2 across from the bin. He also knew he didn't need it. He pressed his palm flat against the bricks and pushed, not physically but with his will, with the power that lived in his blood and his bones and the ring on his finger. The wall didn't just open. It leapt aside, bricks scrambling over each other in their haste to get out of his way, rearranging themselves into an archway twice the normal size. The magic of the wall had felt him, felt what he was, and responded accordingly. Diagon Alley stretched before him, and Harry Potter stepped into the wizarding world for the first time. It was chaos. Beautiful, ridiculous, wonderful chaos. Shops stacked on top of each other at impossible angles, their windows stuffed with moving displays, cauldrons that stirred themselves, books that fluttered their pages invitingly, broomsticks that hovered in midair. Witches and wizards of every description filled the cobblestone street, haggling, laughing, arguing, dragging children by the hand, clutching packages. Owls swooped overhead. A vendor was selling roasted chestnuts from a cart that appeared to be mildly on fire. Harry stood at the entrance and took it all in. A grin spread across his face, genuine, unguarded, the kind of expression he rarely wore in the courts of hell because vulnerability was currency down there. Brilliant, he said to no one in particular, and started walking. First stop, Gringotts. The Goblin Bank sat at the far end of the alley, a towering white marble building that leaned slightly, as though it were looking down its nose at everything around it. The bronze doors were flanked by goblin guards in scarlet and gold uniforms, armed with spears and wearing expressions that said they would happily use them. Harry walked up the steps. The guards stiffened as he approached. They could feel it, goblins were more attuned to magical signatures than most wizards, and Harry's signature was not something you could miss. It radiated from him like heat from an open furnace. Mortal magic braided with infernal power, a combination that had never walked into Gringotts before and that the wards had absolutely no idea what to do with. One of the guards gripped his spear tighter. "State your business." "I'd like to access my vault. Or rather, my vaults. I believe I have at least two, the Potter family vault and whatever Gringotts holds in trust for the Morningstar estate." The guard's eyes widened. The other guard took a step back. "Your name?" the first guard asked, though his tone had shifted dramatically. "Harrison Morningstar. Born Harry James Potter." Silence. The two goblins looked at each other. Then the first one turned and opened the bronze doors himself, standing aside with a bow that was shallow but genuine. "Welcome to Gringotts, Lord Morningstar. I'll summon the director." Harry had expected some recognition. The goblins had ancient ties to realms beyond the mortal, they'd negotiated treaties with infernal powers long before the modern wizarding world existed. But, summon the director, was a level of response he hadn't anticipated. He was led through the main hall, vast, marble, lined with tellers behind high counters, and into a private corridor. Goblins stopped what they were doing and stared as he passed. He heard whispers in gobbledygook, the goblin language, which he spoke passably thanks to Astaroth's insistence on a comprehensive linguistic education. They were saying, "The Morningstar's heir. The Morningstar's heir is here." The director's office was at the end of the corridor, behind a door of solid gold. The goblin who opened it was ancient, easily the oldest creature Harry had seen outside of hell. His skin was like crumpled paper, his eyes were sharp as broken glass, and he wore a suit of armor made of something that glowed faintly. "Ragnarok," the goblin said, extending a clawed hand. "Director of Gringotts. We've been waiting for you, Lord Morningstar. For quite some time, in fact." Harry shook his hand. Goblins respected strength, directness, and the absence of condescension. He'd dealt with enough demons to know the type. "I wasn't aware anyone here knew I existed. The Morningstar informed us of your existence and your inheritance on the day of your adoption. He set up trust arrangements, investment portfolios, and instructed us to maintain the Potter family vault until such time as you came to claim it." Ragnarok gestured to a chair. "Your holdings are substantial." "How substantial?" Ragnarok slid a ledger across the desk. Harry opened it and went still. The Potter vault alone was enormous, old money, generations of accumulated wealth. But the Morningstar holdings were something else entirely. Gold, yes, but also artifacts, property deeds to places that existed between dimensions, investment returns from ventures that spanned centuries. Lucifer had been quietly building a financial empire in the mortal world for longer than most mortal civilizations had existed, and he'd put all of it in Harry's name. He never mentioned this, Harry said. Lord Morningstar instructed us to reveal the full extent of your holdings when you came of age or when you first visited. He also left a note. Ragnarok handed over a sealed envelope. Harry opened it. Inside, in Lucifer's elegant handwriting, "Darling, surprise. Consider it 14 years of birthday and Christmas presents combined. Don't spend it all in one place. Actually, do. It'll be funny." Dad. Harry laughed. He folded the note carefully and put it in his jacket pocket, next to the Hogwarts letter. "I'll need access to the Potter Vault today," he said. "And I'll need a Gringotts card. I assume you have some mechanism for withdrawals without visiting in person?" "We do. For clients of your stature." Ragnarok produced a small black card from a desk drawer. It looked like a credit card made of obsidian. "This will draw from any of your vaults. It works in both the wizarding and muggle worlds." Harry took it and slipped it into his pocket. "Thank you, Director. One more thing." "Yes." "The Potter Vault. Has anyone attempted to access it in the last 14 years? Ragnarok's expression shifted. It was subtle. Goblins were nearly as good as demons at controlling their faces, but Harry caught it. "There have been inquiries. Albus Dumbledore petitioned for access as your magical guardian. We denied the request, as your actual guardian had already established legal custody through our institution. He was persistent. I'll bet. The vault remains exactly as your birth parents left it, plus accumulated interest and returns. Nothing has been removed. Good. Keep it that way. No one accesses my vaults without my express, in-person permission. Not Dumbledore. Not anyone." Ragnarok smiled. It was the goblin version of a smile, which meant it showed a lot of very sharp teeth. "With pleasure, Lord Morningstar." Harry spent the rest of the morning shopping. Robes from Madame Malkin's, where the measuring tape took one pass around him and then fled to the far corner of the room, apparently confused by his magical signature. Books from Flourish and Blots. He bought the entire fifth-year curriculum and then added a dozen supplementary texts that caught his eye. Potion ingredients from the apothecary. An owl, a midnight black eagle owl with amber eyes that reminded him of his father's, which he named Nyx. The wand was the problem. Ollivander's was exactly what the books described: narrow, dusty, crammed floor to ceiling with long thin boxes. The old man behind the counter, Garrick Ollivander, looked up when Harry walked in and immediately went pale. "Oh my," he breathed. "Oh my. Mr. Ollivander. I've been making wands for decades." Ollivander came around the counter, his pale eyes wide and shining. "I remember every wand I've ever sold. Every core, every wood, every inch. But I have never," he stopped. Stared. "You are Harry Potter. Harrison Morningstar." "Yes. Yes, I can see that. Both things. Both at once." He was circling Harry slowly, the way you'd circle a bonfire, respectful of the heat. "Your mother's wand was willow and unicorn hair. Your father's, mahogany and dragon heartstring. But you are going to be a challenge." He was right. Wand after wand, wood after wood, core after core. Harry tried them and they flinched, sparked, died, or, in one memorable case, exploded. Ollivander pulled boxes from higher and higher shelves, going deeper into his inventory, his expression shifting from concern to fascination. "The wand chooses the wizard," Ollivander muttered. "But what wizard could?" He stopped. Looked at Harry with a strange expression. "There is one. I wonder." He disappeared into the very back of the shop. Harry heard rummaging, the sound of boxes being moved, a muffled exclamation. Ollivander returned carrying a box that was older than the others, dark wood, the hinges green with age. "I made this decades ago," he said. "And I've never understood why. The wood came to me in a dream. The core was a gift, left on my doorstep by a source I've never been able to identify. I've never been able to sell it. Every wizard who's tried it has been rejected. Violently." He opened the box. Inside, resting on faded velvet, was a wand. It was dark, nearly black, made of wood that seemed to shift between colors when Harry looked at it, now midnight blue, now deep crimson, now the absolute black of a void. It was longer than most wands, elegant, with a subtle twist in its grain that reminded Harry of a flame frozen in motion. 13.5 inches, Ollivander whispered. Elder wood, the rarest and most powerful of wand woods. And the core. Harry reached for it. The moment his fingers touched the wood, the shop went dark. Every light, every candle, every glow, extinguished. Then light erupted from the wand itself, pouring from it in waves of gold and green and white, filling the shop, filling the street outside, pushing against the windows like a living thing. Harry felt the wand lock onto his magic, all of it, mortal and infernal, and sing. It sang in a frequency he felt in his bones, a resonance so perfect it brought tears to his eyes. The light faded. The shop was intact. Ollivander was pressed against the far wall, not in fear but in awe. "The core," Ollivander said quietly, "is the freely given feather of a seraph. An angel feather, Mr. Morningstar. There is no other wand like it in the world." Harry held the wand up. It hummed in his hand, warm and alive, an extension of his will that felt as natural as his own fingers. "How much?" he asked. "For that wand?" "Nothing. I was only ever keeping it safe until you arrived." Ollivander's pale eyes were shining. "I think you're going to do extraordinary things, Mr. Morningstar. Terrible, perhaps. But extraordinary. Why not both?" Harry said, and left the shop with his wand in his hand and the wizarding world stretching before him like a story waiting to be told. He stood in the middle of Diagon Alley with his bag shrunken and in his pockets, Nyx perched on his shoulder, his new wand humming against his palm. The afternoon crowd swirled around him. Witches and wizards living their small, bright, fragile lives, unaware that the world was about to change. Tomorrow he'd go to Hogwarts. Tomorrow he'd meet Dumbledore, and the chess master would finally see the piece he'd lost 15 years ago, only it wasn't a pawn anymore. Harry smiled. It was a smile he'd learned from his father, warm and sharp and full of promise. "All right, Tom," he murmured, pressing his thumb against his scar. The Horcrux shivered behind its wards. "I'm here. Come find me." He turned on his heel and walked into the crowd, the Prince of Hell loose in the wizarding world, and the game had only just begun. Chapter 2, Kingdom Come. The Hogwarts Express was not, strictly speaking, the only way to reach the school. Harry knew this from his research: flow powder, port keys, even broomstick if you were insane enough to fly across Scotland in January. But Dumbledore's follow-up letter, delivered by a far less traumatized owl than the first, had been specific. The train would make a special stop for him at King's Cross, platform 9 3/4, at 10 o'clock on a Tuesday morning. It was, Harry recognized, a performance. Dumbledore wanted him to arrive the way every other student arrived. Wanted him to walk through the barrier, board the train, ride the scenic route through the countryside, and arrive at Hogwarts looking like just another teenager with a trunk. It was a framing device: arrive like a student, be treated like a student, fall into the rhythms of student life, become manageable. Harry decided to play along. Not because he was manageable, but because he was curious. He'd never ridden a train before. Hell's transportation infrastructure leaned more toward portals, shadow walking, and the occasional chariot pulled by things that didn't have names in any human language. King's Cross was a cathedral of noise and motion. Harry stood in the main concourse at 9:45, watching the mortals stream past, commuters, tourists, families dragging luggage. The sheer density of humanity was still a novelty. In hell, you could walk for miles through certain circles and encounter nothing but silence and stone. Here, you couldn't stand still for 5 seconds without someone bumping into you. He found the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. It looked like a solid brick pillar to Muggle eyes, but Harry could see the charm layered over it, a concealment ward, elegant but simple, the magical equivalent of a beaded curtain. He walked through it without breaking stride. Platform 9 3/4 materialized around him. A scarlet steam engine sat at the platform, the words Hogwarts Express gleaming in gold on its side. Steam billowed from its stack, curling up into the vaulted glass ceiling and dissolving. The platform was nearly empty. This wasn't a normal departure day, after all. The train was here just for him. Almost empty. A woman was waiting near the engine. Tall, severe, wearing emerald green robes and a pointed hat, with her gray hair pulled into a tight bun. She had the look of someone who had spent decades managing chaos and had long since stopped being impressed by anything. "Mr. Morningstar, I presume," she said as he approached. "Professor McGonagall?" "Indeed. I'm here to escort you to Hogwarts." Her eyes swept over him with the practiced assessment of a teacher who could size up a student in 3 seconds flat. Harry could tell she was cataloging everything: his posture, his clothes, the wand visible at his hip, the faint shimmer of power that he didn't bother to suppress. "You look like your father." "Which one?" A flicker of something crossed her face, surprise, maybe, or the ghost of a smile. "James. You look like James. Except the eyes." "My mother's." "Yes." Her voice softened, just for a moment. "Lily's eyes exactly." Then the steel was back. "Well, come along. The train is waiting and I have classes to teach this afternoon." They boarded. The train's interior was a long corridor of compartments, all empty. McGonagall led him to one near the front and they sat across from each other as the train lurched into motion, pulling away from the platform and plunging into a tunnel before emerging into grey English daylight. Harry watched the city give way to suburbs, then countryside. Green fields and hedgerows. Sheep that didn't look up as the train thundered past. A river, silver under the overcast sky, winding between low hills. Everything was so incredibly, almost painfully green. After 14 years of hell's obsidian and fire and shadow, the mortal world's palette was overwhelming. "I should brief you on what to expect," McGonagall said. She'd pulled a folder from somewhere inside her robes. "You're entering Hogwarts as a 5th-year student. The other 5th years have had 4 years of magical education. The headmaster believes you can catch up quickly, given your background." "I won't need to catch up." She looked at him over her spectacles. "You've had formal magical training." "Not formal by your standards. But I've been practicing magic since I was 4 years old. My father, Lucifer, made sure I had access to every magical text and tutor he could find. I've studied with infernal sorcerers, I've read the complete Hogwarts curriculum through 7th year, and I've been doing wandless magic since before I was old enough for a wand." McGonagall's eyebrow rose incrementally. "Wandless magic." Harry held up his hand. A ball of light appeared above his palm, not fire, just pure magical light, soft and warm and perfectly controlled. He shifted it through colors: white, blue, gold, green. Then he closed his hand and it vanished. "I see," McGonagall said. Her tone was carefully neutral, but Harry caught the widening of her eyes before she controlled it. "Well. You'll still need to be sorted." "The hat." "The sorting hat, yes. It will be done privately, in the headmaster's office, before you're introduced to the school. Speaking of which, the student body doesn't know you're coming. We've kept the announcement quiet to avoid complications. You mean to avoid the entire wizarding world losing its collective mind over the fact that Harry Potter is alive and was raised by the devil. McGonagall's lips thinned. I was going to say, to manage the narrative, but your phrasing is more accurate. Harry liked her. She was direct, practical, and clearly not interested in coddling him. He could work with that. Professor, can I ask you something? You may. Dumbledore's letter said, "It is time we spoke." Not, "It would be good to meet you," or, "We'd love to have you." It's time. As though there's a schedule. As though I'm late for an appointment I didn't know I had. He leaned back in his seat. What does he want from me? McGonagall was quiet for a long moment. The countryside rolled past the window. Rain began to streak the glass. Albus Dumbledore is a great wizard, she said finally. The greatest alive, many would say. He is also a man who carries the weight of prophecy on his shoulders and has done so for 16 years. He believes, and I say this as someone who trusts him, though not blindly, that you have a role to play in the coming war against Voldemort. A specific, crucial role. The prophecy. You know about it? I've known about it since I was 12. Another silence. McGonagall removed her spectacles and cleaned them, a gesture that Harry suspected was more about buying thinking time than about hygiene. Then you know more than most of the people in that castle, she said. Including several who believe they know everything. She replaced her spectacles. I won't pretend to know what Dumbledore's full plan is. I never have. But I'll tell you this, Mr. Morningstar, you are not obligated to follow it. You are a student at Hogwarts, if you choose to be, and you are entitled to the same education and protection as any other student. Whatever else happens is between you and the headmaster. And if I don't like what the headmaster has to say, then you tell him so. Loudly, if necessary. Merlin knows someone should. She almost smiled. Your mother certainly would have. The train carried them north. Harry asked McGonagall about the school, practical questions, not the kind you could find in books. What were the teachers like? Which subjects were well taught and which were a waste of time? What was the political landscape among the students? McGonagall answered with the crisp efficiency of someone who had no patience for nonsense. The teachers ranged from excellent, Flitwick for charms, herself for transfiguration, to adequate, Binns for history, though she said adequate in a tone that meant catastrophically boring, to problematic. She paused meaningfully at defense against the dark arts and said only that the position had a troubled history, and that the current occupant was a ministry appointment. Meaning the ministry forced someone on you. Meaning the ministry has placed Professor Dolores Umbridge at Hogwarts in an advisory and teaching capacity, and she has certain ideas about how magical education should be conducted. What kind of ideas? The kind that involve no practical magic in defense classes, extensive ministry oversight, and a general atmosphere of suspicion and control. McGonagall's jaw was tight. She is, to put it diplomatically, a challenge. You don't like her. My personal feelings are irrelevant. That's a no. McGonagall looked at him. Something shifted in her expression, a crack in the professional facade, just for a second. She has been making my students write lines with a quill that cuts the words into the back of their hands. I have been unable to stop it because the ministry has given her authority that supersedes my own in disciplinary matters. She said it flatly, like a report, but Harry could hear the fury beneath the surface, compressed and contained but white-hot. So no, Mr. Morningstar. I do not like her. Harry filed that away. A blood quill. Someone at this school was using a torture device on children, and the administration couldn't stop her because she had political cover. He thought about Maze, and what Maze would do to someone who cut words into a child's hand, and he had to consciously unclench his jaw. I appreciate you telling me, he said. I'm telling you because you are clearly not an ordinary student, and I suspect Dolores Umbridge is going to find you very confusing. I'd like to be present when that happens. Now he definitely liked her. The countryside grew wilder as they pushed further north. Rolling hills gave way to craggy moors and dark forests. The rain intensified, hammering the windows. Harry felt something else intensifying too, a vast, ancient magical presence growing stronger with every mile. It was like approaching a bonfire from a distance, first warmth, then heat, then the crackling awareness that you were close to something powerful. "That's the castle," he said. McGonagall nodded. "You can feel it. It's hard not to." "How old is it?" "Over 1,000 years. And every headmaster, every teacher, every student who ever practiced magic within those walls has added to it. Hogwarts is, in many ways, alive. It has its own magic, its own awareness, its own will." "Sounds like hell." McGonagall blinked. "I beg your pardon. Hell responds to intent and power. The architecture shifts, the pathways change. It has a kind of consciousness. Not sentient exactly, but aware." He paused. "Though I suspect Hogwarts has better interior decorating. One would hope." The train slowed. Through the rain-streaked window, Harry saw it, Hogwarts Castle, rising from the shore of a vast dark lake like something out of a myth. Towers and turrets, battlements and bridges, windows glowing warm against the grey sky. It was massive, sprawling, a living thing of stone and magic that hummed with a power Harry could feel in his teeth. It was, he had to admit, impressive. The train stopped at a small station. McGonagall led him down the platform and into a waiting carriage, horseless to most eyes, but Harry could see the creatures pulling it. Skeletal winged horses, black as midnight, with white pupilless eyes. "Thestrals," he said. "You can see them." "Not a question. I grew up in hell, Professor. I've seen death." She said nothing, but her expression was complicated. The carriage carried them up a winding road through the castle gates, flanked by stone pillars topped with winged boars, and into a cobblestone courtyard. The castle loomed above them, close now, and Harry could feel its magic reaching out, testing him, tasting his power the way a curious animal might sniff a stranger. He let it. He had nothing to hide. The castle's awareness brushed against his magic, both kinds, and there was a long, strange moment of silence, as if the building was thinking. Then Harry felt something he didn't expect, warmth. Welcome. As if Hogwarts had examined him and decided, on some fundamental level, that he belonged here. "Interesting," he murmured. McGonagall led him through the entrance hall, vast, stone-flagged, lit by torches that burned without smoke, and up a series of staircases that moved under their feet. Harry adapted instantly. Staircases that shifted mid-climb were nothing compared to navigating the fifth circle, where the geometry was actively hostile. They stopped before a stone gargoyle. "Acid pops," McGonagall said, and the gargoyle leapt aside to reveal a spiral staircase that moved upward on its own, like an escalator carved from stone. They stepped on and rode it up to a heavy oak door. McGonagall knocked. A voice from inside, warm, old, deceptively gentle, said, "Come in." The headmaster's office was circular and cluttered in a way that suggested either profound disorganization or a very specific kind of genius. Bookshelves lined the walls between portraits of sleeping former headmasters. Strange silver instruments crowded every surface, whirring and clicking and puffing small clouds of colored smoke. A magnificent red and gold bird sat on a perch near the desk, a phoenix, Harry realized, and his pulse quickened despite himself. He'd read about phoenixes but never seen one. And behind the desk sat Albus Dumbledore. He was tall, thin, ancient, and radiated an aura of power that most wizards probably found comforting. Long silver beard, half-moon spectacles, robes of deep blue scattered with silver stars. His eyes were the remarkable part, bright, piercingly blue, full of a sharp intelligence that the grandfatherly appearance was designed to camouflage. Harry saw through it immediately. This was not a kindly old man. This was a general. A strategist. Someone who had been playing a game of cosmic chess for decades and had just watched his most important piece walk onto the board of its own volition. "Harry," Dumbledore said, and the single word carried more weight than seemed possible. Relief. Curiosity. Calculation. And beneath all of it, something that might have been genuine affection, or at least the memory of it. "Professor Dumbledore. Please, sit." "Thank you, Minerva." McGonagall hesitated at the door, clearly reluctant to leave. Harry caught her eye and gave a small nod. "I'm fine." She left, pulling the door closed behind her, but Harry suspected she wasn't going far. He sat in the chair across from Dumbledore's desk. The phoenix, Fawkes, if the books were right, turned its head and fixed Harry with a golden eye. Then it trilled, a single clear note that resonated in Harry's chest like a struck tuning fork. It was the most beautiful sound he'd ever heard, and he'd heard choirs in the depths of hell that could shatter stone. "Fawkes doesn't sing for many people," Dumbledore said. "I'm not many people." "No. No, you certainly are not." Dumbledore steepled his fingers. His eyes moved over Harry's face, searching, cataloguing, the same way McGonagall's had but deeper, more invasive. Harry felt the faintest brush against his mental defenses, legilimency, the wizarding mind-reading art, so subtle it was almost imperceptible. Almost. Harry didn't block it. He let Dumbledore's probe reach his outer defenses and then he showed the old man exactly what those defenses looked like. Walls of infernal fire, layered and recursive, built by the Prince of Hell and reinforced by Lucifer himself. The probe hit them and recoiled like a hand from a hot stove. Dumbledore blinked. It was the first genuine reaction Harry had seen from him, a moment of surprise he hadn't been able to mask. "Apologies," Harry said pleasantly. "I don't appreciate people poking around in my head without asking." "Forgive me. An old habit." Dumbledore recovered quickly, but his eyes were sharper now, reassessing. "You have remarkable defenses. I grew up around demons. Mental fortitude isn't optional." "No, I imagine it wouldn't be." Dumbledore leaned back in his chair. The grandfatherly mask was still in place, but there were cracks in it now, and through those cracks Harry could see the real man, tired, worried, fiercely intelligent, and deeply unsure how to handle what was sitting across from him. "I've imagined this meeting many times over the years. I confess the reality is rather different from what I expected." "What did you expect?" "A boy who needed guidance. Who needed to be told about his past, his destiny, the world he was born into." A rueful smile. "Instead, I find a young man who seems to need none of those things. I know who my parents were. I know how they died. I know about the prophecy, all of it, not the sanitized version. I know about the Horcruxes." He said it deliberately, watching Dumbledore's reaction. There it was. A flinch. Tiny but real. Dumbledore hadn't expected him to know about the Horcruxes, plural. "You know about the Horcruxes," Dumbledore repeated carefully. "My father is the ruler of hell, Professor. Souls are literally his domain. You think he couldn't identify a piece of Tom Riddle's soul stapled to his son's forehead?" Harry tapped his scar. "He identified it the night he found me. He's been helping me contain it ever since. And we've spent the last 3 years researching how many more there are." Dumbledore was very still. The silver instruments on his desk whirred softly. The portraits on the walls were no longer pretending to sleep, several dozen pairs of painted eyes were watching intently. "How many have you identified?" Dumbledore asked. 6, not including the one in me. 7 total fragments, which makes sense. 7 is the most magically potent number, and Riddle is nothing if not a slave to symbolism. The diary was one, but that's been destroyed. A girl named Ginny Weasley had it 2 years ago, and something happened in this castle that ended it. A ring, a locket, a cup, a diadem, a snake, and me. He ticked them off on his fingers. "Your turn. How many had you identified?" Dumbledore's expression was extraordinary. Harry watched the old man process the fact that a 15-year-old had just rattled off intelligence that Dumbledore himself had spent over a decade painstakingly assembling. The calculation behind those blue eyes was almost visible, rearranging, reassessing, rebuilding his entire strategic framework in real time. All of them, Dumbledore said quietly. But it took me considerably longer than it apparently took you. He removed his spectacles and polished them, the same stalling gesture McGonagall used. They'd clearly spent too much time together. I confess I'm not accustomed to being the less informed party in a conversation. Get used to it. That landed. Dumbledore's eyes flashed, not with anger, but with something more complicated. Challenge, maybe. Or the dawning recognition that the dynamic he'd planned for, mentor and student, guide and guided, was not going to happen. Harry, Harrison. Or Morningstar. Harry was the name of a baby left on a doorstep. I've outgrown it. Harrison, then. Dumbledore's voice was soft. I owe you an explanation. And an apology. You do. But I'm not sure you're going to give me a real one. Let me try. He put his spectacles back on. The night your parents were killed, I made a decision. I believed, and I still believe, that the blood protection your mother's sacrifice created was the most powerful defense available to you. Placing you with your mother's sister activated that protection. As long as you called her home yours, Voldemort could not touch you. And it never occurred to you to check on me? To make sure the people you left me with would actually care for a child? To wonder whether protection and a good life were the same thing? I had monitoring charms. Harry's voice was level, controlled, but something in the room shifted. The temperature rose, just slightly. The silver instruments on the desk rattled. You left a 15-month-old baby on a doorstep in November with a letter and some monitoring charms. In what world is that acceptable? In a world at war, where the alternatives were limitless. You could have placed me with any wizarding family. You could have raised me yourself. You could have done a dozen things that didn't involve abandoning an infant to people you'd never vetted. Harry leaned forward. But that's not why you did it, is it? The blood wards were a reason, but they weren't the reason. You wanted me humble. You wanted me grateful. You wanted me to grow up outside the wizarding world so that when I came back, I'd be malleable. Overwhelmed. Looking for a guiding hand. The silence that followed was total. Even the portraits were still. Dumbledore sat behind his desk and for the first time in perhaps decades, he had no move to make. No gentle redirection, no strategic deflection, no wise proverb to smooth things over. He'd been read, deeply, accurately, completely, by a teenager. That is, Dumbledore said slowly, not entirely inaccurate. Harry blinked. He'd expected deflection, denial, a carefully worded non-answer. He hadn't expected honesty. I told myself it was about protection, Dumbledore continued. And it was, in part. The blood wards were real. But you're right, there was calculation in it. I knew the prophecy. I knew what you would need to become. And I believed. He trailed off. You believed you could shape me into what you needed. Yes. The word hung in the air. I was wrong. Not about the prophecy, that is immutable. But about my right to shape the person who must fulfill it. Your father, Lucifer, took that choice away from me, and I have spent 14 years being furious about it. But sitting here, looking at what you've become. He shook his head. You're extraordinary. And you're nothing I planned for. Good. Plans are for chess pieces. I'm not a chess piece. No. You're decidedly not. Something shifted in Dumbledore's demeanor. The mask didn't come back, exactly, but the general resurfaced, the man who had fought dark wizards for a century and couldn't fully turn off the strategic part of his brain even when he was being sincere. You mentioned the Horcruxes. You clearly know the scope of the problem. Voldemort has returned. He has followers, resources, and 6 anchors tying him to life. The prophecy says you are the one who must ultimately face him. If you know all of this, then you know we have the same enemy and the same goal. The question is whether we can work together. We can work together when you stop treating information as currency and start sharing it freely. We can work together when you accept that I'm not your soldier, your student project, or your weapon. I'm an ally, if you can handle an ally who doesn't take orders. He held Dumbledore's gaze. Can you handle that? Another long silence. Then Dumbledore smiled, a real smile, tired and rueful and, for the first time, without any calculated warmth behind it. I can try. At my age, that's the best I can offer. It's enough. For now. Harry stood. I believe there's a hat that wants to have a conversation with my head. The Sorting Hat sat on a stool that Dumbledore conjured in the middle of the office. It was a battered, patched, ancient thing, a pointed wizard's hat that had seen better centuries. It looked entirely unremarkable until Dumbledore set it on Harry's head and it came alive. Harry felt the hat's consciousness touch his mind, gentle, curious, completely different from Dumbledore's invasive probe. The hat asked permission. Harry, amused, granted it. The silence stretched. 1 second. 5. 10. 30. The hat, Harry realized, was having a crisis. Well, said a small voice in his ear. This is unprecedented. Take your time, Harry thought. You have the courage of Gryffindor, in abundance. Your mother's fire, your father's, well, both your fathers. You'd walk into any danger without flinching, and you'd do it for the people you love. The hat paused. But you also have a mind that would make Rowena Ravenclaw weep with joy. The things you've studied, the connections you make, the sheer breadth of your knowledge, keep going. Loyalty. Deep, fierce, absolute. You would burn worlds for the people you claim as yours. Helga Hufflepuff would be proud. Another pause, longer this time. An ambition. Oh, the ambition. Not petty ambition, not the hunger for status or wealth. But the drive to reshape the world, to rule, to leave a mark so deep that reality itself remembers you. Salazar Slytherin would have given his other eye for a student like you. So where do I go? The hat was quiet for a very long time. When it spoke again, its voice was different, less assessor, more conversational. Almost awed. In 1,000 years, I have sorted tens of thousands of students. I have never, not once, encountered a mind like yours. You don't fit in a house, Harrison Morningstar. You exceed them. All of them. A pause. But if I must choose, and I must, because that's my purpose, then I will place you where you will do the most good. Not for yourself. For the school. Gryffindor, the hat bellowed, loud enough for the whole office to hear. Harry took the hat off. It looked slightly dazed, if a hat could look dazed. Gryffindor, Dumbledore said. He didn't look surprised. Your parents' house. My mother's house, Harry said. My birth father's house. Seems fitting. He set the hat back on the stool. When do I meet the rest of the school? Tonight. At dinner. I'll make the announcement. Dumbledore's strategic mind was already working, Harry could see it. The old man was calculating how to frame this, how to present the sudden appearance of Harry Potter/Harrison Morningstar to a school full of teenagers and a castle full of adults with competing agendas. I'll keep it simple. Transfer student, unusual background, sorted into Gryffindor. The details will come out on their own, there's no stopping that, but I'd rather control the initial narrative. Fine. But I'm not hiding who I am. If someone asks, I answer honestly. I wouldn't expect anything less. Dumbledore rose and led him to the door. Minerva will show you to Gryffindor Tower. Your things have already been sent up. Dinner is at 6. He paused. Harrison. Harry turned. For what it's worth, and I know it may not be worth much, I'm glad you're here. Not because of the prophecy. Because your mother would have wanted you to see this place. It was, Harry suspected, the most genuine thing Dumbledore had said all day. He nodded once, and left. McGonagall was waiting at the bottom of the spiral staircase, exactly as Harry had predicted. She fell into step beside him without a word, leading him through the castle's labyrinthine corridors. Classes were in session. Harry could hear the muffled sounds of lectures and spell practice behind closed doors. A few students in the hallways did double takes as he passed, drawn by the same nameless quality that had unsettled the goblins and the wandmaker and the sorting hat. There was something about Harrison Morningstar that made people look twice. Not fear, exactly. More like the instinct that told you a storm was coming before the first cloud appeared. Gryffindor Tower was behind a portrait of a large woman in a pink dress who eyed him suspiciously. New student, she asked. New student, McGonagall confirmed. The password is, Phoenix Feather. The portrait swung open. Beyond it was a circular common room that radiated warmth, a massive fireplace, squashy armchairs in red and gold, bookshelves, and notice boards and tables scarred by generations of homework. It was empty at the moment, everyone in class. Harry stood in the middle of it and felt the castle's magic wrap around him again, that same warm welcome, stronger here in the heart of Gryffindor's domain. Your dormitory is up the stairs to the left, McGonagall said. 5th-year boys. You'll be sharing with 4 others, Weasley, Longbottom, Finnegan, and Thomas. She paused. They're good boys. Give them a chance. I always give people a chance, Professor. Good. Dinner at 6. Don't be late. She left. Harry climbed the stairs to the dormitory, a round room with 5 4-poster beds, each with heavy red curtains. His trunk was already at the foot of the empty bed nearest the window. Nix was perched on the headboard, looking deeply unimpressed with the accommodations. I know, Harry told the owl. It's not the 9th circle. You'll survive. Nix clicked his beak disdainfully and tucked his head under his wing. Harry unpacked. He placed his parents' photograph on the bedside table. Hung his jacket in the wardrobe. Slid Maze's knife under his pillow, old habit, and one she'd murder him for breaking. He changed into Hogwarts robes, which were surprisingly comfortable, though he kept his silver ring and his wand at his hip. Then he sat on the bed and closed his eyes. He reached for the ring's connection to hell. It responded instantly, a warm pulse of infernal energy that grounded him, reminded him who he was, where he came from. Through it, he could feel the underworld, the heat, the vastness, the slow-churning power of a realm that existed below all others. He could feel the throne room, empty. The palace, humming with activity. And somewhere in the deep places, a cold, patient intelligence that was watching, always watching. Lilith. She knew he'd left. She was already calculating. He let the connection fade and opened his eyes. Through the window, the grounds of Hogwarts stretched out before him, the lake, dark and mirror still, the forest, vast and ancient, the mountains beyond, capped with snow. A different kind of beautiful than hell. Fragile where hell was eternal. Mortal where hell was timeless. He liked it. He spent the remaining hours before dinner exploring the castle. Not the public areas, the hidden ones. Hogwarts, like hell, had secret passages and forgotten rooms, and Harry's ability to sense magical architecture led him through concealed doorways and behind enchanted tapestries. He found a room on the 7th floor that appeared when he walked past it 3 times thinking about needing somewhere to practice, a vast space that configured itself to his thoughts. He filed that away for later. He found the kitchens, staffed by house elves who went into a frenzy of excitement at the sight of a student between meals and tried to bury him in sandwiches. He found the library, which was magnificent, not as large as Lucifer's collection, but more organized and with an entire section of texts he'd never encountered before, wizarding histories and magical theories unique to the British tradition. And he found Severus Snape. It wasn't deliberate. Harry was coming around a corner on the third floor when he nearly walked into a tall, thin man in black robes with lank dark hair and a hooked nose. They stopped, inches apart, and the man's black eyes locked onto Harry's face. The reaction was visceral. Snape, because it could only be Snape, the potions professor, the former Death Eater, the man who had been in love with Harry's mother, went white. Completely, bloodlessly white. His eyes fixed on Harry's, and Harry watched the man struggle with something so powerful it nearly broke through his rigid self-control. "Potter," Snape whispered. "Morningstar," Harry corrected gently. "But you knew my mother." Snape said nothing for a long, terrible moment. His eyes, dark, unreadable, full of ghosts, moved over Harry's face the way a man dying of thirst might look at water. "Lily," he said, and the single word contained more pain than some people experienced in a lifetime. "I know," Harry said. He didn't know the full story, not yet, but he knew enough. He'd read about Snape, about his connection to Lily Evans, about the tangled web of love and guilt and rage that defined the man. He recognized the look in Snape's eyes because he'd seen it in demons who had lost the thing they loved most, the look of someone who had been surviving instead of living for a very long time. "I have her eyes," Harry said. "I know. People keep telling me." Something in Snape's expression cracked. It was tiny, barely visible, but Harry caught it, a fissure in a dam that had been holding for 15 years. Then the dam rebuilt itself. Snape straightened. His face hardened. The mask went back on, and when he spoke again, his voice was the cold, controlled instrument that students had been fearing for years. "You're the new student. Dumbledore's special project. Nobody's project. I'm here by choice. How fortunate for us all." Snape's lip curled. "I trust you'll find Hogwarts sufficiently stimulating after your upbringing in the pit." "It's not a pit. It's a kingdom. And the politics there are at least honest about being vicious." Something flickered in Snape's eyes. Respect, maybe. Or just recognition of someone who wouldn't be easily intimidated. "Dinner is in 20 minutes, Snape said. "Try not to burn anything down before then." He swept away, black robes billowing behind him. Harry watched him go and filed away every micro-expression, every inflection, every crack in the armor. Snape was going to be important. He didn't know how yet, but he could feel it, the same instinct that told him which demons were dangerous and which were merely pretending. 6 o'clock arrived, and with it, dinner. The great hall was everything the books described and more. 4 long tables stretching the length of a cavernous room, one for each house. A high table at the far end for the staff. Candles floating overhead by the thousands, and above them, a ceiling enchanted to mirror the sky outside. Tonight, a dramatic winter sunset, orange and purple streaked across darkening blue. The noise was tremendous, hundreds of teenagers talking, laughing, arguing, the clatter of plates and goblets, the general happy chaos of a school at mealtime. Harry stood just inside the doors and watched for a moment. This was, he realized, the first time in his life he'd been in a room full of people his own age. Mortal people. Kids who worried about homework and crushes and Quidditch scores. Kids who had never negotiated with demons or contained a Horcrux or watched hellfire reshape the landscape of an alien dimension. He felt, for just a second, completely out of place. Then Dumbledore stood at the high table, and the hall fell quiet. "Good evening," the headmaster said. His voice carried effortlessly, warm and commanding. "I have a brief announcement before we eat. We have a new student joining us, a 5th-year transfer who will be joining Gryffindor House. I ask that you welcome him as you would any new member of our community." A pause. Those blue eyes swept the hall. "His name is Harrison Morningstar." Murmurs. Confused looks. The name didn't mean anything to most of them, not yet. Some of you, Dumbledore continued, may come to learn that Harrison was born under a different name. I'll leave the details to him, should he choose to share them. What I will say is this: he is a student of this school, and he deserves the same respect and opportunity as any of you. He gestured toward the doors. Harry took a breath, squared his shoulders, and walked into the great hall. 500 pairs of eyes turned to look at him. He walked the length of the hall toward the Gryffindor table, and the silence was so complete he could hear his own footsteps on the stone floor. He felt their stares, curious, suspicious, excited, afraid. He let them look. He was the Prince of Hell, he'd walked into far more hostile rooms than this. He found an empty seat at the Gryffindor table, near the middle, and sat down. For a beat, nothing happened. Then a girl sitting across from him, bushy brown hair, sharp brown eyes, an expression of intense curiosity barely held in check, said, "Hello. I'm Hermione Granger. Harrison Morningstar. Nice to meet you." "Morningstar," she repeated. Her eyes were already working, processing, connecting. "That's an unusual surname. It's a family name." "Right. It's just Morningstar. As in Lucifer Morningstar. The devil." "Yes. He's my father." The girl, Hermione, stared at him. The boy next to her, a tall redhead who'd been reaching for a bread roll, froze mid-grab. On Harry's other side, a round-faced boy with a nervous expression dropped his fork. "Sorry," Hermione said carefully. "Did you say the devil?" "I did. Adopted, obviously. My birth parents were James and Lily Potter." The silence now was different. It rippled outward from their section of the table like a stone dropped in water. Harry Potter. The name was traveling, whispered from student to student, reaching the other tables. Harry watched it propagate in real time. Hufflepuff caught it first, then Ravenclaw, then Slytherin. Within 30 seconds, the entire Great Hall knew. "Harry Potter," breathed the redhead. "You're Harry Potter." "Was. Harrison Morningstar now." "And you are?" "Ron. Ron Weasley." He was staring at Harry's forehead. "The scar, is it? It's real." "Bloody hell. Ron." Hermione hissed. Then, to Harry, "I'm sorry, it's just, you've been missing for 14 years. The entire wizarding world thought you were dead. Or hidden. Or, well, nobody thought you were in hell." "Surprise." She let out a startled laugh. "You're serious. You actually grew up in hell. Literal hell. Literal hell. Throne room, fire pits, damned souls, the whole package." He reached for a bread roll. "The food's better here, though. I'll give you that." "How?" Hermione stopped herself, visibly struggling between 1,000 questions and the social awareness that interrogating someone at dinner wasn't polite. The struggle was losing. How does that even work? The metaphysics alone, hell is considered theoretical by most magical scholars, a conceptual space rather than a physical realm. The idea that it's an actual place you can travel to and from, it's real. Very real. And very hot, most of the time. He bit into the roll. It was good, fresh, warm, better than anything he'd had in the Underworld, where food was more of a concept than a necessity. "But I don't mind answering questions. I'd rather people ask me directly than whisper about me behind my back." "Oh, they're going to do both," said another voice. A girl with dirty blonde hair and very large silvery eyes had appeared next to Hermione, seemingly from nowhere. She was wearing radish earrings and had a dreamy, unfocused expression that Harry recognized instantly as camouflage. This girl was paying very close attention behind that vague exterior. "Luna Lovegood," the girl said. "Ravenclaw, technically, but I eat here sometimes. The Gryffindors are more interesting." She fixed Harry with those silver eyes. You have something living behind your scar. The table went very quiet. Harry looked at Luna Lovegood and felt something shift inside his chest, surprise, and then a deep, immediate respect. He'd been in the wizarding world for less than 12 hours and she was the first person to see it. Yes, he said. I do. It's very unhappy. It should be. It's in a cage. Luna nodded as if this were the most normal conversation in the world. That seems wise. The Raxperts around you are very agitated, but the thing behind your scar is the only one that feels genuinely malicious. What's a Raxpert? Harry asked, genuinely curious. Oh, they're invisible creatures that float in through your ears and make your brain go fuzzy. Most people have a few. You have none, which is interesting. Perhaps they don't like the heat. Ron was looking between Luna and Harry as though watching a tennis match conducted in a foreign language. Hermione had her thinking face on. Harry could already tell what that looked like, lips pressed together, brow furrowed, eyes slightly unfocused as her mind raced. The thing behind his scar, Hermione said slowly. You don't mean, Harry, is that a piece of Voldemort's soul? Yes. Ron flinched violently at the name. Several nearby students gasped. A girl down the table actually knocked over her goblet. Could you not say that name? Ron managed. I'll say whatever names I want. Fear of a name increases fear of the thing itself, and I'm not afraid of Tom Riddle. Tom Riddle? Hermione looked like someone had just told her Christmas was coming early. Voldemort's real name is Tom Riddle. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Half-blood, born in 1926, raised in a Muggle orphanage. The pureblood supremacist thing is hilariously ironic once you know that. Harry was enjoying this, the wide eyes, the dropped jaws, the slow dawning realization that the story they'd all been told about the darkest wizard of the age was incomplete at best and fabricated at worst. He was a student here, actually. Head boy. Charming, brilliant, utterly without conscience. Remind you of anyone? That's, Hermione shook her head. That's not in any of the history books. No. It wouldn't be. Dumbledore keeps the real story close to his chest. Information is power, and he hoards it like a dragon hoards gold. Harry glanced up at the high table. Dumbledore was watching them, his expression unreadable. Harry raised his goblet in a mock toast. The headmaster's mouth twitched. You're very calm about all this, Hermione said. You've just told a table full of strangers that you were raised by Satan, have a piece of the darkest wizard's soul in your head, and know the secret history of said wizard. And you're eating a bread roll. It's a very good bread roll. She laughed. Actually laughed, bright and genuine, and Harry felt something warm bloom in his chest that had nothing to do with hellfire. He'd made someone laugh. A normal person, a girl his age, in a dining hall in a castle in Scotland. It was such a small, human thing, and it mattered more than he'd expected. I like you, Harrison Morningstar, Hermione said. Harry's fine. My friends call me Harry. Are we friends? You're not afraid of me and you haven't asked me to prove I'm really Harry Potter. That puts you ahead of most people I've met today. I wasn't aware it was a competition. Everything's a competition. I grew up in hell. She grinned. Down the table, the round-faced boy, Neville Longbottom, Harry remembered from McGonagall's brief, had been listening quietly. He looked up now, and his expression was different from the others. Not awed. Not frightened. Thoughtful. My parents, Neville said. His voice was soft but steady. They were in the Order of the Phoenix with yours. They were tortured into insanity by Death Eaters. The table went quiet again. Harry looked at Neville and saw something he recognized, not power, not genius, but a bedrock of quiet strength that came from surviving something terrible and choosing to keep going. I know about your parents, Harry said. The Lestranges. They're in Azkaban. Yes. I'm sorry. Me too. Neville met his eyes. Welcome to Hogwarts, Harry. There was more to that exchange than the words, an understanding between two boys who had lost their parents to Voldemort's war, who carried that weight differently but carried it all the same. Harry nodded, and Neville nodded back, and that was enough. Some things didn't need to be said aloud. Dinner continued. The noise level gradually returned to normal as the shock of Harry's arrival settled into the buzzing excitement of gossip. He could feel eyes on him from every table, Hufflepuff curious, Ravenclaw analytical, Slytherin hostile. One face in particular stood out at the Slytherin table, a pale, pointed boy with white blonde hair who was staring at Harry with an expression that mixed contempt with something much more complicated. Draco Malfoy. Harry knew the name, knew the family. Lucius Malfoy, Death Eater, Voldemort's money man. The Malfoy heir would have been raised to despise everything Harry Potter represented. And now Harry Potter had turned up as the adopted son of a being that made Voldemort look like a petty thug. Harry caught Malfoy's eye and held it. Didn't smile. Didn't glare. Just looked at him, steady and level, the way you look at someone you're taking the measure of. Malfoy held the gaze for 3 seconds before looking away. After dinner, the Gryffindors migrated to the common room. Harry found himself at the center of a crowd, not because he sought it, but because every student in the house wanted to get a look at the famous Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the kid raised in actual hell. He fielded questions with patience and occasional humor, establishing his narrative before anyone else could define it for him. Yes, hell was real. No, it wasn't what Dante described. Yes, Lucifer was the devil. No, he wasn't evil, or at least, not in the way they imagined. Yes, Harry could do magic. No, he wasn't going to demonstrate by setting anything on fire. Not tonight, anyway. The crowd thinned as curfew approached. Ron Weasley lingered, clearly torn between fascination and wariness. Hermione had claimed the armchair nearest to Harry and had a notebook open, writing furiously. "Are you taking notes on me?" Harry asked. "I'm writing down questions for later. I have 47 so far." "Only 47? I'm being restrained." Ron finally worked up the nerve to sit down. "So, listen," he said, rubbing the back of his neck. "My family, the Weasleys, we were close to your parents. Mum and Dad were in the order. And I wanted to say, if you need someone to show you around, explain things, whatever, I'm around." It was awkward and earnest and genuine, and Harry appreciated it more than Ron probably knew. "Thanks, Ron. I'll take you up on that. Ron glanced at the fireplace. "You can't actually summon fire from hell, right?" That was a joke. Harry held up his hand. A small flame appeared in his palm, gold at the edges, green at the center, radiating heat that made both Ron and Hermione lean back. "Not a joke," Harry said. He closed his hand and the flame vanished. "Brilliant," Ron said faintly. "Absolutely terrifying, but brilliant." The common room emptied. Harry climbed the stairs to the dormitory, where his 4 roommates were already in various states of getting ready for bed. Neville was reading. Seamus Finnegan, a sandy-haired Irish kid, was eyeing Harry with a mix of excitement and nervousness. Dean Thomas, tall and dark-skinned, offered a friendly nod. Harry got into bed, pulled the curtains closed, and lay in the dark. Through the window, he could see the stars over the Scottish Highlands, real stars, not the ones he'd created for himself in hell. Brighter. More distant. More beautiful for being real. He touched his ring and felt hell pulse in response. Warm. Waiting. Home. He touched his scar and felt the Horcrux, quiet behind its wards, but present. Always present. A piece of the man who had murdered his parents, living in his head, imprisoned in the soul of the boy it had tried to kill. "I'm here, Tom," Harry thought. And I'm coming for the rest of you. He slept. And in the depths of a manor house hundreds of miles away, Lord Voldemort sat bolt upright in his chair, red eyes wide, one hand clutching his skull as a searing pain lanced through the connection he shared with a boy he believed dead for 14 years. "He's alive," Voldemort whispered. And for the first time since his resurrection, the Dark Lord felt something cold slither through his chest. Not fear. Not yet. But the precursor to it. The next morning, Harry's first class was Transfiguration, and McGonagall was in her element. The classroom was large and well-lit, with rows of desks facing a teacher's desk on a raised platform. The other fifth years were already seated when Harry walked in, and the reaction was immediate: whispers, stares, a few students craning their necks to get a better look. Harry ignored it all and took a seat next to Hermione, who had saved him one with a pointed look at anyone who tried to claim it. "Today," McGonagall said, "we will be practicing vanishing spells on vertebrate subjects. This is Newt-level material and I expect full concentration." She placed a cage of white mice on her desk. "Mr. Morningstar, as our new student, perhaps you'd like to demonstrate what you can do. I'd like to assess your practical level." She was testing him. Not maliciously, she wanted to know what she was working with, and she wanted the other students to see it too. Harry respected the efficiency. He stood, drew his wand, and looked at the cage of mice. 20 of them, scrambling over each other. "All of them?" he asked. McGonagall's eyebrow rose. "If you're able." Harry flicked his wand. No incantation. The mice vanished, all 20, simultaneously, without a sound. The cage sat empty on the desk. The room was dead silent. "Where did they go?" someone whispered. "Nowhere," Harry said. "They ceased to exist in this form. Their matter was dispersed into its component magical energy and redistributed into the ambient field. Vanishing isn't destruction, it's transformation to a state below the threshold of physical observation." McGonagall stared at him. Then she did something Harry had not seen her do before: she smiled. A full, genuine, delighted smile. 10 points to Gryffindor, she said. "That is the most precise explanation of vanishing I have ever heard from a student, and the most impressive practical demonstration I've seen in 30 years of teaching. Sit down, Mr. Morningstar." Harry sat. Hermione was looking at him with an expression he couldn't quite parse: admiration, yes, but also something competitive. A spark in her eyes that said that was incredible and I'm going to learn how to do it. The rest of the morning was similar. Charms with Flitwick, where Harry performed a protean charm on his first attempt and the tiny professor literally fell off his stack of books in excitement. Herbology with Sprout, where Harry's knowledge of infernal flora, several species of which had mortal world counterparts, earned him another burst of house points and a standing invitation to visit the greenhouses. But the afternoon brought Defense Against the Dark Arts, and Dolores Umbridge. The classroom was different from the others. Where McGonagall's room felt lived in and Flitwick's felt energetic, Umbridge's classroom felt like a dentist's waiting room. Everything was pink. The walls were covered in decorative plates featuring kittens. The desk was neat to the point of obsession. And behind it sat a woman who looked like a toad that had been stuffed into a pink cardigan and taught to smile. "Good afternoon, class," she said in a high, girlish voice that set Harry's teeth on edge. "Wands away, please. We'll be continuing our reading of Chapter 7 today." "Professor," Hermione said, her hand in the air before Umbridge had finished speaking, "we've been reading theory for weeks. When are we going to practice actual defensive magic? The ministry-approved curriculum focuses on theoretical understanding, Miss Granger. As I've explained multiple times." Umbridge's smile was fixed and cold. "There is nothing in this classroom that requires you to use defensive magic." Harry looked around. The students sat with their books open, expressions ranging from frustrated to resigned. This was, he realized, what they'd been dealing with all year. A defense against the dark arts class with no actual defense. In a world where Voldemort had just returned. You must be our new student, Umbridge said, turning that horrible smile on Harry. Harrison Morningstar. What an interesting name. Thank you. What an interesting classroom. I especially like the kitten plates. Very threatening. A few students stifled laughs. Umbridge's smile tightened. I understand you've had a rather unconventional education, Mr. Morningstar. I'm sure you'll find our structured approach quite different from whatever you experienced previously. I was trained in combat magic by a demon who's been fighting since before humans existed. So yes, I expect the approach will be different. The smile was now just teeth. Well, I'm sure we can bring you up to speed on the proper, ministry-approved methodology. Please open your textbook to Chapter 7. No. The word fell into the room like a hammer. Every student looked up. I beg your pardon. Umbridge said. I said no. I'm not going to sit here and read a textbook about defensive theory while the darkest wizard of the age is out there building an army. That's not education. It's malpractice. Umbridge stood. She was short, much shorter than Harry, but she drew herself up with the rigid authority of someone who believed absolutely in the power of her position. Mr. Morningstar, I don't know what you've been told, but there is no dark wizard building an army. The ministry has confirmed that you know who has not returned. Any claims to the contrary are fear-mongering and lies. His name is Voldemort, and he's alive. I can feel his soul. There's a piece of it stuck in my forehead. Would you like me to show you? She paled. That is quite enough. Detention, Mr. Morningstar. Tonight, my office, 7 o'clock. For what? Telling the truth. For disruption, disrespect, and spreading dangerous misinformation in a learning environment. Her voice was trembling slightly, not with fear but with the outraged fury of a bureaucrat whose authority had been challenged. I will not tolerate this kind of behavior. Harry stood. He was taller than her by a good 6 inches, and when he stood, the room's temperature shifted. Not dramatically, not hellfire, not a display of force. Just a subtle increase, like the air before a thunderstorm, a pressure change that everyone felt on a primal level. Let me be very clear, Harry said, and his voice was quiet, conversational, almost gentle. You are a ministry plant in a school full of children. Your job is not to educate, it's to control the narrative, suppress information, and prevent these students from learning to defend themselves. That's bad enough. But I've also been told that you use a blood quill on students who displease you. The room went very, very still. Students who had been subjected to Umbridge's detentions went rigid. Umbridge's face drained of color. I don't know what you're, a blood quill. A dark artifact that carves words into the user's skin. You've been using it as a punishment tool on minors. Harry's voice hadn't risen, hadn't changed tone. That was what made it terrifying. Show of hands, who in this room has been given detention with Professor Umbridge and been forced to write lines? Silence. Then, slowly, a hand went up. Then another. Then 4 more. The students raised their hands with the careful courage of people who were afraid but more tired of being afraid. Hermione's hand was up. So was Ron's. So was Neville's. Harry looked at their hands. Then he looked at Umbridge. That's a dark artifact used on children, he said. Where I come from, we have a whole circle dedicated to people who hurt children. You'd fit right in. You, how dare, I am Senior Undersecretary to the Minister of, I don't care if you're the Queen of England. Give me the quill. I will do no such, Harry raised his hand. The drawers of Umbridge's desk flew open, all of them, simultaneously. Objects scattered across the floor, papers, ink bottles, quills. And from the bottom drawer, a single black quill floated up and drifted through the air to Harry's outstretched hand. He held it up. The class stared. It looked like an ordinary quill, but Harry could feel the dark enchantment on it, nasty, vicious magic designed to cause pain and leave lasting marks. It made the Horcrux in his scar seem sophisticated by comparison. "This," he said, showing it to the class, "is illegal. Category 3 Restricted Dark Artifact. Possession alone carries a 6-month sentence in Azkaban. Use on a minor carries 5 years." He looked at Umbridge. "Use on multiple minors, repeatedly, over months. I'm not sure there's even a precedent." He closed his fist around the quill. Hellfire flared, a brief, intense pulse of gold-green light, and the quill disintegrated. Ash drifted between his fingers and scattered on the floor. "There," he said. "Problem solved." Umbridge was shaking. Whether from rage or fear, Harry couldn't tell. Her face had gone from white to a mottled purple, her mouth opening and closing without sound. "You'll be hearing from the Ministry," she finally managed. "Good. I'll tell them about the quill. We can compare notes." He turned to the class. "If any of you have lasting marks from that thing, go to Madame Pomfrey and have them documented. If you want to press formal charges, I'll make sure you have legal representation. Gringotts has an excellent law division." He picked up his bag. "I think class is over for today." He walked out. Behind him, he heard chairs scraping, one, then several, then the entire class standing up and filing out after him. Umbridge's shrill protests echoed in the empty classroom, heard by no one. In the corridor, Hermione caught up to him. Her eyes were bright, her cheeks flushed. "That was the most incredible thing I've ever seen," she said. "It was the right thing to do." "Yes, it was. But it was also, Harry, the Ministry is going to come after you for this. Umbridge has Fudge's ear. She'll twist the story, make you the aggressor, let her. I'm the son of the devil. What's the Ministry of Magic going to do? Send me a strongly worded letter? They could expel you. They can try. I'd love to see that conversation. Dear Mr. Morningstar, we're expelling you for destroying a torture device. Regards, the people who allowed a torture device to be used on children in the first place." He shook his head. "It won't come to that. Dumbledore won't let it, not because he likes me, but because losing me to expulsion would ruin whatever plan he's building. And the Ministry can't afford the scandal if the blood quill story gets out." Hermione stared at him. "You've already thought this through." "I've been thinking 3 moves ahead since I was old enough to play chess. Demon courts, remember?" "You're not what I expected," she said quietly. "What did you expect?" "I don't know. Someone darker. Scarier. More, demonic." She shrugged. "You're just a person. A very powerful, slightly terrifying, surprisingly funny person." "Slightly terrifying. The hellfire is alarming, I won't lie." He laughed. She laughed. And for a moment, standing in a corridor in a castle in Scotland, the Prince of Hell felt like a normal kid. It didn't last. The news of what Harry had done in Umbridge's class spread through the school like wildfire. By dinner, every student knew the story, most of it exaggerated, some of it wildly inaccurate, but the core truth was intact. Harrison Morningstar had called out Umbridge, destroyed her blood quill, and walked out of her class with the entire student body following him. The staff reaction was mixed. McGonagall said nothing publicly, but she awarded Gryffindor 50 points for exceptional moral courage in the face of institutional misconduct, during dinner, staring directly at Umbridge the entire time. Flitwick applauded from his elevated seat. Sprout nodded approvingly. Snape's expression was unreadable, but he didn't deduct points, which from Snape was practically a standing ovation. Umbridge was absent from dinner. Dumbledore found Harry afterward, in the corridor outside the Great Hall. "A word, Harrison. If this is about Umbridge, it's about Umbridge. Walk with me." They walked through the castle, side by side, the old wizard and the young prince. The corridors were empty, most students had headed to their common rooms. "You've created a political situation," Dumbledore said. "Umbridge created the situation by torturing students. I just made it visible. I'm not disagreeing with your actions. The blood quill was unconscionable, and I have been working to address it through proper channels. Proper channels." Harry stopped walking. "Professor, proper channels failed. You knew about the quill." "Don't deny it," McGonagall knew, which means you knew. "And you let it continue because removing Umbridge by force would have given the Ministry a pretext to intervene at Hogwarts on a larger scale. You were playing the long game, sacrificing student welfare for strategic position." Dumbledore looked at him. The corridor was quiet. Portraits on the walls watched with painted eyes. "You're right," Dumbledore said. "And I am not proud of it. Being not proud doesn't undo the scars on Hermione Granger's hand." That landed. Dumbledore's composure cracked, just a flicker, just for a moment, but Harry saw it. Guilt. Real, heavy, bone-deep guilt. "What's done is done," Harry said, resuming walking. "The question is what happens next. Umbridge will contact Fudge. Fudge will bluster. The Ministry will either back down or double down. If they back down, we win. If they double down, they send someone to Hogwarts, there's a confrontation, and the story becomes public. Either way, Umbridge is finished. You're assuming the Ministry cares about public opinion. The Ministry is made of people, and people care about not looking like they condone child torture. Even politicians have limits." He paused. "My father has a saying, the truth is the most powerful weapon in creation, because it doesn't require maintenance. The truth here is simple. Umbridge used a dark artifact on children. That's the story. Everything else is noise." Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. They'd walked a full circuit of the third floor before he spoke again. "You would have made an extraordinary chess player," the headmaster said. "I don't play chess. I play the game for real. I'm beginning to understand that." Dumbledore stopped at a window. The moonlight illuminated his face, and for a moment he looked every one of his 150 years. "The Ministry will send an inquiry. I'll handle it. Umbridge will be removed, you've made her position untenable, and Cornelius Fudge, for all his faults, will not defend her once the evidence becomes public." "Good. But Harrison, the political capital you've spent today will have consequences. The Ministry now knows you're here. They'll want to control you, categorize you, fit you into their understanding of the world. And you don't fit. That sounds like their problem. It becomes your problem when they decide you're a threat." Dumbledore's blue eyes were serious. "The magical world is not hell. Power alone doesn't command respect here, it commands fear, and fear makes people do stupid, dangerous things. You think I should have been more subtle. I think subtlety is a tool, and you have many tools. Today you used a sledgehammer. It was effective. It was righteous. But sledgehammers attract attention." Harry looked out the window. The grounds were silver and shadow under the moon. The lake glinted like hammered metal. "With respect, Professor, subtlety is what allowed Umbridge to torture students for months while the adults in this castle wrung their hands. Sometimes the situation doesn't call for a scalpel. Sometimes it calls for someone to kick the door down." He turned from the window. "I'll be strategic when strategy is warranted. But I won't be quiet about injustice to protect someone's political calculus. Not yours. Not the Ministry's. Not anyone's." Dumbledore regarded him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. "Your mother said something very similar to me once. Almost word for word. A ghost of a smile. She was right too. Good night, Harrison." "Good night, Professor." Harry walked back to Gryffindor Tower. The common room was buzzing, news of his confrontation with Dumbledore had apparently reached here too, Hogwarts being a castle-shaped rumor mill. He navigated through the congratulations and questions and found his way to the quiet corner where Hermione was reading, a stack of books on the table beside her. "How'd it go with Dumbledore?" she asked without looking up. "He told me I was too loud." "Were you?" "Probably. I don't care." She looked up and smiled. "Sit down. I've been researching Horcruxes." "You've been, how?" "That information is restricted. The books on Horcruxes are in the restricted section, if they're in the library at all." "I'm Hermione Granger." "Restricted doesn't mean what it thinks it means." She pulled a book from the bottom of her stack, old, leather-bound, with a title in faded Latin. This was in a locked case in the back of the restricted section behind a ward that Madame Pants thinks is impenetrable. "I broke it in 20 minutes. Harry sat down. "I really do like you. Flattery later. Research now." She opened the book. "So. Horcruxes. A piece of soul anchored to a physical object, created through murder and dark ritual. I've found references to single Horcrux creation, and a passing mention of the theoretical possibility of multiple Horcruxes, but the text says, and I quote, no wizard could be depraved enough to split his soul more than once without catastrophic deterioration of the remaining soul." The text was wrong. Riddle made 7. 7. Hermione's face went through several complex expressions. "That's insane. The magical degradation alone, which is why he looks the way he does. Or did, before his resurrection. The more you tear your soul apart, the less human you become. Physically, mentally, magically. Voldemort isn't just evil, he's fundamentally broken. He's been broken since he was a teenager." Hermione was quiet, absorbing this. Harry could almost see the information slotting into her mental framework, connections forming, implications unfolding. "If there are 6 Horcruxes plus the one in you," she said carefully, "then they all need to be destroyed before he can be permanently killed." "Yes. And you know what they are." "Yes. Then we need a plan." He looked at her. She looked back, steady and certain and not even slightly afraid. "We," he said. "You didn't think you were doing this alone, did you?" "I've been doing most things alone my entire life." "Well, that's over now." She closed the book. "You need people, Harry. You need friends. Not demons, not advisors, not subjects, friends. People who tell you when you're being an idiot and who have your back when everything goes sideways." "And you're volunteering?" "I've been fighting Voldemort's influence on this school since I was 11 years old, when a troll nearly killed me in a bathroom, and I decided that if the wizarding world was going to be this dangerous, I was going to be dangerously smart in return." She straightened in her chair. "I'm not as powerful as you. I'm not as dramatic, I don't have hellfire, and I can't stare down demons. But I am the smartest witch in this school, I work harder than anyone you've ever met, and I don't quit." Harry stared at her. In that moment, sitting in a common room in a castle in Scotland, he understood something about the mortal world that he'd never fully grasped from the outside. It wasn't weak. It wasn't fragile. Mortals were small and brief and terrifyingly breakable, and they fought anyway. They fought dark lords and corrupt governments and blood quills and their own fear, and they did it with nothing but stubbornness and heart in each other. Hermione Granger, 16 years old, utterly mortal, utterly without the cosmic power that Harry wielded, was volunteering to go to war against a dark wizard who had cheated death 7 times. She was, he thought, the bravest person he'd ever met. And he'd met Mazikeen. "All right," he said. "Partners. Partners." She held out her hand. He shook it. Her grip was firm and warm and human. "Now," she said, "all business, tell me everything you know about the Horcruxes. Location, protection, vulnerability. I want to start mapping a destruction sequence." They talked until midnight. Ron joined them at some point, contributing less in terms of research and more in terms of practical knowledge. He knew the wizarding world, knew its rhythms and politics and blind spots, and his strategic mind, honed by years of chess, added a tactical dimension that complemented Hermione's analytical approach. Neville drifted over too, quiet and attentive, asking infrequent but devastatingly precise questions. By the time they finally went to bed, they had the bones of a plan. Not complete, not yet, but a framework. 6 Horcruxes to find and destroy. A Dark Lord to confront. A ministry to outmaneuver. A school to protect. And in the depths of hell, a different kind of planning was underway. Lilith sat in her stronghold in the second circle, a fortress of black ice and burning shadow that she'd built over millennia. She was beautiful in the way an avalanche is beautiful, overwhelming, inevitable, destructive. Her skin was pale as bone, her hair was the deep red of arterial blood, her eyes were old. Ancient. They had watched civilizations rise and fall and she had not cared about any of them. But she cared about this. The mortal boy was gone. Off to the wizard world, playing human, leaving his throne empty and his allies stretched thin. Mazikeen was formidable, yes, but Mazikeen was a warrior, not a politician, and the game Lilith was playing required a politician's patience. He handled Kale too well, said the figure standing in the shadows behind her. Tall, skeletal, wrapped in darkness that moved like smoke. One of her lieutenants, an ancient thing, old enough to remember the fall. Kale was a test, not an attack, Lilith said. I needed to see how the boy fights. Now I know. And he's powerful. More powerful than any mortal has a right to be. The Morningstar's fire burns in him, twisted through that strange wizard soul of his. Direct confrontation would be costly. Then what? Lilith smiled. It was a cold thing, that smile. The kind of smile that preceded Empire's toppling. I've received an interesting communication, she said. From the mortal world. From a wizard who calls himself Lord Voldemort. She turned the name over in her mouth like tasting wine. He wants the boy dead. I want the boy's throne. Our goals align. You would ally with a mortal. I would ally with a weapon. Voldemort is broken, desperate, and powerful enough to be useful. He knows the boy's weakness, the prophecy, the connection, the human heart that makes the prince vulnerable in ways no demon would be. She stood and walked to the window of her fortress. Beyond it, the second circle stretched in all directions, a vast, frozen wasteland of punished souls, beautiful in its desolation. The Morningstar has been careless. He let love make him weak. He adopted a human child and gave it an infernal throne, and now that child has walked away from it. Left it unguarded. The Morningstar himself, Lucifer, will not act unless his son is directly threatened. That's his flaw, free will, he calls it. He won't interfere in the boy's choices, won't fight the boy's battles. It's principle with him, the most powerful being in hell, hobbled by philosophy. Contempt dripped from every word. By the time Lucifer realizes what's happening, the boy will be trapped between a Dark Lord and a demon army, and the throne of hell will have a new occupant. She turned from the window. Her eyes burned in the darkness of her fortress, ancient and cold and utterly, terrifyingly patient. Contact Voldemort. Tell him I accept his terms. And tell him to be ready. When I move against the boy, I will move with everything I have. There will be no second chance. The lieutenant bowed and vanished into shadow. Lilith sat back down and began to plan. She had waited millennia. She could wait a little longer. But not much longer. Back in Gryffindor Tower, Harry lay in bed and stared at the ceiling. His scar was quiet. His ring was warm. The castle hummed around him, ancient and watchful and welcoming. He thought about Hermione's hand in his. About Ron's nervous grin. About Neville's quiet, welcome to Hogwarts. About McGonagall's fierce smile and Dumbledore's reluctant respect in Snape's haunted eyes. He thought about his father, alone in the study, playing Chopin to an empty room. He thought about a doorstep in Surrey, 14 years ago, and the choice that had changed everything. Tomorrow there would be politics and prophecies and the slow, grinding machinery of war. Tomorrow he'd have to be the prince of hell and the boy who lived and everything in between. But tonight, lying in a dormitory in a tower in a castle in Scotland, surrounded by the breathing of sleeping boys who might, if he let them, become his friends, tonight, Harry Morningstar closed his eyes and felt, for the first time in his life, like he might belong in more than one world. The stars turned overhead. The castle dreamed. And somewhere in the dark, the game pieces were moving. Chapter 3, The Serpent's Mark. 3 weeks into his time at Hogwarts, Harry had settled into something that almost resembled a routine, and it was driving him slightly mad. Wake up. Breakfast in the Great Hall. Classes. Lunch. More classes. Dinner. Homework in the common room with Hermione while Ron complained about the homework and Neville quietly did his own without complaint. Bed. Repeat. It was so normal. So aggressively, relentlessly mundane. In hell, no 2 days were alike. There were territorial disputes and magical experiments and court sessions and the constant, thrilling pressure of navigating a realm where everything, from the architecture to the politics, was alive and unpredictable. Here, the most exciting thing that happened on a Tuesday was Seamus Finnegan accidentally setting his eyebrows on fire during Charms. Harry loved it. He'd never admit that to Maze, who checked in via the ring's communication function every 3 days and consistently sounded like she was being asked to discuss the weather while a building was on fire behind her. But there was something intoxicating about the ordinariness of it all. Eating toast. Walking between classes in a crowd of teenagers. Getting rained on while crossing the courtyard. Arguing about Quidditch, a sport he'd never played but found fascinating in the same way he found Mortal Warfare fascinating, all that passion invested in something so wonderfully inconsequential. He was good at classes. Embarrassingly good, in most cases. McGonagall had stopped calling on him after the first week because his answers were so thorough they made the other students feel inadequate. Flitwick had taken to giving him independent study projects instead of regular assignments. Slughorn, the potions master who'd replaced Snape in that role years ago, wait, no. Snape still taught potions. And Snape was a problem. Not because Snape was hostile, exactly. The man had settled into a stance of aggressive neutrality. He didn't bully Harry the way he apparently bullied other students, but he didn't engage with him either. He graded Harry's potions fairly, which were always perfect because Harry had been studying infernal alchemy since age 7 and mortal potions were startlingly similar once you understood the underlying principles. But there was a wall there, a deliberate distance, and Harry could feel the roiling emotions behind it every time Snape looked at his face and saw Lily's eyes. It would keep. Some things needed time. Harry was patient when it mattered. The real problem, the one that was building like pressure behind a dam, was Umbridge. She hadn't been removed. Harry had expected it to take a few days, a week at most. Instead, Fudge had sent a delegation that investigated the blood quill allegations, concluded that there was insufficient evidence of systematic misuse, the quill itself having been destroyed by Harry, which they framed as destruction of evidence rather than destruction of a torture device, and issued Umbridge a formal reprimand that amounted to a stern look and a memo. She was still teaching. Still pink. Still smiling that horrible toad smile. But she was scared now, and scared bureaucrats were dangerous bureaucrats. She'd been given additional authority by the Ministry, Educational Decree 24, establishing an inquisitorial squad with the power to dock house points and discipline students. She'd staffed it with Slytherins, mostly. Draco Malfoy was its smirking captain. Harry let it play out. Not because he was being strategic, though he was, but because he wanted to see how the school responded. He was learning about the wizarding world not from books but from watching it function under pressure, and what he saw was both infuriating and instructive. Good people paralyzed by procedure. Bad people empowered by institutional cowardice. And in the middle, kids who just wanted to learn magic and were being caught in the crossfire between political forces that had nothing to do with education. It was, he reflected, exactly like hell. Just with more kittens on the walls. The morning everything changed started like any other. Harry was at breakfast, working through a plate of eggs and toast while Hermione read the Daily Prophet across from him and Ron argued with Ginny Weasley, Ron's younger sister, a fierce redhead who had taken one look at Harry on his second day and said, "So you're the Hell Prince. Cool. Pass the marmalade." Harry liked her immensely. "Ministry's denying the Azkaban breakout rumors again," Hermione said, folding the paper. "Third time this week. Which means it's definitely happening. 10 Death Eaters," Harry said. "Broke out 2 nights ago. The Lestranges, Dolohov, Rookwood, and 6 others. The Ministry is sitting on it because they can't explain how it happened without admitting that the Dementors have sided with Voldemort." Everyone within earshot flinched at the name. Harry didn't notice anymore. Or rather, he noticed and had stopped caring. "How do you know that?" Ron asked. "I have sources." "Hell sources?" The Dementors are quasi-infernal entities. They exist in a space between the mortal world and the deeper realms. When they shifted allegiance, it sent ripples that my people felt. Maze confirmed it yesterday. He took a bite of toast. Voldemort's building his army. The Dementors are just the start. Hermione set down the paper. Her face was tight with the particular expression she wore when she was angry and trying to be analytical about it instead. "And the Ministry is pretending it's not happening. The Ministry is terrified. Fudge's entire political identity is built on stability and normalcy. Admitting that Voldemort is back means admitting he was wrong for a year, and politicians would rather watch the world burn than admit they were wrong." "Cheerful," Ron muttered. "Realistic. But not hopeless." Harry drained his pumpkin juice. "Fudge will break eventually. The question is whether he breaks before or after something catastrophic forces his hand." He didn't know it then, but catastrophic was about 4 hours away. Defense against the Dark Arts, 4th period. Umbridge had restructured the class after Harry's confrontation, no more reading in silence. Instead, she lectured. Long, droning, mind-numbing lectures about defensive magical theory that managed to be simultaneously boring and insulting. She'd stopped using the blood quill, at least, but she'd replaced it with something almost worse, a regime of control that permeated every minute of her classroom. Harry endured it. He sat in the back, next to Hermione, and used the time to practice occlumency exercises, building and reinforcing his mental defenses, a habit as routine as breathing. The Horcrux in his scar had been increasingly restless since the Azkaban breakout. Voldemort was active, energized, and the connection between them was buzzing with low-level static that Harry had to constantly filter. Umbridge was in the middle of a lecture on the appropriate role of authority in magical society, a barely disguised propaganda piece for Ministry supremacy, when it happened. Pain. Not ordinary pain, not a headache or a muscle cramp or even the sharp bite of a hex. This was something else entirely. It exploded behind Harry's scar like a bomb detonating, white-hot and total, blotting out thought and vision and everything else. He felt the Horcrux lurch against its wards, screaming, straining, driven into a frenzy by something pouring through the connection from the other end. Joy. Triumph. A vast, terrible, euphoric joy that wasn't his, that belonged to something cold and alien and wrong. Voldemort was feeling something. Something had happened, something that filled the Dark Lord with a pleasure so intense it was bleeding through the connection despite every ward Harry had built. Harry gripped the edge of his desk. The wood cracked under his fingers. "Harry." Hermione's voice, sharp with concern. "Harry, what's..." He saw it. Not with his eyes, through the connection, through the Horcrux, a window into Voldemort's mind that had been forced open by the sheer intensity of the Dark Lord's emotion. He saw a room, dark, grand, a manor house. He saw figures in black robes and silver masks, Death Eaters, a dozen of them, kneeling. He saw Voldemort standing before them, tall and skeletal and white as death, those red eyes blazing with triumph. And he saw what Voldemort was holding. A prophecy. A small glass sphere filled with swirling silver mist. The prophecy, the real one, the complete one, stolen from the Department of Mysteries in the Ministry of Magic. He has it, Harry breathed. He has the prophecy. Then Voldemort's attention shifted. Like a searchlight swinging around, Harry felt the Dark Lord's consciousness turn toward the connection between them. For one horrible, stretched second, they were face to face in a space that wasn't physical, two minds locked together across hundreds of miles, bound by a piece of broken soul. Voldemort's red eyes widened. You, Voldemort said, or thought, or simply projected. You're alive. Harry didn't flinch. Didn't retreat. He looked into those red eyes across the gulf of the connection and said, "Hello, Tom." Voldemort recoiled as if slapped. Nobody called him Tom. Nobody had dared in decades. But Harry wasn't done. He was angry, at the invasion, at the smugness, at the casual evil of a man who had murdered his parents and then had the audacity to feel triumphant about a stolen prophecy. And when Harry was angry, his control slipped. Hellfire poured through the connection. Not a lot. Not the full force of what Harry could bring to bear. But enough. A blast of golden-green fire that screamed down the psychic link and hit Voldemort's consciousness like a freight train. Harry felt the Dark Lord's shock, genuine, staggering shock, as something he had never encountered, something that shouldn't exist, something that burned in ways his considerable magical defenses couldn't block, tore through his mind. Voldemort screamed. Harry heard it both through the connection and, impossibly, in the physical world, a distant, echoing shriek of pain and rage that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. Then the connection snapped shut like a slamming door. Harry was back in the classroom, gasping, gripping the cracked edge of his desk. His scar was bleeding, a thin trickle of blood running down his forehead, hot and red. The classroom was in chaos. Every student was on their feet. Desks had been knocked over. The windows were cracked, all of them, spiderwebbed with fracture lines. The decorative kitten plates on the walls had exploded, scattering ceramic shrapnel across the floor. The temperature in the room had spiked by 20 degrees. And Harry was glowing, a faint, pulsing aura of gold-green light that clung to his skin and made the air around him shimmer like a heat mirage. Umbridge was pressed against the far wall, her face the color of old cheese. Harry. Hermione was at his side, her wand out, her face white with fear, not of him, he realized, but for him. Harry, I'm fine. He wasn't fine. His head was splitting and his hands were shaking and the Horcrux was thrashing behind its wards like a caged animal. But he was functional, and functional was enough. I need to see Dumbledore. Now. He stood. The glow faded as he reasserted control, pulling his power back inside himself, locking down the leaks. His scar stopped bleeding. The temperature began to normalize. Mr. Morningstar. Umbridge's voice was a shrill squeak. You will not leave this classroom without, Harry looked at her. Just looked. The full weight of what he was, the Prince of Hell, the vessel of a destroyed prophecy connection, the boy who had just psychically punched Lord Voldemort in the face, pressed into that look, and Umbridge's mouth snapped shut. He walked out. Hermione followed without hesitation. Ron was right behind her, and Neville was behind Ron, and by the time they reached the corridor, half the class was trailing after them like ducklings behind a very dangerous mother duck. Just us, Harry said, stopping. He looked at the crowd. Go back to class. This is going to be a private conversation. The crowd dispersed reluctantly. Hermione, Ron, and Neville stayed. You three, Harry said. We're coming, Hermione said, and her tone was the kind that didn't allow for argument. Hermione, You said we're partners. Partners don't get sent away when things get serious. He looked at Ron, who was pale but set-jawed. At Neville, who was quiet and steady and had his wand in his hand. 3 teenagers who had no business being involved in a war between the Devil's Son and the most dangerous dark wizard in history. 3 teenagers who were here anyway. Fine. Let's go. They moved quickly through the castle. Harry took a route that bypassed the main corridors, using passages he'd mapped during his explorations. The castle seemed to sense his urgency. Staircases aligned themselves, doors opened before he reached them, corridors shortened in ways that shouldn't have been geometrically possible. Hogwarts was helping him. The gargoyle leapt aside before Harry even spoke the password. They rode the spiral staircase up and Harry pushed open the office door without knocking. Dumbledore was already standing. His face was grave. I felt it, the headmaster said. The entire castle felt it. What happened? Voldemort has the prophecy. The physical record, from the Department of Mysteries. He stole it, had his Death Eaters retrieve it. And he activated the connection. Harry touched his scar. The blood was drying. He knows I'm alive. Dumbledore sat down heavily. For a moment, he looked old, truly, desperately old, like a man watching a carefully constructed house of cards collapse in a breeze. The prophecy sphere, he said. Damn. I had operatives watching it, they failed. Or they were compromised. Either way, he has it, and he's heard the full text. Harry sat down across from the desk. Hermione, Ron, and Neville arranged themselves behind him. What's in the full prophecy, Professor? You gave me the first half, the part about marking me as his equal. What's the rest? Dumbledore looked at the 3 students standing behind Harry. A calculation flickered through his eyes, the instinct to send them away, to keep the information contained, to maintain control of the narrative. Harry saw it. They stay. They're part of this. A long pause. Then Dumbledore nodded, once, accepting a shift in the balance of power that he couldn't reverse. The full prophecy, he said, reads as follows, the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The room was quiet. Power the Dark Lord knows not, Hermione repeated. That's you. Your power. The Hellfire. It's more than that, Harry said. He was thinking, fast, slotting pieces together. Voldemort heard this prophecy 16 years ago, the first half, from a spy who overheard it being made. That's why he came after me. He marked me as his equal by trying to kill me and failing. But now he has the full text, and now he knows there's a power he doesn't understand. And the connection, Dumbledore said. He reached through it and found, Hellfire. Something that hurt him. Something he can't explain. Harry stood and paced. The room was too small for the energy churning inside him. Fawkes trilled softly from his perch, and Harry felt the Phoenix song settle his nerves, smooth down the jagged edges of the Horcrux's agitation. He's going to be afraid now. And Dumbledore's right about one thing, Voldemort when he's afraid makes mistakes. But he also becomes unpredictable. Dangerous in ways he isn't when he's confident. He'll research you, Dumbledore said. He'll try to understand what you are, where your power comes from, how to counter it. Let him research. He won't find anything useful. There are no books on what happens when you raise a wizard in hell for 14 years, because it's never happened before. Harry stopped pacing. What worries me isn't Voldemort's research. It's his network. He has the Death Eaters back, he has the Dementors, and he has informants in the Ministry. He's going to come at me, at us, and he's going to come from angles we don't expect. Then we need to be ready, Hermione said. She'd pulled out her notebook, always with the notebook, and was writing. The Horcruxes are still the priority. He can't die until they're destroyed. Harry, you said you know where they are. I know what they are. Location is different. He counted off. The diary is already destroyed. The ring is in the Gaunt family shack, Voldemort's mother's home, in Little Hangleton. Protected by heavy curses. The locket was in a cave, but Voldemort may have moved it after his resurrection. The cup is in the Lestrange vault at Gringotts, and getting into that is going to be a whole thing. The diadem is here. Here. Ron said. In Hogwarts. In the room of requirement on the 7th floor. The room I found during my first week, the one that becomes whatever you need. There's a version of it that serves as a storage space for centuries of hidden objects. The diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw is in there, and it's been a Horcrux since the 1940s. Dumbledore leaned forward. You're certain? My father identified the magical signature of Ravenclaw's diadem in Hogwarts ambient field years ago. He cross-referenced it with known Horcrux resonance patterns. It's here. Then we should retrieve it immediately, no. Harry's voice was sharp enough to stop Dumbledore mid-sentence. If we destroy it now, Voldemort will feel it. He'll know we're hunting his anchors, and he'll move the others, hide them better, maybe create new ones. We need to locate all of them before we destroy any of them. Simultaneous strikes, or as close to simultaneous as possible. That's extremely ambitious, Dumbledore said. It's the only approach that works. One at a time gives him time to adapt. All at once gives him nowhere to run. Hermione was nodding, writing furiously. We need a timeline. Locate all Horcruxes, confirm positions, develop destruction methods, execute simultaneously. What destroys a Horcrux? Basilisk venom, Dumbledore said. Fiend fire. The killing curse, arguably. Hellfire, Harry added. Which I can produce on demand, so that simplifies the logistics. Right. Of course. Hellfire. Hermione wrote it down as if she were noting a recipe ingredient. So we need, the ring's exact protections mapped, the locket's current location confirmed, access to the Lestrange vault at Gringotts, the diadem's position in the room of requirement verified, and a plan for the snake, Nagini, right? The snake is always with Voldemort. And the one in me, Harry said quietly. The room went still. Yes, Hermione said, equally quiet. And that one? Neville spoke for the first time since they'd entered the office. Can it be removed? Without, he stopped, but the unfinished question hung in the air like smoke. Without killing Harry. My father and I have been working on that for years, Harry said. The Horcrux is embedded in my scar, in the tissue where the killing curse struck. It's tangled up with my own magic, not inseparable, but close. Removing it requires essentially performing surgery on a living soul. Lucifer can do it. But it's risky, and it can't be done while the other Horcruxes still exist. The connection between them would make the removed fragment try to rejoin the network instead of being destroyed. So the one in you has to be last, Hermione said. Or simultaneous with the last. Either way, it's the hardest one. Dumbledore had been listening in silence, his expression cycling through something complex. Harry recognized it, the look of a man who had been planning this war for years, who had contingencies built on contingencies, and who was watching a 15-year-old dismantle and rebuild his strategy in real time. You've thought about this more than I have, Dumbledore said. It wasn't a question. I've had more information for longer. And my father is better at soul mechanics than anyone in human history, for obvious reasons. Yes. A pause. I need to speak with your father. No. The word came out harder than Harry intended. He moderated his tone. My father respects my autonomy. He won't come into this world and fix things for me. That's not how he operates, and frankly, it's not how I want to operate either. If you need information about infernal magic or soul mechanics, I'll relay your questions. But Lucifer Morningstar isn't joining your war council. Dumbledore's jaw tightened. Harry could see the strategist in him chafing, the devil himself, the most powerful being in creation, available as an ally, and Harry was refusing to bring him to the table. From Dumbledore's perspective, it was like having a nuclear weapon and choosing to fight with a sword. From Harry's perspective, it was about being his own person. Very well, Dumbledore said, and if there was frustration behind the words, he hid it well. Then we work with what we have. Harrison, I suggest we form a small working group, you, myself, and anyone you trust, them. Harry gestured to Hermione, Ron, and Neville. They're in. They're students. So am I. And they're the best allies I've found in this world so far. Hermione's smarter than anyone on your staff. Ron thinks tactically. Neville has more courage than people twice his age. I trust them. Dumbledore looked at the three teenagers. Ron stood a little straighter. Hermione met his gaze without flinching. Neville simply nodded. So be it, Dumbledore said. We begin planning immediately. But Harrison, the Hogsmeade visit is this Saturday. The students need normalcy, and I won't cancel it. Whatever we do quietly, and we do not create a panic. Harry agreed. They spent another hour in Dumbledore's office, roughing out the framework of the plan. Assignments were distributed. Dumbledore would investigate the ring's protections and the locket's current location through his own network. Hermione would research Horcrux destruction methodology. Ron would map the Room of Requirement's hidden storage space. Neville would quietly identify which students could be trusted in a crisis. He knew the school's social dynamics better than anyone. And Harry would do what only he could do, maintain the Horcrux connection, monitor Voldemort's movements through it, and prepare for the moment when everything converged. They left the office as the afternoon was dying. The corridors were quiet, classes had ended, and students were drifting to their common rooms. Harry walked with his friends through the castle and felt the weight of what was coming settle onto his shoulders. Not crushing, he'd borne weight like this since childhood. But present. Real. You okay? Hermione asked. I just punched Voldemort in the brain with hellfire. I'm great. She gave him a look that said she wasn't buying his deflection but would let it slide for now. They parted at the staircase, Hermione to the library, Ron to the kitchens, stress eating, he claimed, Neville to the greenhouses. Harry headed for Gryffindor Tower. He didn't make it. Draco Malfoy was waiting for him on the 7th floor landing, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed and his inquisitorial squad badge gleaming on his chest. He was alone, which was unusual. Malfoy generally traveled with his two oversized bookends, Crabbe and Goyle. Morningstar. Malfoy. They looked at each other. Malfoy's expression was carefully arranged into its default sneer, but Harry could see the cracks. The boy was scared. Not of Harry specifically, though there was that, but of something bigger, something he carried with him like a stone in his pocket. That display in class today, Malfoy said. The light show. Very dramatic. Wasn't a display. It was a psychic attack from your father's boss. Malfoy flinched. There it was, the nerve, raw and exposed. My father is a Death Eater. Has been since the First War. Took the mark willingly, served Voldemort, walked free by claiming the Imperius defense, and is now serving again. Harry said it without heat, without accusation. Just facts. You know this. You've always known this. Malfoy's sneer crumbled. For a moment, the mask dropped and Harry saw the boy underneath, 16 years old, terrified, carrying a legacy he hadn't chosen and couldn't escape. What do you want? Malfoy asked, and his voice was thin. Right now. I want to go to my dormitory and take a nap. Long term. I want to destroy the dark wizard your father serves before he destroys everything. Including your father. Harry stepped closer. I'm not your enemy, Draco. I have no interest in the Malfoy family or your blood purity politics or any of the petty house rivalries that this school runs on. But I need to know where you stand, because when this war comes to a head, and it will, soon, you're going to have to choose. And, my father told me to, isn't going to be good enough. Malfoy stared at him. His grey eyes were bright with something, fear, anger, the first faint stirrings of something that might, with cultivation, become independent thought. You don't know anything about my family, Malfoy said, but it was weak. A defensive reflex, not a conviction. I know your mother loves you more than she loves Voldemort's cause. I know your father is in too deep to get out on his own. And I know that you, Draco Malfoy, are not a killer and not a fanatic. You're a kid who's been told his whole life that power and cruelty are the same thing, and you're starting to realize that's a lie. Silence stretched between them. The corridor was empty, the torches flickering. Think about it, Harry said. When you're ready to talk, really talk, you know where to find me. He walked past Malfoy and continued to Gryffindor Tower. Behind him, he heard nothing, no retort, no insult, no retreating footsteps. Just silence. Good. Silence meant thinking, and thinking was the first step toward change. The rest of the week passed in a strange, compressed calm. The kind of calm that precedes a storm so obviously that even the weather seems to hold its breath. Students went to classes, did their homework, complained about Umbridge, gossiped about Harry's classroom incident. The Daily Prophet ran a story about disturbances at Hogwarts that was so vague and sanitized it actually managed to say nothing in 700 words. The Ministry sent another inquiry, this one about Harry specifically, requesting his registration as a foreign magical entity. Dumbledore replied with a letter so politely eviscerating that McGonagall asked for a copy to frame. Harry used the time to train. He'd found the room of requirement again, the version that became a training space, and he spent his evenings there, alone, pushing the limits of what his combined magic could do. Wandless casting came naturally to him, but the Elder Wand with its angel feather core had opened up new possibilities. His wizard magic, channeled through the wand, harmonized with his infernal power in ways he was still discovering. Spells that should have been newt level or beyond came to him instinctively. He could transfigure objects at a molecular level. He could conjure shields that blended magical and infernal energy into something that no standard spell could penetrate. He could cast a Patronus, and when he did, it didn't take the form of a silver animal. It took the form of a man with wings, blazing with white light. The first time that happened, Harry stood in the room of requirement staring at the luminous figure and felt something crack open in his chest. The Patronus was supposed to be driven by your happiest memory, your purest positive emotion. Harry had focused on his father, on Lucifer playing piano, on the study, on, you smiled at me. And the Patronus had taken the form of an angel. Lucifer before the fall. Lucifer as he had been, eons ago, the morning star, the light-bringer, the most beautiful of all God's creations. Harry let the Patronus fade and sat down on the stone floor and breathed for a while. On Thursday, he brought Hermione to the room. I want to show you something, he said. They were standing in the corridor on the 7th floor, the stretch of blank wall that concealed the room's entrance. Walk past the wall 3 times and think about needing to find hidden things. Hermione looked skeptical but complied. On the 3rd pass, a door appeared, different from the training room door. Older. Larger. They opened it and stepped into something that wasn't a room so much as a cathedral of lost things. It stretched in every direction, towering stacks of objects piled to a ceiling Harry couldn't see, broken furniture, old textbooks, bottles, trunks, suits of armor, broomsticks, thousands upon thousands of items hidden here by students and staff over centuries. It smelled of dust and old magic and forgotten secrets. My God, Hermione whispered. Not quite. Come on. This way. Harry navigated through the stacks. He could feel it, the Horcrux signature, faint but distinct, a cold pulse of dark magic that resonated with the fragment in his scar. He followed it like a compass needle, turning left, right, climbing over a pile of chairs, squeezing between two enormous wardrobes. Hermione followed, her wand out, cataloging everything with wide, hungry eyes. They found it on a bust of an old warlock, sitting on a cabinet near the back of the room. A tarnished silver diadem set with a single blue stone. It looked unremarkable, just another piece of abandoned jewelry in a room full of abandoned things. But Harry could feel it. The cold, oily wrongness of a torn soul, pulsing faintly, the same frequency as the thing in his scar. They were siblings, in a way. Pieces of the same broken whole. "Don't touch it," Harry said as Hermione reached toward it instinctively. "The enchantments on it are designed to influence anyone who makes physical contact. It'll try to possess you, or at least corrupt your thoughts." Hermione pulled her hand back. "It's really a Horcrux. Ravenclaw's diadem. Made by Rowena Ravenclaw herself, lost for centuries, found by Tom Riddle when he was a young man. He turned it into a vessel for a piece of his soul and hid it here." Harry crouched, studying it without touching it. The Horcrux pulsed, sensing him, sensing its sibling in his scar. "Hello, ugly." The diadem seemed to shiver. "We could destroy it now," Hermione said. "You're Hellfire, no. Not yet. Voldemort would know. The plan is simultaneous destruction, remember? We mark the location, we leave it, and when the time comes, we come back and burn it." He stood. "But now we know exactly where it is." One confirmed. They left the room. In the corridor, Hermione was quiet, processing. "It felt evil," she said finally. "Not just dark magic, genuinely evil. Malicious. Like it was watching us." It was. Horcruxes are semi-sentient. They contain a fragment of Voldemort's consciousness, frozen at the moment of creation. That diadem has been sitting in that room for 50 years, aware, unable to act, just existing. Trapped. That's horrible. Harry looked at her. "Don't feel sorry for it. The soul fragment in that diadem was created through murder. A young woman named Helena, a ghost here, actually, the Grey Lady, she was the last person to possess the diadem before Riddle. He charmed her ghost into revealing its location, then killed an Albanian peasant to make the Horcrux." "I don't feel sorry for it," Hermione said firmly. "I feel horrified by it. There's a difference." "Fair enough." They were walking toward the staircase when Hermione stopped. "Harry." "Yeah. The one in you. When Lucifer removes it, what will that feel like?" He didn't answer immediately. It was a question he'd asked himself many times, in the dark of his chambers in hell, lying in bed with his hand pressed against his scar. "I don't know," he said honestly. "The Horcrux has been part of me since I was 15 months old. It's been there longer than most of my memories. It's not me, I know that, I've always known that, but it's present. Like a sound you've heard so long you've stopped noticing it. When it's gone, there'll be silence. Are you afraid of the silence?" "No." He paused. "Of what Voldemort might do when I try to remove it?" "That's a different question." She reached out and squeezed his hand. Brief, warm, human. He squeezed back. "We'll figure it out," she said. "You keep saying, we. Get used to it." Saturday arrived, and with it, the Hogsmeade visit. Hogsmeade was a village. An actual, real wizarding village, the only entirely non-Muggle settlement in Britain, tucked into a valley below Hogwarts with snow-capped mountains as a backdrop. It was quaint in a way that made Harry's hell-raised sensibilities slightly itchy. Thatched roofs. Cobblestone streets. A pub called the Three Broomsticks. A joke shop. A sweet shop. A post office staffed by owls of varying sizes and attitudes. Harry walked through it with Hermione, Ron, and Neville, experiencing something he'd seen other people do but never done himself, hanging out. Just, being teenagers. Ron dragged them into Honeydukes and spent 20 minutes agonizing over chocolate selections. Neville found a rare plant in a shop window and launched into an impassioned monologue about its magical properties that lasted the entire walk from one end of the high street to the other. Hermione insisted on visiting the bookshop, where she and Harry got into a heated debate about the theoretical foundations of transfiguration that the shopkeeper eventually asked them to take outside because they were scaring the other customers. "I'm not saying Gamp's exceptions are wrong," Harry argued as they walked down the main street, butterbeer in hand. "I'm saying they're incomplete. Gamp described 5 exceptions to elemental transfiguration, but she was working within the framework of mortal magic. When you introduce infernal variables aren't replicable by standard practitioners, so they're irrelevant to the theoretical framework," Hermione shot back, her cheeks flushed with the cold and the pleasure of the argument. "You can't build general theory on outlier cases. Every revolutionary theory started as an outlier case. That's how paradigms shift. That's how paradigms collapse if the foundation isn't rigorous." Ron, walking behind them, leaned toward Neville. "Are they flirting?" "I can't tell if they're flirting or actually angry." "Both, I think," Neville said mildly. Harry heard them and felt heat rise in his cheeks that had nothing to do with hellfire. He glanced at Hermione, who was looking determinedly at her butterbeer, and the moment stretched between them, charged, uncertain, new. Then the screaming started. It came from the far end of the village, near the road that led to the shrieking shack. High, terrified, unmistakable. Harry's butterbeer hit the cobblestones before the first scream had finished, his wand in his hand and his body moving before his conscious mind had fully processed what was happening. "Get the students inside," he shouted at Ron and Neville. "Now." He ran toward the screaming. Hermione ran beside him. He didn't try to stop her, because he'd learned in 3 weeks that trying to stop Hermione Granger from doing something she'd decided to do was about as effective as trying to stop gravity. They rounded the corner at the end of the high street and saw them. Death Eaters. A dozen of them, maybe more, in black robes and silver masks, operating into the village in rapid succession, crack, 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 like gunshots. They were already casting, sending curses arcing through the air in flashes of red and green and purple. A shop front exploded. A cart overturned. Villagers ran, screaming, scrambling for cover. At the center of the formation, unmasked, was a woman Harry recognized from her description, Bellatrix Lestrange. Wild black hair, a face that was beautiful beneath its madness, and eyes that burned with fanatical devotion. She was laughing, actually laughing, as she hurled curses with the casual abandon of someone for whom destruction was entertainment. "The Mudblood School!" Bellatrix shrieked. "Where's the Mudblood School? Where's the boy? The Dark Lord wants the boy. They were here for him." Harry felt a cold clarity descend. The noise faded, the fear faded, everything faded except the tactical reality in front of him. A dozen Death Eaters. Experienced combat wizards, most of them fresh from Azkaban, fueled by years of rage and Voldemort's triumphant return. Attacking a village full of students, staff, and civilians. And him. "Hermione, get a message to Dumbledore." "Patronus, you can cast one, right?" "Yes, do it now." "Then get back here. I'm going to need you." She didn't argue. Her wand came up, she murmured the incantation, and a silver otter burst from the tip and streaked toward the castle. Then she was back at his side, wand ready, jaw set. Harry stepped out into the street. "Over here," he called. The Death Eaters turned. Bellatrix's laugh cut off. Through their masks and her bare face, Harry saw the moment of recognition, not of his face, but of what he was. They could feel his power, pouring off him in waves now that he'd stopped bothering to contain it. The air around him shimmered. The cobblestones under his feet were warm. "Well, well," Bellatrix said, her voice low and throaty. "The lost Potter boy. The Dark Lord said you'd be special. He doesn't know the half of it." Bellatrix raised her wand. Avad, Harry moved. Not with his body, with his will. A wall of force erupted from him, invisible and total, slamming into the Death Eaters like a tidal wave. 5 of them went flying, hurled backward 30 feet, crashing into buildings, landing in heaps. The others, including Bellatrix, managed to shield, barely, their barriers cracking under the impact. "Spread out!" Bellatrix screamed. "Spread out! Don't let him." Harry was already among them. He fought the way Maze had taught him, fast, fluid, relentlessly forward. No defensive casting, no standing still and trading spells. You moved. You attacked. You treated the battlefield like a living thing and you danced through it. His wand was a blur, stunning spells, disarming charms, binding hexes, cast so fast they overlapped, a continuous stream of magic that overwhelmed individual opponents before they could mount a defense. A Death Eater on his right tried to flank him. Harry spun and hit him with a transfiguration that turned his mask into a steel vice, clamping down on his face. The man screamed and dropped, clawing at the metal. Another came at him with a crucio. Harry sidestepped the red light by an inch and responded with a blast of raw force that broke the man's wand arm and sent him cartwheeling into a snowbank. He wasn't using hellfire. Not yet. These were mortal combatants and mortal combat, and he wanted to handle it on those terms. There was a principle at stake, showing the wizarding world that he was a wizard, not just an infernal weapon. That he could beat their best with their own magic. Hermione was fighting too. He caught glimpses of her between his own engagements. She was methodical where he was fluid, taking cover behind walls and debris, picking her shots, landing precise spells that took opponents out of the fight with surgical efficiency. She hit a Death Eater with a full body bind while he was mid-curse. She conjured a wall of stone to block a killing curse meant for a fleeing villager. She was brilliant and she was terrified and she didn't stop. But Bellatrix was a problem. The woman was genuinely skilled, not just powerful but inventive, unpredictable, switching between dark curses and creative transfigurations and raw magical blasts with the fluid improvisation of someone who loved violence the way an artist loves their medium. She was laughing again, dueling Harry one-on-one now as the other Death Eaters regrouped around her, and her curses were getting darker, more dangerous, the kind of magic that left scars on reality itself. "Come on, little prince," she shrieked, sending a serpent of dark fire at him. Harry swatted it aside with his wand and felt the heat of it singe his hair. "Show me. Show me what the devil taught you." Harry's patience snapped. Not his temper, his patience. The tactical assessment completed, the calculation rendered. Mortal magic had made his point. Now it was time to end this. He planted his feet, raised his left hand, his off hand, the one without the wand, and opened himself to the ring's connection. Hell answered. Hellfire erupted from his palm. Not the controlled, contained flame he'd shown in class or demonstrated for friends. This was the real thing, a torrent of golden-green fire that screamed with the voice of the underworld, that burned not just physical matter but magical energy itself. It consumed spells mid-flight. It devoured shields like paper. It spread across the ground in a ring around Harry, a circle of supernatural fire 20 feet in diameter that no one could enter and no one could extinguish. The Death Eaters stopped fighting. They stared. "Enough," Harry said, and his voice carried with it the weight of infernal authority, the command tone he used in the courts of hell, the voice of a prince who had broken a 6,000-year-old war demon and hadn't broken a sweat. "Lay down your wands. Now. This is your one chance." Half of them did. Wands clattered to the cobblestones as Death Eaters, hardened dark wizards, murderers and torturers, looked at the ring of hellfire and the boy standing at its center and made the entirely rational decision that this was not a fight they could win. Bellatrix didn't drop her wand. Impressive light show, boy, she hissed, but her voice had lost its manic edge. She was scared. Harry could see it in her eyes, in the way her wand hand trembled, in the rapid calculation of someone trying to find an exit and not finding one. But the Dark Lord will, the Dark Lord isn't here. You are. And you have 3 seconds to drop your wand before I demonstrate what this fire does to human flesh. You wouldn't. You're a child, I'm the Prince of Hell. I've been watching souls burn since I was old enough to walk. Try me. She stared at him. The hellfire roared. The village was silent except for the crackle of supernatural flame and the whimpering of wounded Death Eaters. Bellatrix dropped her wand. Smart choice, Harry said. He bound them all, every Death Eater, including Bellatrix, in chains of solidified magical force that would hold until actively dispelled. The hellfire faded, sinking back into his ring, leaving scorched cobblestones and the smell of ozone. The village was a mess. Damaged buildings, scattered debris, frightened villagers emerging from hiding. But no one was dead. Harry had made sure of that, every spell he'd cast had been non-lethal, every application of force calibrated to incapacitate, not kill. He'd fought with the precision of someone who understood that killing was easy and mercy was a choice, and he'd chosen mercy. Hermione appeared beside him. She had a cut on her cheek and her hair was wilder than usual and she was breathing hard. You're hurt, Harry said. It's a scratch. You just defeated 12 Death Eaters by yourself. You helped. I took out 2. You handled the other 10. And Bellatrix Lestrange. She shook her head. The Ministry can't ignore this. A dozen Death Eaters attacking a school village, they can't sweep this under the rug. No. They can't. The cavalry arrived 5 minutes later, Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, and half the Hogwarts staff, plus Ministry Aurors who operate in from London. The scene they found was not what they expected, a village largely intact, a teenager standing in the middle of it surrounded by bound Death Eaters, and a ring of scorched stone that would be visible for years. Dumbledore took one look at the scene and his eyes went to Harry. Harry met his gaze and shrugged. Subtle enough for you, he said. The aftermath was controlled chaos. Aurors took custody of the Death Eaters. Healers from St. Mungo's tended to the wounded. Ministry officials swarmed the village, taking statements, casting diagnostic spells, trying to understand what had happened. The scorch marks on the cobblestones resisted all attempts at magical analysis, the Auror's diagnostic charms simply slid off the hellfire residue like water off glass. Harry gave his statement to a senior Auror named Kingsley Shacklebolt, a tall, dark-skinned man with a calm demeanor and sharp eyes who, Harry noticed, was not even slightly surprised by the attack. Shacklebolt was Order of the Phoenix, Harry realized. One of Dumbledore's people. The man listened to Harry's account with professional focus and didn't flinch at the mention of hellfire. You contained a dozen Death Eaters alone, Shacklebolt said when Harry finished. Hermione Granger helped. She should be in your report. She will be. Shacklebolt studied Harry for a moment. Morningstar. The name isn't just for show, is it? Nothing about me is for show, Auror Shacklebolt. A nod. Something like respect in those dark eyes. Good. We're going to need people like you before this is over. The students were escorted back to Hogwarts in a long, shaken procession. Harry walked with them, refusing the staff's suggestion that he travel separately. He was a student. He'd walk with the students. The mood in the castle that evening was electric. The attack had shattered the Ministry's narrative. You couldn't claim Voldemort hadn't returned when his Death Eaters were attacking school outings in broad daylight. The Daily Prophet's evening edition, which arrived by owl during dinner, led with a headline that would change everything: Death Eater attack on Hogsmeade, WHO confirmed return below it, in smaller text, mysterious student, Harrison Morningstar, single-handedly defeats Dark Lord's forces. Harry looked at the paper and sighed. So much for managing the narrative, he said. The cat is rather dramatically out of the bag, Hermione agreed. By tomorrow, every witch and wizard in Britain will know your name. They already knew my name. Now they'll know what I can do. Is that a good thing? Harry considered it. Ask me in a week. The Great Hall was buzzing. Students from every house were talking about the attack, about Harry, about the hellfire that had burned in colors they'd never seen. The Slytherin table was notably quiet. Several students there had parents among the captured Death Eaters, and the political implications were still sinking in. Harry caught Draco Malfoy's eye across the hall. Malfoy was pale, his plate untouched. His father hadn't been among the captured. Lucius Malfoy was too smart for front-line operations, but the arrest of Bellatrix, his aunt, was a blow to the family. And Malfoy was looking at Harry not with hatred or contempt but with something raw. Desperation. Harry held the look for a moment, then turned away. Not dismissively, carefully. Giving Malfoy space to make his own decision in his own time. After dinner, Dumbledore called a staff meeting. Harry wasn't invited, which was fine. Hermione had taught him a charm that let him listen through walls, a trick she'd been using on staff meetings all year and which made Harry respect her even more. The meeting was tense. Umbridge was demanding Harry's expulsion for reckless endangerment and use of unclassified dark magic. McGonagall was demanding Umbridge's removal for breathtaking incompetence in a crisis. Snape was coldly pointing out that the Death Eaters had clearly had inside intelligence about the Hogsmeade schedule, implying a security breach. Flitwick was asking technical questions about the Hellfire. Dumbledore was trying to manage all of it simultaneously, his voice calm and measured, steering the conversation toward actionable next steps. The Ministry will have to acknowledge Voldemort's return now, Dumbledore said. Cornelius cannot maintain the denial in the face of 12 captured Death Eaters and a village full of witnesses. This changes the political landscape fundamentally. It also paints a target on every student in this school, Snape said. The Dark Lord will not take this defeat lightly. He will escalate. Then we must be ready for escalation. Ready how? Umbridge's voice was shrill. By allowing a child to wage war from a school. Morningstar is a danger. Morningstar is the reason none of your students are dead tonight, Dolores. McGonagall's voice could have frozen lava. If you'd like to discuss danger, let's start with the 6 months you spent disarming them. The meeting devolved from there. Harry stopped listening and climbed the stairs to his dormitory. He was tired, not physically, but in a deeper way. The hellfire draw from his ring always took something out of him, a toll measured not in energy but in the psychic cost of channeling the underworld's power through a mortal body. He needed rest. He sat on his bed and pressed his thumb to the ring. The communication function activated, and Maze's voice filled his head immediately, sharp with concern. I felt that. The fire. What happened? Death Eater attack. Hogsmeade Village. I handled it. Casualties? None. Theirs or ours? A pause. You could have killed them. Yes. Why didn't you? Because killing them wasn't necessary. I needed them alive. Alive Death Eaters can be interrogated, tried, and used to prove Voldemort's return to the public. Dead ones are just martyrs. Another pause. Longer. You sound like your father. I'll take that as a compliment. It was one. A shift in her tone. Quieter. Harry. Things are moving here. Lilith's people have been more active, scouts in the 6th and 7th circles, probing defenses. Nothing overt yet, but the pattern is accelerating. Harry's hand tightened on the ring. How's the court? Holding. Astaroth is worth his weight in hellsteel. But there are whispers, Harry. Lords who stayed loyal when you were here are starting to ask questions about the empty throne. I'll come back. Soon. I know what you need. I'm not telling you to come back. I'm telling you what's happening so you can plan. A beat. I can handle Lilith's scouts. I can handle the whispers. What I can't handle is being surprised. Don't keep me in the dark. I won't. Maze, I promise. Good. Her voice softened fractionally. Be careful up there. Be careful down there. The connection faded. Harry lay back on his bed and stared at the canopy overhead. Two fronts. Two wars. The mortal world and the underworld, both demanding his attention, both escalating, both connected by threads he was only beginning to understand. Voldemort and Lilith. A dark lord and an ancient demon. Both wanted him destroyed. Both were patient, intelligent, and ruthless. And both, Harry suspected, were closer to finding each other than anyone realized. He needed to move faster. The Horcruxes, the political situation, the growing crisis in Hell, everything was converging, and the timetable he'd imagined was compressing under the weight of events. But that was tomorrow's problem. Tonight, he was alive, his friends were alive, and 12 Death Eaters were in Ministry custody. Tonight was a win. A knock on the dormitory door. Hermione's voice, muffled, "Harry. Are you decent? Come in." She opened the door and slipped inside. The other boys weren't up yet, they were still in the common room, too wound up to sleep. Hermione sat on the edge of Harry's bed and pulled out a piece of parchment. "I've been thinking about the Horcrux plan," she said. "The simultaneous destruction model. I think I've found a way to make it work." Harry sat up. "I'm listening." "The problem is coordination. We need to destroy 6 Horcruxes at essentially the same moment, across multiple locations, some of which we don't even know yet. That requires either 6 teams or one person moving impossibly fast." She unfolded the parchment, which was covered in her neat handwriting and what appeared to be mathematical equations. "But what if we don't need to be simultaneous? What if we need to be sequential, but so fast that Voldemort doesn't have time to react?" "How fast?" "Seconds. The connection between Horcruxes isn't instantaneous, there's a propagation delay, like ripples in water. When the diary was destroyed, the others felt it, but not immediately. Based on accounts from the Chamber of Secrets incident, there was a gap of several seconds between destruction and resonance. If we could destroy all 6 in a window of, say, 30 seconds, Voldemort wouldn't have time to move the remaining ones. He'd feel the first destruction, panic, and before he could act, they'd all be gone." Harry took the parchment from her and studied her calculations. They were elegant. Precise. And they were right. "Hermione, this is brilliant." "I know." She wasn't being arrogant, she was being honest, in the same way Harry was honest about his power. Pretending to be less than you were was a waste of everyone's time. But it means we need a way to move between locations in seconds. Apparition has limits. Portkeys need preparation time. Flow network is too slow and too traceable. "I have portals," Harry said. "My ring anchors to Hell, but Hell connects to everywhere. I can portal from the room of requirement to, say, Little Hangleton in less than a second. Then from Little Hangleton to Gringotts. Then to wherever the locket is. Could you take others through the portals?" "Yes, but it's draining. Each portal costs energy, and 6 in rapid succession would be," he paused. "Thought about it. Brutal. But possible. Especially if I draw heavily from the ring. The cost is worth it. If we can destroy 6 Horcruxes in 30 seconds, we reduce Voldemort from an immortal Dark Lord to a very angry wizard with 1 life. And then the prophecy can be fulfilled on our terms." Hermione was watching him with that expression again, admiration layered with concern, analysis wrapped around emotion. "You keep saying, 'our terms.' But the prophecy says either must die at the hand of the other. That's you and him, Harry. In the end, it comes down to you and him." "I know. And you're okay with that?" He looked at her. In the low light of the dormitory, her brown eyes were warm, her face open and worried and fierce all at once. She cared about him. Not about the prince of hell or the boy who lived or the strategic asset, about him. Harry. The boy who liked toast and argued about transfiguration theory and had never had friends his own age before 3 weeks ago. "I'm not okay with it," he said. "But I accept it. There's a difference." She reached out and took his hand. He let her. "We'll find a way," she said. "Not just to win. To get you through it. All of you." He wanted to tell her that was an optimistic promise to make. He wanted to tell her that prophecies were inflexible things, that either must die at the hand of the other, didn't leave much room for happy endings. He wanted to be realistic and strategic and princely. Instead, he squeezed her hand and said, "Yeah. We will." She squeezed back, held on for a moment longer than strictly necessary, and then stood. "I should go. The boys will be up soon and I don't want to deal with Ron's commentary." "Ron's commentary? He has opinions about us. Loud ones. Usually accompanied by gagging noises." She paused at the door. "Good night, Harry." "Good night, Hermione." She left. Harry lay back down, her warmth still lingering on his fingers. He pressed his other hand to his scar and felt the Horcrux, quiet now, exhausted from the day's convulsions. Through the connection, very faintly, he could sense Voldemort, a distant, seething presence, licking his wounds, surrounded by his remaining followers, planning his next move. "I'm still here, Tom," Harry thought. "And I'm not going anywhere." The Horcrux shuddered. Somewhere, hundreds of miles away, Voldemort's hand twitched. The game continued. But the board had changed, and the pieces were no longer where anyone expected them to be. Harry closed his eyes. Sleep came slowly, but it came, and he dreamed not of green light or screaming, but of fire, golden and warm, and a girl with brown eyes who wasn't afraid of anything. Sunday morning broke gray and cold, and the Daily Prophet brought the political earthquake Harry had predicted. Cornelius Fudge, faced with incontrovertible evidence of Voldemort's return and mounting public outrage over the Hogsmeade attack, held a press conference at the ministry. He resigned. The paper ran the story across the entire front page: "Fudge out, ministry in crisis, Bones tipped for top job." Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, was named acting minister by the Wisengamot that afternoon. Harry had never met her, but Dumbledore's assessment, delivered at an emergency meeting in his office, was cautiously optimistic. "Amelia is competent, fair, and not inclined toward denial," Dumbledore said. "She'll mobilize the Auror force properly and take the war effort seriously. She'll also want to talk to you. I'm available. I should mention, Dolores Umbridge has been recalled to the ministry. Effective immediately." The cheer that went up in the common room when this news reached it was loud enough to rattle the windows. Fred and George Weasley, Ron's twin brothers, professional troublemakers and part-time geniuses, set off enchanted fireworks that spelled out rude things about Umbridge in sparkling letters above the Gryffindor table at lunch. McGonagall watched with an expression of absolute neutrality that fooled exactly no one. The new defense against the dark arts professor arrived on Monday. His name was Remus Lupin, and the moment he walked into the classroom, Harry felt something click into place. Lupin was thin, scarred, prematurely gray, and carried himself with the quiet wariness of someone who expected the world to be hostile and was pleasantly surprised when it wasn't. He wore shabby robes and a gentle smile, and his eyes, amber, almost golden, held a depth of kindness and pain that Harry recognized. This was a man who had lost everything and kept going. Who had been broken and had put himself back together, imperfectly but stubbornly, and had found a way to keep caring about a world that hadn't been kind to him. "I taught here once before," Lupin told the class. "Third year, for those who remember. I left under circumstances. But the headmaster has asked me to return, and given the current situation, I felt I couldn't refuse." He set his briefcase on the desk. Today, we're going to practice actual defensive magic. Wands out, please. The class erupted in excited chatter. After months of Umbridge's theoretical wasteland, the prospect of actually using their wands was almost painfully exciting. Lupin was a superb teacher. Patient, encouraging, with a knack for explaining complex concepts in simple terms and a gentle humor that put even the most nervous students at ease. Harry watched him lead the class through shield charms, basic stuff for Harry, but he appreciated the pedagogy, the way Lupin built confidence in stages, celebrating small victories and treating failures as learning opportunities rather than shortcomings. After class, Lupin asked Harry to stay behind. "I knew your parents," Lupin said when the classroom was empty. He sat on the edge of his desk, informal, his amber eyes warm and sad and complicated. "James was my best friend. Lily was the best of us. Better than any of us deserved." "You're a werewolf," Harry said. "Not an accusation. An observation." Lupin blinked. "How did you, the scars? The timing of your previous departure from Hogwarts, it was exposed, right? A student or a colleague? And your eyes? Lycanthropy leaves traces in the iris. Gold flecks. I've studied infernal affliction parallels." Lupin stared at him for a long moment. Then he laughed, a real, full laugh, the kind that sounded like it hadn't gotten much exercise lately. "You really are Lily's son," he said. "She'd have spotted it in 5 minutes too." He sobered. "Yes. I'm a werewolf. Bitten as a child. Your father, James, and his friends became animagi to keep me company during transformations. They gave me a family when the world wanted to throw me away. Like my other father," Harry said. "Lucifer. He knows what it's like to be cast out." A flash of something in Lupin's eyes. Not fear, thoughtfulness. "I'll confess, when Dumbledore told me where you'd been for 14 years, I didn't know what to think. The devil raising James and Lily's son. It's not what any of us imagined. Was there a plan? For me? If Voldemort came after my parents? Sirius was supposed to be your godfather. Sirius Black." The name carried weight, Harry could hear it. He was James's best friend. Best man at the wedding. Named in their will as your guardian. But he was framed. Peter Pettigrew, another friend, betrayed your parents to Voldemort and framed Sirius for the crime. Sirius spent 12 years in Azkaban for murders he didn't commit. Harry's hand tightened on his wand. He'd known about Black, his father had told him the story, pieced together from infernal intelligence networks. He escaped. 2 years ago. He did. He's alive, Harry. In hiding, but alive. And he wants to meet you. He's wanted nothing else since the day he escaped. Lupin's voice was careful now, feeling his way. If you're willing. The idea sat in Harry's chest like a warm coal. A godfather. Someone his birth parents had chosen, had trusted, had loved enough to name as Harry's guardian. Someone who had suffered, 12 years in Azkaban, wrongfully imprisoned, his life destroyed, and who still wanted to know the boy he was supposed to have raised. "Yes," Harry said. "I'm willing. I'll arrange it. It'll need to be careful. Sirius is still a wanted man, though with Bones as minister, there may be avenues for an appeal." Lupin hesitated. "Harry, there's something else. About the war, about what's coming. I'm part of the Order of the Phoenix, Dumbledore's organization, the resistance against Voldemort. We've been rebuilding since his return. And we could use you. I'm already working with Dumbledore. I know. But the Order is more than Dumbledore. It's people, Aurors, teachers, civilians, all kinds, who are willing to fight. Good people, Harry. The kind your parents fought beside." He paused. The kind who'd follow the Prince of Hell into battle if they believed in what he was fighting for. Harry looked at this kind, scarred, battered man and felt something he hadn't expected, a connection to his past. Not the abstract knowledge of who his parents were, but a living thread, someone who had known them, loved them, carried their memory. A bridge between the life Harry might have had and the life he actually lived. "I'd like to meet the Order," Harry said. "All of them. In person. Not as a briefing, as an introduction. If they're going to fight beside me, they should know who I am. I'll set it up." Lupin extended his hand. "Welcome back, Harry. Your parents would be proud." Harry shook his hand. The grip was warm, despite the scars. "Thank you, Professor Remus. Please. I think we're past formalities." Harry left the classroom and walked through the corridors of Hogwarts, and the castle hummed around him, ancient and vast and welcoming, and the afternoon light slanted through the windows in golden bars, and for a moment, just a moment, the wars and the prophecies and the weight of two worlds felt manageable. Then his scar twinged. Not pain, a whisper. A scratching at the wards. Voldemort, probing, testing, trying to understand the connection that had burned him. Harry pushed back. Gently, this time. A reminder, not an attack. "I'm here. I know you're there. And you should be afraid." The scratching stopped. Harry smiled and kept walking. The game was far from over. But the Prince of Hell was learning to play it on his own terms, in his own world, with allies he'd chosen and a future he'd fight for. And somewhere in the deep places, in the space between worlds, Lilith's messenger reached Lord Voldemort's throne. And the alliance that would shake both realms began to take its first, terrible shape. But that, like so many things, was a problem for another day. Chapter 4, Hellfire and Hallows. The call came at 3 in the morning. Harry was dreaming about his mother, not the photograph version, static and smiling, but a living, moving Lily Potter who was trying to tell him something he couldn't quite hear. Her mouth moved, her green eyes urgent, and Harry strained to listen, but the words dissolved like smoke every time they reached him. Then the ring on his finger pulsed with a heat that burned through the dream like acid through paper. He was awake instantly. The dormitory was dark, the other boys asleep, Ron snoring a low, steady rumble from the next bed. Harry pressed his thumb to the ring and Maise's voice filled his mind, and something was wrong, he could hear it immediately. Maise didn't panic. Maise didn't do fear. But her voice was tight in a way he'd never heard before, and that scared him more than anything she could have said. "Harry. Now. Right now. What happened?" Lilith moved. "Full assault on the 7th Circle, 3 legions, maybe more. She took Malakar's fortress in under an hour. Malakar is dead. His lieutenants swore to her or were destroyed." A pause that lasted half a heartbeat too long. "She's marching on the 9th. Harry, she has an army." The world contracted to a single point. Harry was out of bed, feet on cold stone, mind already racing. 3 legions was massive, thousands of demons, organized, armed, committed. Malakar had been one of the strongest lords in the 7th Circle, a warlord with millennia of experience. For Lilith to have taken his fortress in an hour meant she'd been planning this for years, positioning her pieces with the kind of patience that only an immortal could sustain. "Where's Dad?" "At the breach of the 9th. Holding the approach. He won't leave, says if she wants his throne she can come take it from him personally." A razor edge of frustration in Maise's voice. "He's being himself, Harry. Stubborn and magnificent, and he's going to get overwhelmed if she brings all 3 legions through the breach. He's the devil. He can fight an army, yes. But he can't fight an army and hold the 9th's defenses at the same time. The wards are keyed to the throne. If someone sits on it while he's at the breach." She didn't finish. She didn't need to. If Lilith or one of her commanders reached the throne while Lucifer was engaged at the border, they could seize the 9th Circle's power. The throne wasn't just furniture, it was a nexus, a focal point of infernal authority that channeled the realm's energy to its ruler. Losing the throne wouldn't destroy Lucifer, but it would cripple him. Like cutting a general's supply lines in the middle of a battle. "I'm coming," Harry said. "Give me 60 seconds. Hurry." The connection cut. Harry pulled on his jacket over his sleep clothes, no time for proper attire. Maze's knife went to his belt, his wand to his hand. He paused for 1 second at his bedside table, looking at his parents' photograph in the moonlight. Lily's green eyes. James's messy hair. "Be right back," he whispered. He walked to the center of the dormitory, pushed his will into the ring, and tore open a portal. It was not a subtle thing. A vertical slash of silver-white light ripped through the air with a sound like fabric tearing, 6 feet tall and crackling with energy. The temperature in the room spiked. Ron jolted awake, yelping. Neville sat bolt upright, wand out before his eyes were fully open. "Harry?" Ron's voice was groggy and alarmed. What is that?" "Portal to hell. Emergency. Go back to sleep." "Go back to, mate, there's a bleeding hole in reality in our bedroom. I'll close it behind me. Tell Hermione I'll be back." He hesitated at the threshold. The portal hummed, pulling at him. Through it, he could smell hell, sulfur and heat and the deep, resonant power of the underworld. Home. "If Dumbledore asks, tell him the truth. I don't have time for politics." He stepped through. The portal sealed behind him with a flash of light and a rush of displaced air that blew Ron's curtains open and knocked a stack of books off Neville's nightstand. Ron and Neville stared at the empty space where the portal had been. "Did he just?" Ron started. "Yes," Neville said. "We should probably get Hermione." The portal deposited Harry in the palace's outer courtyard, and the ninth circle was at war. He could feel it before he saw it, the deep, percussive vibration of large-scale combat, transmitted through the stone beneath his feet. The palace was in defensive lockdown, walls reinforced with emergency wards, corridors sealed, the floating fire orbs burning red instead of their usual pale gold, a universal signal of crisis in the underworld. Demons in battle armor ran past him in organized units, heading for the breach, the single navigable passage between the ninth circle and the eighth, a massive canyon carved through miles of black rock. Astaroth met him at the courtyard's edge. The advisor looked haggard, which for an ageless demon meant his suit was slightly wrinkled and one strand of dark hair was out of place. His black eyes were sharp with controlled fear. "Status," Harry said, falling into step beside him. "Lilith committed everything. 3 full legions, the 1st, 4th, and 7th, plus irregulars from the 2nd and 3rd circles who joined her cause. Estimated total forces, 12,000. She struck Malachar first to secure her flank, then pivoted directly toward the 9th. Her vanguard reached the breach approximately 40 minutes ago. Our forces. The 9th circle's standing garrison, 2,000. Reinforcements from loyal lords in the 5th and 6th circles are en route but at least 3 hours out. Your father is at the breach with Mazikeen and the 1st Company. They're holding, but 12,000 against 2,000 doesn't hold forever. I know." Harry's mind was running calculations with a cold clarity that would have frightened him if he'd stopped to examine it. This was what he was trained for, not just combat, but command. Lucifer had started teaching him military strategy at age 10, using Hell's long history of civil wars as case studies. Maze had added the tactical layer, small unit operations, terrain exploitation, force multiplication. What about the throne room defenses? Active. I've locked down the inner palace. 300 of our best are guarding the approaches. But if Lilith breaks through the breach and gets forces into the 9th proper, she doesn't need to take the throne room by force. She just needs to keep Dad occupied at the breach long enough for a small team to slip through the secondary passages and reach the throne. Harry stopped walking. That's her play, Astaroth. The army at the breach is the distraction. She's got a strike team using the deep tunnels. Astaroth's expression shifted. The deep tunnels were sealed after the Third Infernal War, sealed, not destroyed. And Lilith predates the Third War. She knows passages that aren't on any map. She helped build some of them. Harry was moving again, faster now, heading not for the breach but deeper into the palace. Get word to my father, the breach assault is a feint. Lilith's real objective is the throne room. He needs to disengage and get back here. He won't disengage. You know him. Then tell Maze. Maze will drag him back by his collar if she has to. She's the only one who can. He took a sharp turn, descending a staircase that spiraled into the palace's lower levels. I'm going to the throne room. If Lilith's strike team comes through the deep tunnels, they'll emerge somewhere in the foundations. I'll be waiting. Harry, you'll be alone down there. I'm never alone in the ninth circle. This is my home. The walls know me. He descended. The lower levels of the palace were older, rougher, less polished obsidian and more raw, elemental rock, the bones of hell itself. The air was hotter here, the light dimmer, the ambient magic thicker and wilder. Harry could feel the ninth circle's power humming through the stone, vast and deep, responding to his presence. The realm recognized him. Its prince had come home. The throne room's lower entrance was a massive stone arch, reinforced with wards that Harry had helped design. He pressed his palm to the ward stone and felt them respond, layers of protection activating, locking down, sealing the room like a vault. Then he stepped through and sealed the arch behind him. The throne room was empty. Dark. The two thrones sat on their dais at the far end, obsidian and silver, silent and waiting. Harry walked to his throne and placed his hand on the armrest. The silver inlay flared to life, liquid light racing through the carved channels, illuminating the room in a pale, shifting glow. He sat down. Not in his father's throne, that wasn't his right, not yet, not unless Lucifer gave it to him. But his throne was connected to the same power network, the same nexus of infernal authority. Sitting in it, he could feel the entire ninth circle. Every corridor of the palace. Every defender at the breach. Every ward, every wall, every inch of territory that comprised the heart of the underworld. And there, in the deep tunnels, below the palace's foundations, moving with careful, deliberate speed, he felt them. A dozen signatures, maybe 15. Powerful demons, shielded against detection but not against the throne's awareness. They were 300 yards below him and closing. "Hello, Lilith," Harry murmured. "I knew you'd come yourself." He settled into the throne and reached for the ring's power. Hell responded, pouring energy into him, filling him until he blazed. He was the prince of the underworld, sitting on his throne, in the heart of his domain, with the full power of the ninth circle at his command. Come and get it. They came through the floor. Not literally, through a section of stone that had been weakened from below, shattered by combined demonic force that sent a rain of rubble cascading into the throne room. A hole opened in the ground 50 feet from the dais, and figures poured out of it in rapid succession. 12 demons in dark armor, moving with the coordinated precision of a special forces unit. They fanned out instantly, covering angles, establishing a perimeter. And behind them, rising from the hole like a queen ascending to her stage, came Lilith. She was exactly what the stories said and nothing like what they said. The old texts described her as a temptress, a seductress, a beautiful monster. They missed the point entirely. Lilith was beautiful, yes, strikingly, devastatingly beautiful, with skin like white marble and hair the deep red of old blood and a face that could have launched ships or sunk them. But beauty wasn't her weapon. Intelligence was. Patience was. The cold, absolute conviction that she was owed what she had come to take. She wore armor, not the ornamental kind that demon lords wore for show, but real armor, battle-tested, forged from something dark and old that seemed to drink the light around it. A blade hung at her hip, long and curved and radiating an aura of malice that made the air around it shimmer. She looked at Harry on his throne and smiled. It was the smile of someone who had expected a locked door and found a child standing behind it. "Little prince," she said. "I hoped you'd be here." "Lilith." Harry didn't stand. Didn't tense. He sat in his throne with the studied ease of someone receiving a visitor, not facing an invasion. "You've been busy. I've been patient. There's a difference." She walked forward, her strike team arrayed behind her. 12,000 soldiers at the breach. Your father occupied, his forces outnumbered 6-1. And here you sit, alone, on a throne that doesn't belong to you. It was given to me. Given. The word dripped contempt. By a being who has lost perspective. Lucifer was always sentimental, but adopting a mortal child. Giving it a throne. Granting it authority over beings who were ancient before humanity crawled out of the mud. She shook her head. You are an aberration, Harry. A novelty that has outlasted its charm. Is that what this is about? You think I'm unworthy? I think you're a symptom. Lucifer has grown complacent. Hell needs a ruler who understands what we are, not what we could be if we mimicked the humans, but what we are. Eternal. Ruthless. Pure. Her eyes burned. I am the first woman. I walked the garden before Eve. I was cast out for refusing to submit, and I have spent eternity building my power. I am no one's subject, least of all a child's. Harry listened. He listened because Lilith was not stupid, not cartoonishly evil, not a two-dimensional villain to be dispatched with a clever quip. She believed what she was saying. She had grievances, real ones, rooted in millennia of history. She had been marginalized, underestimated, pushed to the edges of Hell's power structure. Her resentment had calcified into something hard and sharp and dangerous. And she was wrong. Not about all of it, not about the complacency, not about the legitimate frustrations of the old guard. But about the solution. About what Hell needed. You're right about some of it, Harry said. The old guard has been neglected. Their concerns haven't been heard. I've been focused on the mortal world and I've taken my eye off the politics here. That's on me. Surprise flickered across Lilith's face. She hadn't expected agreement. But you're wrong about what Hell needs, Harry continued. You think it needs to go backward, to be the primal, brutal thing it was before Lucifer imposed order. You think strength means cruelty and purity means stagnation. I think Hell can be more than that. I think we can be more than that. Pretty words from a child sitting on a borrowed throne. This throne isn't borrowed. It was earned. Every challenge I've answered, every court I've navigated, every test this realm has thrown at me, I've passed them all. Not because of my father's name or my wizard blood, but because I showed up, I fought, and I gave a damn about the people I rule. He stood. The throne's silver blazed behind him, casting his shadow across the floor in a long, dark sweep. You want to talk about what we are? I'll tell you what we are. We are the Underworld. We are the place that holds the dead, that maintains the balance, that keeps the order between realms. We are necessary. We are powerful. And we are mine. The hellfire came then. Not as an attack, as a statement. It poured from Harry in a wave, filling the throne room with golden green light that turned the obsidian walls into mirrors. The fire didn't burn, it simply existed, surrounding him, a corona of power that said more than words could about what he was and what he could do. Lilith's strike team shifted nervously. They were elite fighters, hardened killers, but they could feel the fire's nature. This wasn't demonic flame. This was something unprecedented, mortal magic and infernal power fused into a third thing, something that played by no rules they understood. You brought 12 soldiers, Harry said. I brought a realm. This is the 9th circle, Lilith. My circle. Every stone knows me. Every shadow answers to me. You could have brought 100, 1,000, and it wouldn't matter, because in this room, on this throne, I am the ninth circle. To prove the point, he reached into the palace's defenses and activated them. The walls moved. Obsidian shifted and flowed like water, the throne room reshaping itself around Lilith's strike team. Stone pillars erupted from the floor, boxing in the demons, cutting them off from each other. The ceiling lowered, pressing down with ominous weight. The floor rippled, destabilizing footing. The palace was responding to Harry's will, its ancient architecture becoming a weapon. 3 of the strike team broke immediately, they dropped their weapons and threw themselves flat, surrendering. 2 more tried to fight, hacking at the enclosing stone with blades, but the obsidian healed as fast as they could cut it, reforming around their weapons, trapping them. Within seconds, 10 of the 12 were contained, immobilized, disarmed, held in individual stone cells that had formed around them like closing fists. The remaining 2, Lilith's personal guards, lasted longer. They were old and powerful and they fought with the desperation of beings who knew what failure meant. One managed to crack through a stone pillar with a blast of dark energy, freeing herself for a moment. Harry flicked his wrist and a tendril of hellfire caught her around the waist, gentle as a hand, and deposited her in a cell of her own. The other guard looked at what had just happened, looked at Harry, and very deliberately set down his sword. Lilith was alone. She hadn't moved. Hadn't flinched. She stood in the center of the transformed throne room, her strike team imprisoned around her, and she looked at Harry with those ancient, burning eyes. "Impressive," she said softly. "Truly. You are more than I gave you credit for. I usually am. But this changes nothing." She drew her blade. It sang as it cleared the sheath, a high, keening note that made Harry's teeth ache. The sword was old, pre-fall old, forged in the fires of creation, a weapon that could cut through magical defenses the way a hot knife cut through butter. "The army at the breach will break through eventually. Your father's garrison cannot hold forever. Even if you stop me here, the ninth circle will fall. Maybe. If my father doesn't get back in time. If reinforcements don't arrive. If." He stepped down from the dais. The hellfire moved with him, a living cloak. "But you're not fighting the ninth circle's army, Lilith. You're fighting me. Right here. Right now. And win or lose at the breach, what happens in this room decides everything. Kethvaren." A smile that was almost admiring. "You would invoke the right of total challenge." "No. This isn't Kethvaren. This is a conversation with consequences. You challenge my right to rule. Fine. Beat me. Take the throne. But if I beat you, it's over. Not just tonight, all of it. The plotting, the alliances, the whisper campaigns. You stand down. You accept the order of things. And in return, I guarantee your safety, your territories, and a seat on the council that shapes Hell's future." Lilith's eyes narrowed. "You'd offer me a seat? After I brought an army to your door? I'd offer you a purpose. You're brilliant, Lilith. Ruthless and patient and smarter than nearly anyone in this realm. Hell doesn't need you as an enemy, it needs you as an asset. But not like this. Not through coup and conquest. Through participation. Through the ugly, difficult, boring work of governance. You sound like your father. I sound like myself. My father would have already burned you to ash and moved on. I'm the one offering alternatives." The silence that followed was weighted. Lilith stood with her ancient blade drawn, facing a 15-year-old boy wreathed in impossible fire, and calculated. Harry could see her doing it, the rapid assessment, the weighing of options. She was a survivor above all else. She hadn't lasted since the dawn of humanity by being reckless. "And if I choose not to accept your terms," she said. "Then we fight. And I win." "You're very confident." I'm very good. Another silence. The imprisoned strike team watched from their stone cells. The throne room hummed with power, the palace itself poised between violence and resolution. Lilith sheathed her sword. "You're a strange creature, Harrison Morningstar," she said. "Part human, part devil, part something that has no name. I came here to take a throne from a child. I find instead a king." She straightened. "I accept your terms. Conditionally. Name your conditions." "A genuine seat. Not ceremonial, genuine. I want authority over the restructuring of the lower circles. The second and third have been mismanaged for centuries, and I have the knowledge and the will to fix them. I want a voice in policy. And I want your word, sworn on the throne, that the old guard's concerns will be heard and addressed." Harry considered. The demands were reasonable, more than reasonable. They were exactly what a competent administrator would ask for, and they told him something important about Lilith. She didn't just want power for its own sake. She wanted to build. She wanted to fix things that were broken. The coup had been the wrong tool for the right impulse. "Agreed," he said. "Sworn on the throne." He walked back to the dais and placed his hand on his throne. The silver flared. "The ninth circle hears and records. Lilith of the second circle is granted authority over lower circle restructuring, a permanent seat on the advisory council, and the guarantee that the concerns of the established houses will be heard and addressed by the throne. In return, Lilith withdraws her forces, surrenders her claim to the ninth, and pledges her loyalty to the Morningstar line." The word sank into the throne's metal and stone, recorded in the fundamental fabric of the realm. An infernal oath, bound by the power of the circle itself. Unbreakable. Lilith felt it take hold. Something in her expression shifted, the tight, coiled tension of a being who had been at war with the established order for millennia slowly, fractionally unwinding. "You have my loyalty, Prince," she said. And then, quieter, with something that might have been genuine respect, "Don't waste it." "I don't waste anything." He released the imprisoned strike team. The stone cells dissolved back into the floor, and 12 very shaken demons found themselves standing in a throne room that looked exactly as it had before, the only sign of what had happened a faint residual warmth in the stone. "Call off the army at the breach," Harry told Lilith. "Immediately." She nodded to one of her guards, who produced a communication crystal and spoke a rapid series of commands in infernal battle code. Harry felt the shift through the palace's awareness, the pressure at the breach easing, the besieging army pulling back, the taut string of combat slackening. 5 minutes later, Mesa's voice erupted through the ring. "They're retreating. All of them." "What did you do?" "Negotiated." A pause so loaded it practically had a gravitational field. "You negotiated." "With Lilith. While she was staging a coup. I offered her a better deal than the one she was fighting for. She took it. Harry James Morningstar, when I get to the throne room, I am going to hug you and then I am going to kill you for doing that alone. Looking forward to both." Lucifer arrived 20 minutes later, walking through the throne room doors with the languid grace of a being who hadn't just been fighting a holding action against 12,000 demons. His suit was immaculate, of course it was. Lucifer could walk through an inferno and come out looking like a magazine cover. But his eyes were different. Bright. Intense. The amber was edged with red, the way it got when he'd been exerting his power at scale. He took in the scene, Harry on his throne, Lilith standing before him with her sword sheathed, the strike team disarmed and watchful, the throne room intact. "Well," Lucifer said. "This isn't what I expected to walk into. Lilith and I have come to an arrangement." Lucifer looked at Lilith. She met his gaze without flinching, which was impressive, because Lucifer's gaze after a battle carried the weight of a collapsing star. "Lucifer," Lilith said. "Neutral. Wary. Lilith." He walked to the dais and looked at his throne, then at Harry's. "I notice you didn't sit in mine." "It's not mine to sit in." No. It's not. He looked at Harry, and the red faded from his eyes, leaving amber, warm, deep, impossibly proud. Tell me the terms. Harry outlined the agreement. Lucifer listened without interrupting, his expression cycling through something complex, surprise, assessment, and then a slow, dawning realization that his son had just ended a civil conflict that could have consumed hell for decades. You gave her a council seat, Lucifer said. She earned it. Not tonight, over centuries. She's been one of the most competent administrators in the underworld for longer than most civilizations have existed. We were stupid to keep her out of the power structure. This was my decision, originally. And it was wrong. You know it was. You kept her at arm's length because she was dangerous, and all that did was make her more dangerous and less invested in the system's success. Lucifer's mouth twitched. Being lectured by my 15-year-old son about political strategy. What has the world come to? Progress. That earned a genuine laugh, the real one, warm and surprised, the one that made Lucifer look almost human. He turned to Lilith. My son's terms stand. I won't overrule him, he spoke from the throne, and the oath is binding. But I'll add this, if you break faith, if you turn this second chance into another bid for power, I will not offer a third. Are we clear? Crystal, Lilith said. And something in the way she said it, the directness, the absence of scheming, suggested she meant it. For now. Lilith was ancient and patient, and Harry harbored no illusions that she'd become a loyal servant overnight. But she was pragmatic, and pragmatism was a foundation you could build on. Excellent, Lucifer said. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to have a word with my son about his alarming habit of handling existential crises without backup. Lilith withdrew with her team. Maze arrived seconds later, burst through the doors like a force of nature, and seized Harry in a hug that nearly cracked his ribs. Then she punched him in the shoulder hard enough to leave a bruise. Never again, she snarled. Probably again, honestly. I hate you. Love you too. Maze stalked off to oversee the army's withdrawal, radiating the particular fury of someone who cared too much to stay angry and was angry about that. Harry and Lucifer were left alone in the throne room. You did well, Lucifer said quietly. I did what you would have done. No. I would have fought her. Proven my dominance through force and reasserted authority through fear. You did something smarter, you listened to her, identified what she actually wanted beneath the ambition, and gave it to her in a way that serves your interests and hers. He sat on his throne, the larger one, and for a moment the two of them sat side by side, father and son, the primary and secondary thrones occupied as they'd been designed to be. You're becoming a better ruler than me, Harry. That's a high bar. It's the right bar. Lucifer leaned back. Now. Tell me about the mortal world. I've been feeling tremors through the connection, your fight at the village. The political shifts. And something else, a darkness reaching toward me from the mortal plane. A soul, fragmented and polluted, seeking contact with infernal powers. Harry went cold. Voldemort. The Dark Wizard. Yes. He's been sending out feelers, psychic tendrils, probing the boundaries between the mortal world and hell. Clumsy, by our standards, but persistent. He's looking for allies here. Lilith was talking to him. Lucifer's eyes went flat. Not angry, something deeper. The look of an ancient being processing a threat and calculating responses. He repeated. Before tonight. Before the agreement. She made contact with Voldemort as part of her strategy, mortal Dark Lord and infernal rebel, combining forces against me. But the agreement changes things. She's sworn to the throne now. And you trust that? I trust that she's pragmatic. Breaking an oath sworn on the Ninth Circle's throne would destroy her, literally. The oath is binding. Harry paused. But Voldemort doesn't know the coup failed. If Lilith doesn't contact him, he'll still think the alliance is active. He'll be expecting infernal support that isn't coming. Lucifer smiled. It was a dangerous smile, the kind that had preceded the fall of angels and the reshaping of cosmic order. A Dark Lord counting on allies who've already switched sides. How delicious. More than delicious. Useful. If we feed him false information through the dead channel, make him think Lilith's forces are still preparing to move, we can control his timeline. Make him act when we want him to act, where we want him to act. You want to use the failed alliance as a double-agent operation. I want to use everything. This is war, Dad. Not the clean, theoretical kind, the messy, improvised, use every advantage you can find kind. Voldemort has been playing chess for decades and he's good at it. But chess doesn't account for the board being alive and having opinions. Lucifer studied his son. In the throne room's pale light, Harry looked older than 15, not physically, but in the eyes, in the set of his jaw. He looked like what he was, a ruler, a strategist, a boy who had grown up in the most dangerous realm in creation and had learned its lessons well. I'll speak with Lilith about maintaining the communication channel, Lucifer said. Feed Voldemort what we want him to know. Buy you time for the Horcruxes. Thank you. Don't thank me. I'm being selfish. The sooner you deal with the mortal Dark Lord, the sooner you come home and I can stop worrying about you. You don't worry. I worry constantly. I'm simply very attractive while doing it. Harry laughed. The sound echoed in the throne room, warm and human, and Lucifer looked at him with those amber eyes and looked content in a way that the devil rarely did. Harry stayed in Hell for 2 more hours, helping Astaroth coordinate the transition, redeploying forces, sending messages to allied lords confirming the cessation of hostilities, beginning the complex diplomatic work of integrating Lilith's faction into the existing power structure. It was exhausting, detail-heavy work, the kind of thing that made a person appreciate bureaucracy's necessity while simultaneously wanting to scream into a void. When it was done, he opened a portal back to Hogwarts. The portal deposited him in the 7th-floor corridor outside the room of requirement. It was early morning, pale, grey, Scottish light filtering through the castle's windows. He'd been gone for roughly 5 hours, which in the compressed timeframe of crisis felt like 5 days. He made it 3 steps before Hermione came around the corner and nearly crashed into him. She looked like she hadn't slept. Her hair was even more chaotic than usual, her eyes were red-rimmed, and she was carrying a stack of books that she immediately dropped when she saw him. "You're back," she said. Then, her voice cracking, "You absolute idiot, you just disappeared into a portal in the middle of the night, I know. I'm sorry. There wasn't time to, Ron woke me up." He was panicking. Neville was trying to explain but all he knew was, Harry went to hell, and that is not a reassuring sentence at 4 in the morning, Hermione, I've been sitting outside the room of requirement for 3 hours because I thought maybe you'd come back through here, and I didn't know where else. She stopped. Swallowed. Her eyes were bright with something fierce and frightened. Don't do that again. Don't just vanish. I can't promise that. If hell calls, I have to go. Then take me with you. He blinked. Take you, to hell? You said the portals can carry others. If you have to go, take me. Take Ron, take Neville, take whoever you need. But don't go alone. She stepped closer. Partners, Harry. That's what we said. Partners don't disappear through holes in reality without a word. He looked at her, this fierce, brilliant, sleep-deprived girl standing in a drafty corridor at dawn, demanding the right to follow him into the literal underworld, and felt something shift in his chest. A tectonic movement, deep and slow and irreversible. Okay, he said. Next time, you come with me. Thank you. She picked up her books. Straightened her uniform. Brushed a strand of hair out of her face with the back of her hand. Now. What happened? He told her everything as they walked to the great hall for breakfast. The coup, Lilith, the negotiation, the oath, the revelation about Voldemort's contact with infernal forces, the plan to use the dead communication channel as a double-agent operation. Hermione listened with that focused intensity he'd come to recognize as her processing mode, asking sharp questions at the right moments, connecting threads, building the picture. "So Voldemort thinks he has an army of demons waiting to support him," she said as they sat down at the Gryffindor table. "But he doesn't." "Correct. And you're going to feed him false intelligence to make him act on a timeline that suits us rather than him." "Correct. That's brilliant and terrifying. That's war." Ron appeared, looking haggard but relieved. Neville was behind him, composed as always. They sat down and Harry gave them the abbreviated version. Ron's expression went through approximately 17 distinct emotions, settling on a sort of awed incredulity. "You ended a civil war in hell and came back for breakfast," Ron said. "The toast here is really good. You're completely mental. I love it." The day proceeded with a surreal normalcy. Harry went to classes, took notes, answered questions, acted for all the world like he hadn't been preventing a coup in the Underworld 6 hours ago. The disconnect was jarring, walking from a throne room where the fate of a realm had hung in the balance to a charms classroom where the day's lesson was summoning charms. But normalcy, he was learning, was a resource. It recharged something in him that hell's intensity depleted. The rhythm of school, the routines, the small human interactions, the blessed ordinariness of it all, was medicine for a soul that had spent too long in extraordinary circumstances. After classes, Harry sought out Dumbledore. The headmaster was in his office, sitting behind his desk with a cup of tea, looking like a man who had received several alarming reports and was processing them with deliberate calm. "Ron Weasley has a remarkable gift for dramatic narrative," Dumbledore said as Harry sat down. "His account of your nocturnal departure involved the phrase "a bleeding hole in reality" no fewer than 4 times. I opened a portal. There was an emergency. So I gathered. Care to elaborate?" Harry gave him the full picture. Dumbledore listened in silence, his blue eyes growing progressively sharper behind his half-moon spectacles. "Voldemort sought alliance with an infernal power," Dumbledore said when Harry finished. His voice was very quiet. "That is more dangerous than anything I had anticipated. The alliance failed. Lilith is on our side now, or at least, she's not on his. The communication channel can be used to feed Voldemort disinformation. That's a powerful tool. But it's also a double-edged sword. If Voldemort discovers the deception, he'll adapt. He'll seek other sources of power. And there are things in the spaces between worlds that are worse than Lilith. I know. My father is monitoring those spaces. If anything else reaches for Voldemort, we'll know." Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. Fawkes shuffled on his perch and let out a low, musical note. "The Horcruxes," Dumbledore said. "Have you progressed? The diadem is confirmed in the Room of Requirement. The ring is confirmed in Little Hangleton. My father's network is tracking the locket and the cup. Hermione has a destruction sequence worked out, sequential strikes within a 30-second window. We're close. Close is not ready. No. But it will be. Soon." Harry leaned forward. "What about the Ministry? Bones is in charge now. What's she doing?" "Mobilizing, cautiously. She's recalled the Auror Force to active duty, reinstated War-era security protocols, and, most importantly, acknowledged Voldemort's return publicly. The political landscape has shifted dramatically in our favor." He paused. "She wants to meet you." "When?" "This weekend. She's coming to Hogwarts, ostensibly for a security review. In reality, she wants to take the measure of the more actions right the next chapter now." Chapter 5, The War of Two Hells. The morning of the battle, Harry woke to silence. Not the ordinary silence of pre-dawn, when the castle slept and the world held its breath between night and day. This was a different silence, weighted, anticipatory, the kind that settled over a landscape before a storm broke. Harry lay in bed for 3 seconds with his eyes closed, cataloging what he felt. The Horcrux in his scar was agitated, pressing against its wards with a frantic, rhythmic urgency. The ring on his finger was warm, not the emergency heat of a distress call, but a steady, elevated pulse that meant hell was on alert. And somewhere deep in the castle's ancient bones, Hogwarts itself was humming at a frequency Harry had never felt before. The building was bracing. He opened his eyes. Ron was already awake, sitting on the edge of his bed, fully dressed, his wand in his hand. He looked at Harry and didn't say anything. He didn't need to. They'd been preparing for this for 3 weeks, ever since the meeting with Amelia Bones, ever since the intelligence started flowing through Lilith's compromised communication channel, ever since the picture had become clear enough to act on. Voldemort was coming. Today. Harry got dressed. Black jacket, infernal cut, the fabric woven with defensive enchantments that Maze had insisted on before he'd left hell the last time. His wand at his hip. Maze's knife at his belt. The ring on his finger, pulsing with contained power. He tucked his parents' photograph into his inner pocket, next to his heart, and didn't let himself think about why. The dormitory was empty except for Ron and Neville. Seamus and Dean had been sent home the previous week along with every student whose parents had requested it, nearly a third of the school, evacuated through a combination of Fleur network and Portkey over the course of 5 increasingly tense days. The students who remained were either of age and had volunteered to fight, or were too stubborn, too loyal, or too invested to leave. Hermione was in the common room. She was standing by the window, looking out at the grounds, her wand in her hand and her bag at her feet, the small beaded bag she'd been carrying everywhere lately, which Harry knew contained enough supplies and equipment for a small army thanks to an undetectable extension charm she'd cast on it. "It's today," she said without turning around. "How did you know?" She turned. Her face was calm in the way that genuinely brave people are calm, not the absence of fear, but the presence of something stronger than fear. "I felt the castle. It's different this morning. Tighter. Like it's holding its breath." "It is." Harry crossed to the window and stood beside her. The ground stretched out below them, the lake, silver in the early light, the forest, dark and vast, the distant mountains, snow-capped against a gray sky. Beautiful. Fragile. Worth fighting for. The intelligence from Lilith's channel confirmed it last night. Voldemort is mobilizing everything he has. Death Eaters, Dementors, Giants, Werewolves, the full force. He thinks Lilith's army is going to hit us simultaneously from the infernal side, trapping us between 2 fronts. But Lilith's army isn't coming. No. Lilith's army is defending the 9th circle and maintaining the illusion of preparation. Voldemort is going to attack expecting demonic support, and when it doesn't materialize, he'll be committed and exposed. That's when we hit the Horcruxes. That's when we hit the Horcruxes. He turned from the window. "Is everyone in position?" "Dumbledore's been up all night. The order is here, Lupin, Shacklebolt, Tonks, the Weasleys, all of them. McGonagall has the staff organized." "Snape." She hesitated. "Snape what?" "Snape left the castle at midnight. No one knows where he went." Harry was quiet for a moment. Snape was a double agent. Harry had pieced this together over the weeks, from observation, from Dumbledore's careful non-answers, from the way Snape moved through the school like a man walking a wire over an abyss. He reported to Voldemort while actually serving Dumbledore. It was the most dangerous position anyone could occupy, and tonight it would either save lives or cost Snape his own. "He's doing his job," Harry said. "Let him." They went down to the Great Hall. Breakfast was a strange affair, the remaining students, perhaps 200, sitting at tables that felt too large for their reduced numbers. The staff table was full, every professor present and armed, their faces set in expressions that ranged from grim determination to barely concealed terror. Dumbledore sat at the center, eating a boiled egg as if it were any other morning. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table and the people who had become his war council gathered around him. Ron on his left, Hermione on his right. Neville across from them. Luna Lovegood, who had appeared at the Gryffindor table as she often did, wearing an expression of serene detachment that Harry had learned to read as absolute focus. Ginny Weasley, who had flatly refused to be evacuated and had been practicing hexes in every spare moment for weeks. "Here's how it goes," Harry said, keeping his voice low. The surrounding chatter provided cover, but he cast a Muffliato charm anyway, one of many useful spells he'd found in a battered potions textbook annotated by someone who called themselves the Half-Blood Prince. The attack will come from two directions. The main force, Death Eaters, Giants, Dementors, will assault the castle from the north, across the grounds. That's the hammer. While the defenders are engaged, Voldemort will bring a smaller force through the forest to the south, aiming for the castle's blind spot. That's the knife. How do you know the plan? Ginny asked. Because we told it to him. Harry smiled, and it wasn't a nice smile. Lilith's channel. We fed Voldemort a battle plan that looked like it came from his infernal allies, a strategy for the demonic army that was supposed to attack from below. The plan positioned the demon assault to coincide with a northern frontal attack, which meant Voldemort designed his mortal forces around that framework. His main force goes north, his strike team goes south, and the demons were supposed to come up through the earth and hit the castle from underneath. But the demons aren't coming, Ron said. The demons aren't coming. Which means his northern attack has no infernal reinforcement, and his southern strike team is walking into ground we've already prepared. Harry pulled a rough map from his pocket, the castle grounds, marked with defensive positions, choke points, and fields of fire. Dumbledore and the Order handle the northern front. The castle's wards and the staff's defensive spells hold the line. The students who volunteered to fight are backup, positioned inside the castle to defend the corridors if the outer defenses are breached. And us? Neville asked. We have two jobs. First, the Horcruxes. Hermione's destruction sequence, modified for tonight. We hit them fast, 30 seconds, 6 Horcruxes, done. Second, Voldemort himself. The prophecy says he has to die at my hand, but that doesn't mean I face him alone. You clear the path. I end the fight. He laid it out, crisp and clean. The Horcrux destruction team, Harry, Hermione, and Ron, would portal through Hell's pathways using Harry's ring, hitting each Horcrux location in sequence. Neville would stay at Hogwarts to destroy the diadem in the Room of Requirement. Harry would give him a vessel of captured hellfire, contained in a flask he prepared for this purpose, sufficient to destroy one Horcrux on contact. Luna and Ginny would coordinate communications between the Horcrux team and the castle defenders, using enchanted coins Hermione had modified from an original design. The timing has to be perfect, Hermione said. She had her notebook open, pages of calculations, diagrams, contingency plans. We start the sequence when the battle begins, while Voldemort is focused on the assault. He'll feel each Horcrux die, but if we're fast enough, by the time he realizes what's happening, it'll be too late. What about the one in Harry? Luna asked. Her silver eyes were fixed on his scar, seeing what she always saw, the dark thing living behind it. The table went quiet. This was the question that had hung over every planning session, every late-night conversation, every calculation. The Horcrux in Harry's scar. The seventh piece. The last anchor. My father will handle it, Harry said. After the other 6 are destroyed, I portal to the 9th circle. Lucifer extracts the Horcrux fragment. Then I come back and face Voldemort. He said it simply, as if describing a moderately complex schedule rather than a procedure that would require the devil himself to perform metaphysical surgery on his son's soul. And if it goes wrong? Ron asked. Not challenging, concerned. The honest, blunt concern of a friend who needed to hear the answer. If the extraction fails, the Horcrux stays and Voldemort can't be killed permanently. If the extraction overcorrects, then the prophecy fulfills itself a different way. He paused. Either must die at the hand of the other. If destroying the Horcrux kills me, it still counts. Hermione's hand found his under the table. She squeezed hard enough to hurt. That's not going to happen, she said, and her voice was steady as stone. Probably not. My dad's been practicing the technique for years. But I don't plan for best-case scenarios. I plan for all scenarios. He squeezed her hand back. The point is, we have a plan. A good one. Better than anything Voldemort is expecting, because he thinks he's the smartest person in this war and he's wrong. He looked around the table. Any questions? Yeah, Ron said. Can I have more toast first? I fight better on a full stomach. Same, honestly, Neville said. The tension cracked. Ginny laughed. Luna smiled her dreamy smile. Hermione rolled her eyes but her mouth twitched. Harry looked at them, his friends, his allies, his people, and felt a surge of something that wasn't hellfire but burned just as hot. Love. The mortal kind, messy and irrational and fierce, the kind that made you willing to walk into battle for people you'd known for barely 2 months. Eat up, he said. It's going to be a long day. The hours before a battle were the worst. Harry had learned this from Maze, who had fought in more wars than she could count and who said the same thing every time: the waiting is worse than the fighting. Once the fighting starts, your body takes over, your training kicks in, and fear becomes fuel. But the waiting, the sitting, the pacing, the watching the clock, that's where fear eats you alive. Harry didn't pace. He prepared. He spent the morning walking the castle's defenses with Dumbledore, checking ward integrity, reinforcing weak points, adding layers of infernal protection at the gates and the main entrance. The headmaster watched him work with an expression that mixed respect with something sadder, the look of a man watching a boy do a soldier's work and wishing it weren't necessary. You remind me of someone, Dumbledore said as they stood on the battlements overlooking the northern approach. The wind was picking up, cold and sharp. My mother. Your father. Lucifer. We met once, did I tell you? Harry stared. You met my father. Briefly. Years ago, before you were born. I was researching the boundaries between magical and non-magical metaphysical realms, an academic interest that led me to some unusual places. I crossed a threshold I shouldn't have, and there he was. Dumbledore's eyes were distant, remembering. He was, not what I expected. The stories paint him as a monster, a tempter, the root of all evil. What I found was a being of extraordinary intelligence and equally extraordinary loneliness. We spoke for perhaps 20 minutes. He told me that free will was the only gift worth having, and that his father's greatest crime was creating beings who could choose and then punishing them for choosing. Harry was quiet, turning this over. He'd never known Dumbledore and Lucifer had met. His father had never mentioned it. But it sounded like him, the philosophy, the eloquence, the loneliness he hid behind charm and power. Why are you telling me this? Because I want you to understand something. When I found you missing from that doorstep, 15 years ago, I was terrified. I spent months trying to locate you. When I finally determined that you were in the Underworld, I nearly went after you. Organized a team. Prepared for the worst. What stopped you? I remembered what Lucifer said about free will. And I realized that he hadn't taken you to harm you, he'd taken you because someone had failed you, and he was angry about it. That someone was me. Dumbledore's voice was very quiet. I stopped the rescue mission. I let you stay. It was the hardest decision of my life, and I have made many hard decisions. It was the right one. I know that now. I didn't know it then. The old man looked at Harry, and his blue eyes were bright with something that might have been tears if Albus Dumbledore were the kind of man who cried. You are the best outcome I could never have planned for, Harrison. Whatever happens today, I want you to know that. Harry didn't know what to say to that. So he nodded, once, and they stood together on the battlements in the cold wind and watched the northern sky for signs of what was coming. The attack came at 4 in the afternoon. The first sign was the sky. It darkened, not gradually, like sunset, but suddenly, as if someone had thrown a blanket over the sun. A cold, creeping darkness that rolled across the grounds like a tide, bringing with it a chill that cut through warming charms and thick robes alike. Dementors. Hundreds of them, a vast swarm of rotting, hooded figures gliding over the treetops, sucking the warmth and hope from the air. Behind them, emerging from the forest's edge in a ragged line, came the ground forces. Death Eaters in black robes, dozens of them, spread out in combat formation. Giants, 3 of them, each over 20 feet tall, carrying clubs the size of tree trunks. Werewolves in human form, their eyes yellow with the beast inside. And creatures Harry had only read about, inferi, animated corpses, shuffling in a mass that made the ground seem to crawl. It was an army. A real, actual army, arrayed against a school, and the sight of it was enough to make the blood run cold. Harry stood at the castle's main entrance, flanked by Dumbledore on one side and McGonagall on the other. Behind them, arranged in defensive positions throughout the entrance hall and the adjacent corridors, were the Order of the Phoenix, the Hogwarts staff, and the student volunteers. 200 people against an army. Shields up, Dumbledore said, and raised his wand. The castle's wards blazed to life, a shimmering dome of golden light that enveloped Hogwarts like a soap bubble. It was beautiful and terrible, a wall of pure magical force that had been built by 4 of the greatest wizards in history and maintained by every headmaster since. The Dementors hit it first, and the dome flared, repelling them like insects against glass. That won't hold forever, McGonagall said. It doesn't need to hold forever, Dumbledore said. It needs to hold long enough. He looked at Harry. Go. Do what you need to do. We'll hold the castle. Harry nodded. He turned to Hermione and Ron, who were standing behind him, armed and ready. It's time, he said. Neville, the diadem. You remember what to do. Neville held up the flask of contained hellfire. It glowed faintly in his grip, gold-green light leaking between his fingers. Room of requirement. Find the diadem. Open the flask on top of it. Don't touch the diadem with bare skin. Perfect. When you feel the coin burn, he held up one of Hermione's enchanted galleons. That's the signal. Destroy it. Neville pocketed the flask, nodded, and left at a run. Luna, Ginny, communications. Keep us connected to the castle. If the outer wards fall, I need to know immediately. On it, Ginny said, already moving. Luna drifted after her with the unhurried grace of someone who operated on a completely different temporal frequency than the rest of humanity. Harry turned to Hermione and Ron. They looked at him. He looked at them. Ready? He asked. No, Ron said honestly. Let's go anyway. Harry pushed his will into the ring. The portal opened, a vertical slash of silver-white light in the middle of the entrance hall. Behind them, the wards shuddered as the first wave of Death Eaters began their assault, curses hammering against the golden dome in bursts of ugly red and green. Dumbledore raised his wand and the dome held, flaring with each impact, the headmaster's power flowing into it like a river into a dam. Harry grabbed Hermione's hand. Hermione grabbed Ron's. They stepped through the portal together. The first stop was Little Hangleton. The portal deposited them in a graveyard. Because of course it did, Voldemort's history was littered with graveyards. This one sat on a hill above a sleepy English village, surrounded by ancient yew trees. The gaunt shack was 50 yards away, a dilapidated ruin half hidden by overgrown hedges. Move fast, Harry said. In and out. They ran. Harry could feel the Horcrux before they reached the shack, a cold, pulsing wrongness emanating from the ruin like radiation. The ring was inside, sitting on the floor of the main room, right where Dumbledore's intelligence had placed it. A heavy gold ring set with a cracked black stone, pulsing with dark magic. The protections were lethal. Harry identified 3 layers of curse work: a withering curse on the ring itself that would kill anyone who put it on, a compulsion ward that made you want to put it on, and an alert ward that would notify Voldemort the moment the ring was disturbed. "The alert ward triggers when I touch it," Harry said, kneeling by the ring but not reaching for it. "That starts our clock. From the moment I pick this up, Voldemort knows we're hunting Horcruxes." "How long do we have?" Hermione asked. 30 seconds. Maybe less. Harry looked at Ron. "Shield us. Hermione, be ready with the coin signal." Ron planted his feet and raised his wand, casting a shield charm around the 3 of them with a focus and power that belied his usual casual demeanor. Ron Weasley in crisis mode was a different creature than Ron Weasley in class, harder, sharper, his tactical mind fully engaged. Harry drew a breath. He reached down, grabbed the ring, and the alert ward shattered. Somewhere, on the grounds of Hogwarts, Lord Voldemort felt a spike of alarm lance through his consciousness. Harry had roughly 30 seconds before the Dark Lord understood what was happening. The ring's withering curse lashed at him. Harry felt it try to climb his arm, a creeping, necrotic cold that would have killed an ordinary wizard in seconds. He burned it away with hellfire, the golden-green flame consuming the curse like sunlight consuming frost. Then he placed the ring on the ground, raised his hand, and incinerated it. Hellfire hit the Horcrux and the ring screamed. Not a sound, a psychic shriek, a dying soul fragment's last cry, transmitted through the network that connected all of Voldemort's anchors. The black stone cracked, then shattered. The gold band melted. A wisp of something dark and agonized rose from the wreckage and dissolved. "One," Harry said. "Move." He ripped open the second portal. They plunged through a cave. Dark, wet, the smell of salt and stone. The sea cave where Voldemort had hidden the locket, confirmed by Dumbledore's research, verified by Lucifer's infernal intelligence. They were standing on a narrow rock shelf above black water that Harry could feel was filled with inferi, animated corpses, dormant but ready to wake. "The locket is on an island in the center of the lake," Harry said, pointing into the darkness. "There's a boat, but we don't have time for the boat." He raised his wand and cast a bridge of solidified air, a transfiguration so complex it should have taken minutes of concentration. He did it in 2 seconds. The bridge arced over the black water, a shimmer of compressed atmosphere, and they ran across it. The island was small and bare, dominated by a stone basin filled with glowing green potion. The locket sat at the bottom. "The potion is a torture draft," Harry said. "You have to drink it to reach the locket. It causes visions, pain, despair. So don't drink it," Hermione said. "Can you?" Harry held his hand over the basin and poured hellfire into the potion. The liquid evaporated instantly, turning to hissing steam that smelled of agony and regret. The locket lay exposed at the bottom of the empty basin, a heavy gold oval with a serpentine S on its face, pulsing with the same cold wrongness as the ring. He picked it up. The locket fought, it could sense what was coming and it lashed out, bombarding Harry's mind with visions designed to break his will. He saw his mother dying. He saw Lucifer turning away from him. He saw Hermione's body lying broken on stone. He saw himself alone, abandoned, worthless, a freak raised by the devil who would never belong anywhere, Harry. Hermione's voice, sharp and real and cutting through the illusions like a blade. Her hand on his arm, her presence solid and warm and absolutely certain. "It's not real. None of it is real." He crushed the locket in a fist of hellfire. The metal screamed, warped, melted. The soul fragment inside howled its death cry and was gone. 2, Harry gasped. 15 seconds. Go. Third portal. Gringotts. This was the complicated one. The Lestrange vault was in the deepest level of the bank, protected by goblin security, a dragon, and Merlin knew what else. Under normal circumstances, breaking into Gringotts would require weeks of planning. Harry didn't have weeks. He had seconds. The portal opened directly into the vault. He'd arranged this with Ragnarok, not a break-in but an authorized access, the director of Gringotts having been persuaded that allowing the Prince of Hell to destroy a piece of the darkest wizard's soul was, on balance, good for business. The vault doors were open, the dragon sedated, the security temporarily suspended. The cup sat on a high shelf, surrounded by the Lestrange family's accumulated wealth, gold and jewels and artifacts, all of it cursed with Gemino and Flagranti charms that would burn and multiply anything that touched them. Harry didn't touch anything. He raised his hand and a targeted lance of hellfire streaked across the vault and hit the cup with surgical precision. Helga Hufflepuff's cup melted. The Horcrux inside it died screaming. Free. Harry's voice was hoarse. The rapid-fire portals were draining him, each one pulling energy from the ring, from hell, from his own magical reserves. He could feel the cost accumulating, a trembling in his hands, a ringing in his ears. But they were halfway done and the clock was ticking. "Harry, you're bleeding," Ron said. Harry's nose was dripping blood, the physical toll of channeling this much power this fast. "Doesn't matter." Next. Fourth portal. Back to Hogwarts. They emerged in the 7th-floor corridor. Harry slapped his enchanted coin and felt it burn, the signal to Neville. Inside the room of requirement, Neville Longbottom stood before Ravenclaw's diadem with the flask of hellfire in his hand. He'd found it exactly where Harry described, on the bust of the old warlock, tarnished and cold and radiating malice. The room was vast and cluttered and the diadem was whispering to him, a seductive murmur that promised knowledge, power, everything he'd ever wanted if he'd just put it on, just try it, just for a moment. Neville opened the flask. Hellfire poured out, not much, a stream the width of a pencil, but it hit the diadem and the effect was cataclysmic. The ancient silver shrieked, warped, bubbled, and dissolved. The blue stone cracked and a column of dark vapor erupted from it, twisting and screaming, forming for one horrible instant into the shape of a face, Tom Riddle's face, young and handsome and contorted with rage, before the hellfire consumed it. The diadem was ash. The Horcrux was dead. Neville said quietly to the empty room. His hands were shaking, but his voice was steady. He pocketed the empty flask and headed for the door. In the corridor, Harry felt it, the fourth death, reverberating through the connection. And through the connection, he felt Voldemort. The Dark Lord knew. The realization was crashing through him like a wave, horror, fury, disbelief. His Horcruxes were dying. His immortality was being ripped away, piece by piece, and he couldn't stop it because he was in the middle of a battle, committed, surrounded by chaos. Harry felt Voldemort's attention turn inward, toward the connection, toward the Horcrux in Harry's scar. The Dark Lord reached through the link with desperate, clawing fingers, trying to find out where Harry was, what he was doing, how to stop this. Harry slammed the connection shut. Not gently, violently, with every ounce of acclimacy he possessed, reinforced by infernal wards and the sheer force of his will. The connection went dark. "Two left," Harry said. "The snake and me." "Ron, the snake is on the battlefield. Voldemort keeps it close. I need you and Neville to find it and kill it." Ron's face was white but set. "How do we kill it? We don't have hellfire." Hermione reached into her beaded bag and pulled out a long, curved fang, white, wickedly sharp, still glistening with venom. "Basilisk fang," she said. "From the Chamber of Secrets. I retrieved it last week." Ron took the fang. He held it gingerly, respectfully, like the weapon it was. "Find the snake. Stab the snake." "Simple plans are best plans," Harry said. "You sound like my mum." Ron pocketed the fang and ran for the stairs, bellowing for Neville. Harry and Hermione stood alone in the corridor. The castle shook around them, the battle was raging outside, the ward straining, the sounds of combat filtering through the stone walls as distant booms and cracks. "Last one," Hermione said. "You." "Me." Harry pressed his hand to his scar. The Horcrux was in a frenzy, its siblings dying around it, its connection to Voldemort severed by Harry's inclemency. It was terrified, and its terror was bleeding through the wards, making Harry's head throb and his vision swim. "I need to go to hell. My father will extract it. Then open the portal. Hermione, this part, you can't come with me. We talked about this. I said, I know what you said. And I meant my promise. But the extraction, if something goes wrong, the energy release could destroy anything within a 50-foot radius. My father can survive that. I might survive it. You won't." She opened her mouth to argue and he stepped forward and kissed her. It wasn't planned. It wasn't strategic. It was the act of a boy who might be about to die and who wanted, with a ferocity that surprised him, to know what this felt like first. Her lips were warm and she tasted like the tea she'd drunk that morning, and for one stretched, infinite moment the war and the Horcruxes and the prophecy and hell itself all fell away, and there was just this, two people, terrified and brave and young, choosing each other. She kissed him back. Her hand came up to the side of his face, fingers threading into his hair, and she kissed him back with the same desperate, deliberate intensity, and when they broke apart her eyes were bright. "Come back," she said. "I will. Promise me." "I promise." He opened the portal. The silver light blazed. He looked at her one last time, brown eyes, wild hair, the bravest person he'd ever known, and stepped through. The ninth circle was quiet. The aftermath of Lilith's failed coup had been cleaned up, the defenses restored, the political landscape reshaped. Lucifer was waiting in the throne room, standing between the two thrones, dressed not in his usual suit but in something older, dark armor that shifted and flowed like liquid shadow, the battle raiment of the Morningstar, worn for the first time in millennia. He looked at Harry and his amber eyes saw everything, the exhaustion, the nosebleed, the fear Harry was keeping locked behind iron walls, the determination that burned through it all. "You destroyed 4, Lucifer said. Ron and Neville are getting the 5th. The snake. And you're here for the 6th. Harry walked to his throne and sat down. The silver flared, the ninth circle's power flooding into him, steadying his trembling hands, clearing his blurred vision. He took a breath. "I'm ready." Lucifer moved to stand behind him. His hands came to rest on Harry's temples, gentle and warm, and Harry felt his father's power, the true power of the Morningstar, vast and ancient and beautiful and terrible, begin to flow through him. It was like standing in a river of light. Like being held by something so much larger than yourself that the concept of size lost meaning. "This will hurt," Lucifer said quietly. "I know. I won't let you die. I know that too." Lucifer closed his eyes. His power reached into Harry's scar, into the tangled knot of scar tissue and dark magic and trapped soul fragment that had lived there for 15 years. Harry felt him work, delicate, precise, impossibly careful, like a surgeon separating conjoined twins. The Horcrux felt it too. It thrashed, screaming silently, clinging to Harry's soul with the desperate strength of a drowning thing. Pain hit. Not the sharp, clean pain of injury but a deep, existential agony, the sensation of something being torn from the fabric of his being. Harry gripped the arms of his throne and the obsidian cracked under his fingers and he did not scream. He would not scream. He breathed through it, each breath a conscious choice, each heartbeat a defiance. "Almost," Lucifer murmured. "Almost there. Stay with me, Harry." The Horcrux came loose. It peeled away from Harry's soul like a bandage from a wound, leaving raw, bleeding absence in its wake. Lucifer drew it out through the scar, a wisp of darkness, writhing and shrieking, the fragment of Tom Riddle's soul that had lived in Harry's head since he was 15 months old. It emerged into the air of the throne room, a smear of black against the pale light, and it screamed with a voice that existed only in the metaphysical spectrum. Harry saw it. For one instant, he saw the face in the darkness, not Voldemort's serpentine mask but Tom Riddle's human face, young and handsome and twisted with terror. The soul fragment looked at Harry with eyes full of rage and fear and something that might, in another universe, have been sorrow. Lucifer closed his fist around it. Hellfire, true hellfire, the original, the fire of the morning star that had burned since before the fall, consumed the fragment. It lasted less than a second. The dark wisp flared, burned gold, and was gone. The scar on Harry's forehead went cold. For the first time in his life, it was just a scar. Just skin. The constant, low-level presence that had been his companion since infancy, the whisper, the pressure, the otherness, was gone. Silence. Harry sat on his throne in the ninth circle of hell, his father's hands on his temples, and felt the silence where the Horcrux had been. It was vast and empty and clean, like a room after the last guest leaves, and he wanted to cry or laugh or both. "It's gone," he said. Lucifer's hands slid from his temples to his shoulders. "It's gone. 5 down. If Ron got the snake, the ring pulsed. Maze's voice, the mortal redhead killed the snake. The snake is dead. 6. All 6. Every Horcrux destroyed. Tom Riddle, for the first time in over 50 years, was mortal. Harry stood. His legs were shaky, his head was pounding, and his scar throbbed with the raw ache of fresh absence. But he was alive. He was whole. And he was angry in a way that was pure and clear and focused like a beam of light. "I have to go back," he said. "I know." Lucifer looked at his son. The battle armor shifted on his frame. "Harry. I'm coming with you." Harry opened his mouth to refuse, the old reflex, the insistence on fighting his own battles, the pride of a prince who didn't need his father to save him. But this wasn't about pride. This was about ending a war. "Okay," Harry said. Lucifer smiled. It was the fierce, wild, terrible smile of the morning star, the angel who had challenged God and lost and never, not once, regretted it. "Let's go meet Tom Riddle," he said. They stepped through the portal together, father and son, the devil and his prince, and emerged into chaos. The Battle of Hogwarts was in its final, desperate phase. The castle's outer wards had fallen. Death Eaters were in the courtyards. Giants were smashing the outer walls, their clubs sending showers of stone and dust into the air. Dementors swarmed overhead, a suffocating cloud of despair. The defenders, order members, staff, student volunteers, were fighting with everything they had, holding corridors and choke points, giving ground slowly, making the attackers pay for every inch. Harry and Lucifer appeared in the entrance hall. The doors had been blown off their hinges and the hall was a war zone, spellfire crisscrossing the space, rubble everywhere, figures dueling in the flickering light of shattered torches. McGonagall was there, dueling 2 Death Eaters simultaneously with a ferocity that made her look 20 years younger. Flitwick was nearby, his small frame belying a combat capability that was devastating 3 opponents at once. Kingsley Shacklebolt held the left flank, his deep voice barking orders between curses. And then Lucifer Morningstar stepped into the battle, and everything changed. He didn't cast spells. He didn't need to. He simply extended his will, and the Dementors above the castle, all of them, hundreds of them, ignited. Not with fire but with light, pure white light that poured from Lucifer like a sunrise, filling the sky, burning through the creatures of despair like dawn burning through fog. They didn't die, they fled, screaming in frequencies that only the damned could hear, scattering in every direction, their cloak smoking and their cold shattered by the radiance of the morning star. The effect on the battlefield was instantaneous. The oppressive, soul-crushing cold that had settled over the castle lifted. Warmth flooded back. Hope, actual, physical, tangible hope, surged through the defenders like adrenaline. The Dementors had been the enemy's greatest psychological weapon, and Lucifer had just neutralized them in 3 seconds. Every eye on the battlefield turned to the figure standing in the entrance hall. Tall, impossibly beautiful, wearing dark armor that moved like living shadow, his eyes blazing amber gold, light still pouring from him in waves. Death Eaters who had been pressing forward faltered. Giants stopped mid-swing. Even the inferi, mindless and dead, seemed to hesitate. What? McGonagall breathed, her duel momentarily forgotten. That's my dad, Harry said. Long story. Keep fighting. He launched himself into the battle. The Elder Wand sang in his hand, casting spells with a speed and precision that would have been impressive even without the infernal power reinforcing them. Stunning spells that hit like freight trains. Shield charms that deflected killing curses. Transfigurations that turned the rubble under Death Eaters' feet into quicksand, swallowing them to the waist and holding them fast. He fought his way through the entrance hall and into the courtyard, searching. The Horcrux was gone, the connection severed, but he didn't need it to find Voldemort. He could feel the Dark Lord through the resonance of the prophecy itself, a pull, a gravity, the universe insisting that these two people occupy the same space. He found him in the main courtyard. Lord Voldemort stood at the center of a ring of destruction. The cobblestones around him were shattered. Bodies lay at the edges, Death Eaters who had been too close when his rage erupted. Because Voldemort was raging. Harry could see it in the rigid set of his skeletal frame, in the burning crimson of his slit-pupilled eyes, in the way his magic roiled around him in visible waves of distortion. He had felt the Horcruxes die. All of them. One by one, 6 anchors ripped away, 6 pieces of his soul destroyed, his carefully constructed immortality dismantled in less than a minute. He was mortal now, and he knew it, and the knowledge was driving him to the edge of sanity. Tom, Harry said. Voldemort turned. His red eyes found Harry and the hatred in them was so pure, so absolute, that it was almost beautiful. You, Voldemort whispered. You destroyed them. All of them. Every last one. You're mortal, Tom. One life. One death. Just like everyone else. I am nothing like everyone else. The words tore out of him, ragged and furious. I am Lord Voldemort. I conquered death. You're Tom Riddle. A half-blood orphan who was so afraid of dying that he tore his soul into 7 pieces and hid them in trinkets. And now those trinkets are gone, and you're just a man standing in the ruins of everything he built. Voldemort's wand came up. Avada Kedavra. The killing curse streaked toward Harry, a bolt of green light, the same green as Harry's eyes, the same green that had killed his parents. Harry raised his wand and cast the only spell that felt right. Expelliarmus. The spells met in the space between them and the world cracked open. It wasn't like the stories. It wasn't a simple clash of red and green. Harry's disarming charm, powered by the Elder Wand with its angel feather core, amplified by infernal energy, driven by the will of a boy who had been raised in hell and loved by the devil and who refused, absolutely refused, to use a killing curse even against the man who had murdered his parents, that spell was something new. Something the magical world had never seen. The golden beam from Harry's wand met the green beam from Voldemort's and a dome of light erupted around them, sealing them in, shutting out the battle, creating a space that belonged to the prophecy and the prophecy alone. The priori incantatem, the reverse spell effect, but amplified beyond anything that should have been possible. Inside the dome, it was just them. Harry and Tom. The boy who lived and the Dark Lord. The end of a story that had started on a cold October night 15 years ago. You can't beat me with a disarming charm, Voldemort snarled. But there was fear in his voice now, real, animal fear, the kind he hadn't felt since he was a child in a Muggle orphanage, afraid of the dark. I'm not trying to beat you, Tom. I'm trying to give you a choice. A choice. Drop your wand. Surrender. Face trial. Spend the rest of your life in a cell, thinking about what you've done. It won't be pleasant, but you'll be alive. Harry's voice was steady, his wand arm rock solid, the golden beam holding against the green with absolute stability. That's more than you gave my parents. More than you gave the Longbottoms, or the hundreds of people you've murdered, or the 6 pieces of your own soul you destroyed in your quest to cheat death. You're offering me mercy. Voldemort was shaking. His wand hand trembled. The green beam flickered. I'm offering you what my father taught me. A choice. The one thing you've never given anyone else. Take it or don't, Tom. But this is the last offer. The dome hummed. The beams strained against each other. And in Voldemort's red eyes, Harry saw something he'd never expected to see, a moment of hesitation. A flicker of the boy Tom Riddle had been, before the Horcruxes, before the murders, before he'd cut himself into pieces and called it immortality. A moment of humanity in a being who had spent a lifetime trying to destroy his own. The moment passed. I choose death, Voldemort said. Yours. He poured everything into the killing curse, every ounce of his considerable power, every drop of his rage and fear and desperation. The green beam swelled, surged forward, pushed against Harry's golden light. Harry held. He held because he was the son of Lily Potter, who had died for love. He held because he was the son of Lucifer Morningstar, who had chosen free will over obedience and never regretted it. He held because Hermione's kiss was still warm on his lips and Ron's loyalty was still solid in his chest and Neville's quiet courage was still steady in his bones. He held because he was Harrison Morningstar, the Prince of Hell, the boy who lived, and he was not afraid. The golden beam drove forward. Inch by inch, then foot by foot, pushing the green back, overwhelming it, consuming it. Harry poured everything into the spell, his wizard magic, his infernal power, his love, his fury, his hope, everything he was and everything he could be. The golden light hit Voldemort's wand and the wand shattered. The killing curse rebounded. For the second time in history, the curse meant for Harry Potter bounced back on its caster. Green light engulfed Voldemort, Tom Riddle, mortal, one soul, no anchors, no escape, and this time there was no Horcrux to catch his fleeing spirit. No fragment to tether him to life. No second chance. Lord Voldemort crumpled. His body hit the cobblestones with a sound that was strangely small for the death of a Dark Lord. He lay still. His red eyes were open, but they were empty now, not the burning crimson of a living monster, but the dull, flat red of a broken thing. The dome of light faded. The sounds of battle rushed back in, but they were changing. The Death Eaters had felt it. Through the dark marks on their arms, they'd felt their master die, and the fight went out of them like air from a punctured balloon. Wands dropped. Masks came off. Some tried to run. Most simply stopped, stunned by the sudden, devastating absence of the will that had driven them. Harry stood over the body of the man who had murdered his parents and felt nothing he expected to feel. Not triumph. Not satisfaction. Not even relief. He felt sadness. Deep, complex, aching sadness for a boy named Tom Riddle who had been afraid of death and had made himself into something so much worse than death in his desperate flight from it. It's over, he said quietly. To no one. To everyone. The Battle of Hogwarts was won. Around him, the castle still stood. Damaged, scarred, missing chunks of wall and most of its windows, but standing. Its ancient magic hummed, not the tense, bracing hum of before the battle, but something softer. Something that sounded, if stone and magic could sound like anything, like gratitude. Dumbledore found him standing in the courtyard, Voldemort's body at his feet. The headmaster looked battered, his robe singed, his beard disheveled, a cut on his temple that he hadn't bothered to heal. But he was alive, and his eyes were bright. It's done, he asked. It's done. Dumbledore looked at the body. His expression was complicated, decades of history compressed into a single, long look at the remains of the student he'd once taught and the monster that student had become. Did he suffer? Dumbledore asked quietly. No. It was instant. That is more than he deserved. That's what mercy means. More than they deserve. Harry stepped back from the body. The Death Eaters? Surrendering. In droves. The Aurors are taking them into custody. Dumbledore paused. Severus Snape arrived with 23 Death Eaters who wished to defect. He walked them through the castle gates at the height of the battle. 3 of them provided real-time intelligence on the enemy's formations that saved at least a dozen lives. Snape. The spy who had walked both sides and survived. Harry made a mental note to find him later, to have the conversation they'd been circling around since the day they'd met in the corridor. And Draco Malfoy? Harry asked. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. Mr. Malfoy approached Professor Snape during the battle and asked to switch sides. Snape brought him in. He's been in the infirmary, providing information on Death Eater positions. Harry closed his eyes. The boy who had been told his whole life that power and cruelty were the same thing. The boy who, in the end, chose differently. He'd have to find Draco too. But not now. Now there was only one place he needed to be. He walked through the ruins of the courtyard, through the shattered entrance hall, through corridors littered with debris and echoing with the sounds of victory, cheers, sobs, the frantic calls of people looking for people they loved. He climbed the stairs to the 7th floor. Hermione was sitting on the floor outside the room of requirement, her back against the wall, her knees drawn up to her chest. She was dirty, her hair was tangled, there was blood on her sleeve that might have been hers and might not have been, and she was the most beautiful thing Harry had ever seen. She looked up when she heard his footsteps. Their eyes met. You came back, she said. I promised. She stood, crossed the distance between them in 3 strides, and kissed him. His arms went around her and her arms went around him and they stood in the corridor of a damaged castle in the aftermath of a battle and held each other, and neither of them spoke, because some things were bigger than words. Below them, in the courtyard, Lucifer Morningstar stood over the body of Lord Voldemort and looked at it with ancient, amber eyes. He had seen worse than Tom Riddle. He had stood against God. But this small, broken, mortal evil, had threatened his son, and for that, Lucifer would have burned the world. He hadn't needed to. His son had handled it. The devil smiled. It was the soft, private smile of a father who was proud. He turned and walked into the castle, leaving the body behind. There were wounded to heal, defenses to shore up, and a conversation to have with a very determined young witch who had apparently claimed his son's heart. He wanted to meet her properly. But that could wait. For now, the sun was setting over Hogwarts, painting the damaged castle in shades of gold and crimson. The first sunset after the last battle. It was, Lucifer thought, the most beautiful thing in creation. He'd always had a weakness for mornings after the dark. Chapter 6, Morningstar. The week after the battle was a blur of funerals and politics and the strange, dislocating quiet that follows violence. Harry attended every funeral. There weren't many, the battle had been brutal but brief, and the defenders' losses were lighter than anyone had dared hope. But lighter didn't mean none. A 7th-year Hufflepuff named Susan Bones, who had been holding a corridor on the 2nd floor when a giant's club came through the wall. A member of the Order, Emmeline Vance, who had taken a killing curse meant for a student. 2 Aurors whose names Harry learned and committed to memory and would carry for the rest of his life. He stood at each service in his black jacket, Hermione beside him, and said nothing. There was nothing to say. These people had died defending a school, defending children, defending the future from a man who wanted to drag the world into darkness. Words couldn't honor that. Presence could. Lucifer attended the first funeral, Susan Bones, and stood at the back of the crowd, a tall figure in dark clothes who no one recognized. He didn't speak. He didn't need to. But when Susan's mother collapsed at the graveside, sobbing, it was Lucifer who caught her. He held her upright with a gentleness that seemed impossible from a being of his nature, and he said something in her ear that Harry couldn't hear. Whatever it was, it made her straighten. She looked at him with red, swollen eyes, and nodded, and Lucifer stepped back into the crowd and was gone. Harry found him afterward, sitting on a bench by the lake. "What did you tell her?" Harry asked. "The truth. That her daughter's soul was at peace. That I had personally ensured she passed to a good place." Lucifer was looking at the water, his amber eyes reflecting the gray sky. "It's the one advantage of being who I am. I can offer certainty where others can only offer faith." "Is it true? Can you really, Harry?" "I am the custodian of every soul that passes from the mortal world. Susan Bones's soul came through my domain 12 hours ago. She is at peace. She is not in pain. She is not afraid." He paused. "I made sure of it." Harry sat beside his father on the bench and they watched the lake in silence. A tentacle broke the surface briefly, the giant squid, going about its business, indifferent to the wars of mortals and devils. "Thank you," Harry said. "For what?" "For being here. For coming to the battle. For the Dementors, for the extraction, for all of it. You didn't need me for most of it. I needed you for the Horcrux. And I needed you for the Dementors. And he stopped. Swallowed. I needed to know you were there. That if everything went wrong, you'd be there." Lucifer looked at his son. Something moved behind his eyes, something vast and ancient and, for all its age, still capable of being surprised by the simple, devastating power of being needed. "Always," Lucifer said. That was never in question. They sat together until the light changed, and then Lucifer stood and smoothed his jacket and became, once again, the polished, sardonic, impossibly elegant devil that the world expected. "I should return to hell. Lilith's integration is proceeding smoothly, but smoothly in infernal politics means, no one has tried to assassinate anyone in the last 48 hours, and I'd like to maintain that streak." He looked at Harry. "Come home when you're ready. There's no rush. There kind of is. The lower circles need restructuring, the council needs to be formalized, and I promised Lilith, and all of that will keep. The underworld has existed for eons. It can survive another few weeks without its prince." A slight smile. "Spend time with your friends. With your girl. Be 15, Harry. You've earned it. I'm nearly 16, actually. Practically ancient. My mistake." He pressed a hand to Harry's shoulder, brief, warm, the gesture that communicated everything between them that didn't need words. Then he walked away from the lake, and at some point between one step and the next, he was gone. No portal, no flash of light. Just a space where the devil had been and then wasn't. Harry sat on the bench a moment longer, then headed back to the castle. Hogwarts was healing. Not metaphorically, literally. The castle's ancient magic was repairing the battle damage, stone knitting itself back together, walls rising from rubble, windows reforming from scattered glass. It was slow, organic, like watching a wound close in time-lapse. The staff were helping, McGonagall leading teams of teachers and restoration charms, but the castle was doing most of the work itself. The students had returned. The evacuees had come back within days of the battle's end, flow fires flaring green in every common room as parents sent their children back to a school that had proven it could protect them. The atmosphere was electric, grief mixed with relief, trauma layered with triumph, the wild emotional cocktail of people who had survived something that should have broken them. Classes resumed, sort of. No one could concentrate. Professors made half-hearted attempts at curriculum and then gave up and held open discussions about what had happened, about the war, about what came next. History of magic, still taught by the ghost Professor Binns, who had not noticed the battle and was confused about why people kept asking about it, was the only class that maintained its usual format, which meant it was the only class where students could reliably fall asleep. Harry found himself at the center of everything and nothing. The wizarding world wanted him, the ministry, the press, the public. Owls arrived by the hundreds, carrying letters, invitations, demands, proposals, declarations of love, and the occasional howler from someone who believed the devil's son had no business being celebrated. The Daily Prophet ran a 7-part series titled The Boy Who Lived, the full story, that was approximately 40% accurate. Which weekly named him their most eligible young wizard, which Ron found hilarious and Hermione found irritating for reasons she claimed were purely feminist. Harry ignored most of it. He had more important things to do. The first was Snape. He found the potions master in his office 3 days after the battle, surrounded by the detritus of a life lived in shadows. The office was in the dungeons, cold, dark, lined with jars of unpleasant things floating in preserving fluid. Snape sat behind his desk, looking like a man who had removed a mask he'd been wearing for 20 years and wasn't sure what his actual face looked like anymore. Professor Morningstar. Snape's voice was its usual controlled monotone, but something underneath it was different. Looser. As if a string that had been wound too tight for too long had finally been allowed to slacken. If you've come for my resignation, you'll have to get in line behind the ministry, the Board of Governors, and 3 separate parents' committees. I haven't come for your resignation. I've come to say thank you. Snape blinked. It was the most dramatic expression of surprise Harry had ever seen from him. The defectors, Harry said. 23 Death Eaters who switched sides because you convinced them to. In the middle of a battle. While maintaining your cover until the last possible moment. He sat down across from Snape's desk. That took more courage than anything I did. I walked into that battle with hellfire and an army. You walked in with nothing but your wits and a double life and the hope that the people you were lying to wouldn't figure it out before the people you were lying for could win. Snape said nothing for a long time. His dark eyes were fixed on Harry's face, on the green eyes, always the green eyes, the ghost of Lily Potter looking out of her son's face. I didn't do it for courage, Snape said finally. Or for the Order. Or for Dumbledore. I know. You did it for my mother. The words fell into the room like stones into still water. Snape's composure didn't crack, it dissolved. Not dramatically, not with tears or raised voices. But the rigid control that had defined him for as long as anyone could remember simply let go, and for a moment Harry saw the man underneath, exhausted, grieving, freed from a burden he'd carried for half his life. She was the best person I ever knew, Snape said. His voice was rough. And I failed her. I went to the Dark Lord's side, and she saw what I was becoming, and she walked away. She was right to walk away. And I spent every year after that trying to make up for it, and it was never enough, and now, he stopped. Breathed. And now it's over. He's dead. And I don't know what to do with a life that isn't dedicated to destroying him. Live it, Harry said. That's what she would have wanted. Snape looked at him. Really looked, for the first time without the filter of old pain and older guilt. You have her kindness, Snape said. I spent months looking at you and seeing James, the arrogance, the confidence, the bloody hair. But underneath it, you're Lily. She would have offered mercy to the darkest wizard in history, too. She would have meant it. I didn't just offer it. I gave him the choice. He refused. Of course he did. Tom Riddle was never capable of accepting mercy. Mercy requires the admission that you've done wrong, and he was constitutionally incapable of that admission. Snape paused. You gave him more than he deserved. That's what everyone keeps saying. Because it's true. Something shifted in Snape's expression. Not warmth, exactly, Snape didn't do warmth. But a thawing. The beginning of something that might, with time, become something other than pain. Thank you, Morningstar. For ending it. For everything. Harry stood and extended his hand. Snape looked at it for a moment, then took it. His grip was firm, his palm cold. But his eyes were clear for the first time in years. "Call me Harry," Harry said. "I think we've earned that." He left the office and walked through the dungeon corridors, past the entrance to the Slytherin common room, and nearly ran into Draco Malfoy. Malfoy looked terrible. Dark circles under his eyes, his usually immaculate hair unwashed and lank, his robes wrinkled. He'd spent the days since the battle in a kind of limbo, not arrested, not celebrated, suspended between the world he'd been raised in and the choice he'd made to leave it. "Morningstar." His voice was wary, guarded, but underneath the old defensive habits was something raw and new. "Draco." They looked at each other. The corridor was empty, the torches flickering. "My father's been arrested," Draco said. "The Ministry took him yesterday. He'll stand trial. He'll probably get Azkaban." "Probably. My mother is trying to negotiate a deal. She never took the mark, she can make a case for coercion. But my father." He trailed off. His jaw worked. "Your father made his choices," Harry said. "Not cruelly, factually. The same way he'd stated facts in the demon courts, without emotion but without evasion. He chose Voldemort. Twice. He'll face the consequences of that." "I know." Draco's voice cracked on the second word. He pulled himself together with visible effort. I wanted to," he stopped. "Started again. You told me once that, my father told me to, wasn't going to be good enough. You were right. So I'm saying this for myself, without my father, without my name, without any of it." He straightened. "Thank you. For giving me the chance to choose. Not many people would have bothered. Not many people would have taken it. You did. I was terrified. That's what makes it a choice. If it were easy, it wouldn't count." Draco nodded. Something in his posture shifted, subtle, almost invisible, but Harry caught it. A loosening. A release. The boy who had been crushed under the weight of his family's legacy was standing a fraction of an inch taller. "What happens now?" Draco asked. "For me. For my family. That's up to you. The Ministry will handle the legal side. But the personal side, who you become, what you do with your life, that's yours. Nobody else's." Harry paused. "If you need help navigating it, I know something about building a life that doesn't match the one your parents planned." A ghost of a smile crossed Draco's face. The Devil's Son, offering career advice to a Malfoy. "My grandfather is spinning in his grave." "Good. Exercise is important." Draco actually laughed. It was short, startled, and it surprised him more than it surprised Harry. They parted ways in the corridor, not friends, not yet, but something adjacent. Two boys who had been on opposite sides of a war that neither of them had started, finding their way to something that might, eventually, be understanding. The Ministry came to Hogwarts on a Tuesday. Not just Amelia Bones this time, a full delegation. The Minister herself, flanked by senior Aurors, department heads, legal advisors. They swept into the castle with the gravity of people who understood that the political landscape had fundamentally shifted and were trying to get ahead of it before it left them behind. Harry met them in the Great Hall, which had been hastily restored to something resembling its normal state. He didn't meet them alone, Dumbledore was beside him, and Hermione, and to the Ministry's visible discomfort, Lucifer's representative, Astaroth, who had arrived through a portal that morning looking impeccable in a mortal world suit and radiating an authority that made the senior Aurors instinctively reach for their wands. "He's my chief advisor," Harry told Bones when she eyed Astaroth with professional wariness. "If we're discussing inter-realm relations, which we will be, he needs to be here." Bones was a square-jawed woman with a monocle and an air of pragmatic competence that Harry immediately respected. She didn't waste time on pleasantries. "Mr. Morningstar. The Ministry of Magic owes you a debt that I'm not sure we can adequately repay." You destroyed Voldemort's Horcruxes, you defeated Voldemort himself, and your intervention at Hogsmeade saved an unknown number of lives. She set a folder on the table. That said, your existence raises questions that the wizarding world has never had to address. You are, to our knowledge, the first mortal to hold sovereignty in a non-mortal realm. The legal, diplomatic, and security implications are, to put it mildly, significant. You want to know if hell is a threat. I want to know what the relationship between the wizarding world and the underworld looks like going forward. You are a bridge between those worlds. That makes you either the most important diplomatic asset in history or the most dangerous liability. I'd like to establish which. Harry liked her. She was direct, unafraid, and smart enough to ask the right questions instead of the easy ones. The underworld is not a threat to the mortal world, he said. It never has been. Hell exists to process and contain the souls of the dead. It's infrastructure, not an invasion force. My father has no interest in conquering the mortal world, he thinks it's charming but exhausting, and he has enough to manage in his own realm. And you? I'm a citizen of both worlds. I was born here and raised there. I intend to live in both, spending time at Hogwarts, maintaining my responsibilities in the underworld, and serving as a point of contact between the two. He paused. What I'm proposing isn't subjugation or dominance. It's diplomacy. A formal relationship between the Ministry of Magic and the Infernal Court, with clear boundaries, mutual respect, and open communication. Bones looked at Dumbledore. The headmaster inclined his head slightly, the gesture of a man who had been outmaneuvered diplomatically and had the grace to acknowledge it. Your proposal has merit, Bones said. But it would require a framework that doesn't currently exist. Magical law has no precedent for interrealm treaties. Then we create the precedent. Harry nodded to Astaroth, who produced a document from somewhere inside his suit jacket. It was thick, bound in dark leather, and written in both English and Infernal script. My advisor has drafted a preliminary framework. Treaty of Mutual Recognition between the British Ministry of Magic and the Infernal Court of the Ninth Circle. It covers territorial sovereignty, sole custody protocols, magical cooperation agreements, and emergency mutual aid provisions. Bones took the document. She was too disciplined to show surprise, but Harry caught the slight widening of her eyes as she flipped through the first few pages. You came prepared, she said. I've been prepared for this conversation since I was 12. I've known I'd have to bridge these worlds eventually. The war accelerated the timeline, but the destination was always the same. The negotiations lasted 3 days. They were complex, exhausting, and occasionally contentious. Hermione sat in on every session, taking notes with a quill that moved so fast it blurred, asking questions that were so incisive the ministry's legal team started deferring to her expertise. Ron, when he wandered in on the second day to bring sandwiches, inadvertently solved a jurisdictional dispute by saying, "Why don't you just make it like Quidditch rules? Each team referees their own players, and if there's a dispute, you bring in a neutral snitch keeper." It was an absurd analogy that was also, as Hermione pointed out after a moment of stunned silence, a surprisingly workable framework for cross-jurisdictional magical law enforcement. By the end of the third day, they had a draft treaty. Not final, there would be revisions, debates, Wisengamot votes, and the inevitable political resistance from people who couldn't stomach the idea of formal relations with hell. But the framework was solid, built on mutual respect rather than fear, on cooperation rather than control. Bones signed the preliminary agreement. Harry signed it. Astaroth signed it on behalf of the Infernal Court, with Lucifer's pre-authorization, and when his pen lifted from the parchment, the ink glowed briefly, infernal contract magic, binding the agreement in ways that mortal law could never match. This is history, Bones said, looking at the signed document. This is a beginning, Harry corrected. History is what happens next. The days settled into something approaching normalcy. Classes resumed in earnest. Exams were postponed, then restructured, then held in a modified format that accounted for the fact that half the students had spent the previous month preparing for battle instead of studying. Harry took his OWLs, the standardized tests for 5th years, and scored outstanding in every subject, which surprised no one except possibly Binns, who still didn't know who he was. He spent his evenings with Hermione. Not always doing anything, sometimes just sitting together in the common room, reading, talking, existing in each other's space. The relationship between them was new and uncertain, and neither of them entirely knew how to navigate it, but they figured it out the way they figured everything out, through conversation, through honesty, through the willingness to be awkward and imperfect and real. "I've never done this before," Harry told her one evening. They were sitting by the lake, watching the sunset paint the water in shades of copper and gold. "Any of this? Friends? School? Whatever this is between us. It's called dating. Approximately. Is that what this is?" "I think so. We spend time together. We've kissed. You fought a Dark Lord and the first thing you did afterward was find me. By most metrics, that qualifies. In hell, courtship involves a formal declaration of intent, a trial of worthiness, and a binding contract witnessed by the Circle Lords. That sounds exhausting. It really is. I like your version better." She leaned against his shoulder. His arm went around her. The sunset was extravagant, gold bleeding into crimson, bleeding into deep purple, the kind of sky that looked like it had been painted by someone showing off. "What happens now?" she asked. "After school. After the treaty. After everything. I go back to hell for the summer. The lower circle restructuring needs my attention, the council needs to be formalized, and I promised Lilith I'd oversee the first phase personally." He paused. "Then I come back. 6th year. Assuming Dumbledore will have me. Dumbledore would tattoo your name on the castle wall if it would keep you here. You're the best thing that's happened to this school in a century. Flatterer. Realist." She was quiet for a moment. "I could come with you. To hell. Over the summer. If you wanted." Harry looked at her. She was watching the sunset, her profile outlined in gold light, her expression carefully casual in the way people are carefully casual when they're saying something that matters enormously. "You'd come to hell," he said. "I'd come to hell. I've been reading about infernal magical theory, Astaroth lent me some texts, and the applications are fascinating. The way your realm manipulates metaphysical constants that we consider fixed in the mortal world, it's revolutionary. I have questions." "You always have questions." "Yes, and your realm has answers. Also," she turned to look at him, and the casual mask dropped. "Also, I want to see where you grew up. I want to meet Maze properly, not just through your stories. I want to understand the other half of who you are. Because I won't, love someone and not know them. All of them." The word sat between them, shimmering and new. Love. Neither of them had said it before. Hermione's cheeks went pink and she looked back at the sunset with a determined expression that dared him to make a thing of it. He didn't make a thing of it. He pulled her closer, pressed his lips to her hair, and said, "Maze is going to try to make you fight her. She does that with everyone she likes. My advice, go for the knees. She never expects the knees." Noted. "And the third circle smells terrible. Bring a charm for that. Already researched and prepared." "Of course you have." They sat by the lake until the sunset faded and the stars came out, real stars, Scottish stars, bright and cold and infinite above them. Harry thought about the stars he'd painted on his ceiling in hell, the sky he'd created for himself in a realm that had none. They'd been beautiful, but they'd been an imitation. These were real. Imperfect and distant and impossibly, achingly real. The last week of term arrived with the speed and mercy of an oncoming train. Exams were finished, grades were posted, trunks were packed. The castle hummed with the bittersweet energy of endings, students saying goodbye to friends, making plans for summer, trading addresses, promising to write. Harry's last conversation with Dumbledore happened in the headmaster's office on the final evening. The office looked the same as it had the first time Harry had walked in, silver instruments whirring, portraits dozing, Fawkes preening on his perch. But the dynamic between the two people in the room had fundamentally changed. They were no longer chess master and piece, mentor and student, manipulator and manipulated. They were allies. Imperfect, occasionally contentious, but real. "Sixth year," Dumbledore said. "You'll return." "I'll return." "And the Underworld?" "Stable. Lilith's integration is proceeding well. She's already reorganized the Second Circle's administrative structure and reduced soul processing backlogs by 30%. She's efficient." High praise from someone who negotiated with her while she was staging a coup. The best allies are the ones who were smart enough to be dangerous enemies. She just needed a better framework to operate in. Harry leaned back in his chair. "Professor, there's something I've been meaning to say." "Oh. You were right. About some of it. The prophecy, the Horcruxes, the importance of facing Voldemort. You were wrong about the method, wrong about manipulation, wrong about controlling the narrative, wrong about treating people as pieces. But the core insight, the understanding that this war needed to be fought and that I was the one who had to fight it, you weren't wrong about that." Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. The silver instruments ticked and whirred. "That is, perhaps, the most generous assessment anyone has ever given me," he said. "And also the most accurate. I learned generosity from my father. Accuracy from Hermione. A smile. Real, warm, tired. You've changed this school, Harrison. Not just through the battle or the treaty. Through who you are. The students are different now, braver, more honest, more willing to challenge authority that doesn't deserve their obedience. You did that simply by being yourself. I didn't do it. They did it. I just showed them it was possible. Which is the definition of leadership." Dumbledore stood and extended his hand. "Thank you, Harrison. For everything. Including the things I didn't deserve." Harry shook his hand. "See you in September, Professor. I look forward to it. And I look forward to meeting Miss Granger's inevitable list of proposed reforms for the school. She left a draft on my desk last week. It was 47 pages. That's actually restrained for her." He left the office and descended the spiral staircase and walked through the castle one last time. Through the entrance hall, repaired now, the doors rehung and the stone walls whole. Through the courtyard where Voldemort had died, the cobblestones relayed but the scorch marks from the hellfire still faintly visible. They would be visible for years, perhaps centuries, reminder of what had happened and what had been overcome. Past the great hall, where house elves were preparing the final feast. Down to the lake, where the giant squid was doing something complicated with its tentacles that might have been a mating dance or might have been indigestion. His friends were waiting at the carriages. Ron, Hermione, Neville, Luna, Ginny. The Thestrals were visible to all of them now. You couldn't fight in a battle and not see death. The skeletal horses stood patiently in their harnesses, their white eyes blank and gentle. "Ready?" Ron asked. "Almost." Harry looked at the castle one more time. It stood against the evening sky like something out of a dream, towers and turrets, battlements and bridges, windows glowing warm with the light of 1,000 candles. 1,000 years old and still standing. Still teaching. Still protecting. He thought about a cold doorstep in Surrey, 15 years ago. A baby left alone with a letter. A crack between worlds. A devil who stopped and looked and picked up a child because someone had to. He thought about fire, green fire, red fire, golden green fire. The fire that killed his parents. The fire that forged his childhood. The fire that destroyed a Dark Lord. He thought about the people standing beside him. A brilliant witch who loved him and wasn't afraid of hell. A loyal friend who would follow him anywhere and complain about it the whole way. A quiet boy who had destroyed a Horcrux with steady hands. A dreamy girl who could see things others couldn't. A fierce girl who had refused to be sidelined. He thought about his father, in a throne room in the ninth circle, playing piano to an empty room, waiting for his son to come home. "Yeah," Harry said. "I'm ready." They climbed into the carriage. The Thestrals pulled them down the winding road, through the gates with their winged boars, away from the castle and toward the train that would carry them back to King's Cross, back to the mortal world, back to lives that were ordinary and extraordinary and everything in between. On the train, they commandeered a compartment and spent the journey the way teenagers should spend train journeys, eating too many sweets, arguing about Quidditch, playing Exploding Snap, trading stories and jokes in comfortable silences. Luna read a magazine upside down. Neville showed Ron a plant that bit. Ginny hexed a passing Slytherin who made a rude comment, and then hexed him again when the first hex wore off too quickly. Harry sat by the window with Hermione's head on his shoulder and watched the countryside roll past. Green fields. Rivers. The slow transition from wild Scottish highlands to gentle English lowlands. The mortal world in all its fragile, beautiful, temporary glory. His scar didn't hurt. His ring was warm. His wand rested at his hip, the elder wood and angel feather humming softly with contained potential. He was the prince of hell and the boy who lived. He was the son of the devil and the son of Lily and James Potter. He was a wizard and an infernal sovereign and a fifth-year student who still had homework to do. He was all of these things and none of them defined him completely, and that was okay. That was, in fact, the point. The train pulled into King's Cross as the afternoon light slanted golden through the station's glass ceiling. They spilled onto the platform 9 3/4, that impossible, wonderful space between worlds, and into the crowd of waiting parents and siblings. Hermione's parents were there, looking slightly bewildered by the wizarding world in the way that Muggle parents always did. She introduced Harry and he shook their hands and answered their questions with the careful honesty of someone who knew that, "I'm the adopted son of Satan and I rule a dimension of the afterlife," was not ideal first impression material. He settled for, "unusual background, and very fond of your daughter, and, yes, ma'am, I'll have her home by 10. The Weasleys were there in force, Arthur and Molly, beaming, pulling Harry into a group hug that he hadn't expected and didn't know how to escape. Molly Weasley was a force of nature in the same way Maze was a force of nature, just with more knitting and fewer knives. She held Harry at arm's length and looked at his face and said, "You look like your father. Like James. Welcome to the family, dear." He didn't correct her. He didn't say, "Which father?" He just let himself be pulled into the warmth of it, the noise, the chaos, the overwhelming human messiness of a family that had lost and grieved and fought and survived and was still, despite everything, capable of love. The crowd thinned. Goodbyes were said. Promises to write, to visit, to keep in touch over the summer. Ron clapped Harry on the back. Neville shook his hand. Luna hugged him, which was like being hugged by a warm, slightly distracted cloud. Ginny punched him in the arm and said, "Don't do anything stupid in hell." She paused. "Actually, do whatever you want. It's hell." And then it was just Harry and Hermione, standing on the platform as the crowd dispersed and the train sat empty on its tracks. 2 months, she said. Then I'm coming down there. I'll have a room prepared. Fair warning, Maze will test you. I've faced Voldemort's Death Eaters. I can handle your demonic aunt. You say that now. He grinned. Hermione. Yes. Thank you. For the books and the plans and the coin signal and the basilisk fawn. For the arguments about transfiguration theory. For staying outside the room of requirement all night. For, he stopped. Took a breath. For seeing me. Not the prince or the prophecy or the power. Me. Her eyes were bright. She stepped forward and kissed him, soft and certain, there on the platform between worlds. "See you in hell, Harry Morningstar," she said. He laughed. She laughed. And they parted, walking in opposite directions through the barrier, back into their separate worlds. Harry emerged onto the Muggle side of King's Cross and stood for a moment in the bustling station, surrounded by commuters who had no idea that the teenager in the dark jacket had just ended a war and signed a treaty and kissed a girl and was about to step through a portal to the underworld. He pressed his thumb to the ring. Felt hell respond. Warm. Deep. Home. He found a quiet corner, pushed his will into the silver band, and the portal opened. Through it, he could see the palace, obsidian and gold, fire and shadow, the throne room where he'd brokered peace and the corridors where he'd grown up and the study where his father played Chopin and told him the truth, always the truth. Harry stepped through. The ninth circle welcomed him back with heat and darkness and the deep, resonant hum of a realm that knew its prince. He walked through the palace, past demons who bowed and advisors who nodded and guards who stood straighter as he passed. He walked to the throne room and found it exactly as he'd left it, 2 thrones on a dais, obsidian and silver, the heart of the underworld. Lucifer was there. Of course he was. Sitting in his throne, legs crossed, a glass of something amber in one hand, looking for all the world like a man who had been casually waiting and not like a being who had fought in a battle, banished an army of dementors, and helped destroy the darkest wizard of the age. "Welcome home," Lucifer said. Harry walked to his throne. Sat down. The silver inlay flared to life, liquid light racing through the channels, and the ninth circle's power flowed into him, familiar, vast, his. "Good to be back," he said. They sat together in comfortable silence. Father and son. The devil and his prince. 2 thrones in the heart of hell, occupied by 2 beings who had chosen each other and would keep choosing each other, through wars and treaties and the slow, strange, beautiful work of building something that had never existed before. "Dad," Harry said. Tell me about before the fall. What was it like?" Lucifer looked at him. The amber eyes were warm, surprised, and then, slowly, carefully, open. Not guarded. Not performing. Open. "It was light," Lucifer said softly. "Endless light. The kind you feel in your bones, in your atoms, in the spaces between your thoughts. Everything was light and everything was music and everything was," he paused. Searched for the word. Certain. Everything was certain. There was no doubt, no fear, no choice. Just light and music and certainty. Do you miss it?" "I miss the light. Sometimes." A pause. "But certainty is a cage, Harry. The most beautiful cage in creation, but a cage nonetheless. I chose doubt. I chose fear. I chose the possibility of being wrong, which is the only path to the possibility of being right." He looked at his son. "I chose free will. And free will led me to a doorstep in Surrey, and a baby who smiled at me, and everything after." Harry reached across the space between the thrones and put his hand on his father's arm. Lucifer covered it with his own. "Everything after," Harry repeated. They sat together as hell turned slowly around them, ancient and vast and full of fire, and outside the palace the circles stretched in all directions, the deep places and the high places, the frozen and the burning, the territories of the damned and the domains of the powerful. It was a kingdom. It was a home. It was theirs. And far away, in a castle in Scotland, the sun set over Hogwarts and the castle's lights came on one by one, warm against the gathering dark. A new chapter in a very old book, written by a boy who had been both of those worlds and neither, who had walked out of hell and into the light and found that he could carry both. The morning star rises in the darkest part of the night. That's what makes it the morning star. Not the light itself, but when it chooses to shine. Harry Morningstar had chosen. And the light he cast, golden, green, impossible, his own, would burn for a very long time.